revolution that is solidarity with the people, with the community, he stated. In the 1990s, for example, he regularly visited former Panther Geronimo G. Jaga in prison and worked with many others to gain his release. 31 He also supported the political prisoner and former Panther Mumia Abu Jamal after Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge reinstated the death penalty in 1995. Douglas initially hadn't realized that Mumia was the same person he knew as Wesley Cook, whom he had shown around the Panther newspaper operations in California and with whom he interacted in Philadelphia shortly after the police raid on the Philly Panther office in August 1970. Douglas also continued to provide graphic and printing services, at low or no cost, to community and activist groups. He had started this work while in the BPP, working at Emery's printing and graphic service, after taking over Ben's community printing and graphic service from Benny Harris. During this period, he had heavy elder care responsibilities for 13 years from the early 1990s until about 2004, when his stepfather and then his mother passed. His familial obligations meant that he could not travel, but he was able to participate in local activism, as the freedom struggles intensified in California in the 1990s. 32. The enduring significance of Black Panther art. We were one. Zapatista Panther encounters. The development of a new project and a new phrase, Zapantera Negra, is symbolic of the continuing influence of Emory Douglas's art in the post-Panther period. The new work displays a direct lineage to the BPP. It shows how the BPP transcended Black experiences to connect with communities through anti-racial and anti-colonial theorizing. It reveals the internationalization of the BPP and of Douglas's work processes that are not new but rather a continuation of Panther's global relations and networks. It demonstrates that the BPP's images and ideas were never static but open to different interpretations and to different creations. It challenges further discussions about similarities and differences of approaches between the Panthers and Zapatistas. The Zapatistas are famously known for their daring armed uprising on January 1, 1994, in the southernmost state of Mexico, in protest of the implementation of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, that, as expected, promoted neoliberal austerity, benefited multinational corporations, and devastated local economies and communities. Former Panthers and most around the world would benefit from paying attention to the Zapatistas' intensively democratic processes. Zapatistismo depends on the active listening to local indigenous peoples, preguntando caminamus, those too often deemed disposable as neither consumers nor producers in the global capitalist economy and as such are considered to be part of the Fourth World. 33 By listening and learning from indigenous peoples, Zapatista leaders transformed their neo-Marxist ideology to a new epistemology and practice centering on indigenous ways of knowing combined with efforts to build democratic communities and to loosen the power of the Mexican state and paramilitary violence as the Zapatistas create their own autonomous municipalities and good government structures. Douglas not only participated in the art projects but also learned about the Zapatista movement in the making. In November 2012, Douglas participated in a 2-week artist residency in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. The invitation came from Adalo, founded by Caleb Duarte Pinion and Mia Eve Rolao in 2009 as a community art center and experimental artist residency. The space that Adalo inhabits had been the offices of the United Nations, until fall 2009, when 100 indigenous peoples occupied it to bring international attention to their plight. Surely it would take an artist to name their project, Adalo, meaning En Donde Era la ONU, where the United Nations used to be. Upon learning the meaning of Adalo, artist Rigo 23 thought it to be genius in the way it announces, and immediately occupies, the void left behind by that grandiose 20th-century global organization, where a handful of the world's biggest arms manufacturers get to veto while all the other nations get to vote. By contrast, Adalo was localized but with global visions, democratic, innovative, and challenging, as in the indeterminacy of a wordless place, so that the public became confused, obstructed with questions, with impossibilities that spur possibilities, stated Rolao. Duarte, Rolao, and Rigo 23 conceived the idea to develop an art exhibit titled The Encounter, Black Panthers Zapatistas, where local Zapatista artists explore linkages between the BPP and Zapatista movement. They also produced a single-issue newsletter that presented Douglas's art and new articles and artwork on Zapatista-Panther interconnections. Rigo 23 coined the term Zapantera Negra, to join Zapatista with Pantera Negra, meaning Black Panther in Spanish, and Mexico City artist Omar Perez designed the Zapantera Negra poster for the exhibit. 34. The Zapantera Negra project turned out to be incredibly generative. It inspired embroideries created by a Zapatista Mayan women's collective that emphasized Mayan decorative designs and symbolism that merged with 7 of Douglas's images. The project, funded as a Kickstarter dependent on grassroots contributions, was originally conceived as a global project, rooted in Chiapas and intended to travel to at least 5 different countries. Zapantera Negra was exhibited in San Francisco in February 2013, Montreal in June 2014, Australia in March-April 2015 and elsewhere. Douglas, often with Duarte, Rigo 23, or Rolao, participated in and spoke at each of these venues. The Montreal exhibit at Concordia University resulted in the publication of Zapantera Negra, an artistic encounter between Black Panthers and Zapatistas, edited by Mark James Ledger and David Tomas. The book includes transcripts of the public talk and discussion with Douglas, Rolao, and indigenous Zoque artist Saul Cac, as well as a lively essay by Rigo 23, an interview with Duarte and BPP and Zapatista documents. Douglas continues to speak about the Zapantera Negra project in multiple venues, including at the Chinese Progressive Association in San Francisco in August 2013, where this author first learned about the project. 35. As Douglas was leaving Chiapas in mid-November 2012, in fact, to Argentina to give a Las Panteras Negras presentation, he was invited to return to Chiapas for an international indigenous conference. They had been wanting to invite a former Black Panther to give a presentation on the party as well as the case of Mumia Abu Jamal. So on December 25, 2012, Douglas found himself back in Chiapas for the conference, accompanied by his daughter, Mirs Sia Gabriel, who introduced her father with this powerful statement. "I speak these words in solidarity with the Zapatista community, may they please the ancestors." Long before Spain invaded the Americas, with shiploads of enslaved Africans, before America was called America and Africa was called Africa, when a snail was just a snail and a panther was just an animal, historians write of an ancient Mayan-African relationship, of trading and exchanging ideas, cultures, goods, and more. Some archaeologists go further. They write that before Mayans and Africans traded, before they were 2 distinct people, they were one. When I heard that my father would present on the legacy of the Black Panther Party for this symposium, I felt an impulsive reaction to attend, an ancient calling urging me, be there. Let your presence be testimony to the ancestors, that your spirit remembers a time before colonization, subjugation, and plantations. Before Zapatistas took to the mountains in Chiapas, and the Panthers to the streets in the U.S., before we were revolutionaries, fighting our own distinct battles in different countries, before there was you and I there was we, and we were one. 36. Gabriel's words signal not only her knowledge of African and indigenous histories and interactions but also the ways she derives knowledge from the ancestors and locates herself within this genealogy. 37. Her statement, "We were one," speaks to the collectivity that guides the Zapatistas, the Black Panthers, and Douglas's own art, activism, and way of being in the world. The daughter, like the father, draws on epistemological and ontological frameworks rooted in African culture and history and extended to U.S. Black communities as mixtures of, as Cedric Robinson relays, African, indigenous, and European contexts. 38. On the 20th anniversary of the Zapatista uprising, Douglas returned to Chiapas for a 3rd time. He was there to ring in the new year with local families and to celebrate 20 years of dreams and struggle, or 20 años de sueños lucha, as Santiago Mazadal and Roger Pete painted on a mural in La Union's small Zapatista community. In January 2014, Douglas worked on a collaborative mural project with other activist artists, including Fabiana Rodriguez, Roger Pete, and Santiago Mazadal of Just Seeds, Moises Gandhi, and Zan Pantera Negras comrade Caleb Duarte. They painted the mural on a Zapatista store in the village of Comandante Ramona on land reclaimed in the January 1, 1994, Zapatista rebellion and defended ever since. The artists painted bold red sun rays emanating from the main archway, clearly borrowing from Douglas's artwork that utilized thick sun rays to frame people's portraits. Douglas himself, even at age 70, scaled a rickety scaffold to paint the iconic Zapatista snail, stylized with a Zapatista mask, black power fists, and the light blue and black of the BPP's uniforms. Altogether, the mural reflected the themes of production, culture, education, and health. 39. Douglas's participation in Chiapas extended far beyond creating art or speaking as the most iconic Panther artist. The mural painting came at the end of a working trip in December 2013 where, as Douglas recalled, I was accepted as one of about 1,500 people invited to live and work with a Zapatista family for a week as part of their Escuelita, little school, program. This also took place in the village of Comandante Ramona, named after the most visible woman leader of the Zapatista insurgency in 1994. Douglas soon found out why they call it School of the Dirt. Like everyone else, Douglas traveled the approximately 5-hour ride to get to his host family. They slept on cots made of wood planks with a single blanket to keep them warm and stayed in a wooden house with dirt floors, tin roof, an outhouse bathroom, and no electricity. These were the same types of houses that the black sharecroppers had in the United States, Douglas observed. They ate simple foods of tortillas and beans, which worked for Douglas, who had been a vegan for several years. They also had to travel through difficult terrain to get to the different areas to plant corn and banana bulbs and to pick coffee beans. Douglas recalled, "You start walking in the mud and your foot sticks down into it almost up to your ankles and you try to pull your foot out and your boot is about ready to come off. And you're used to city walking and the next thing you know you're flipping over into the mud. It was rough, but I stuck with it all the way through. One time I had to use this ledge where you can almost fall off, and I fell about 5 times that first day. The last time I fell they got worried, so they chopped up 2 sticks for me so that I was walking with the 2 sticks." Douglas was certainly humbled by this experience and in awe of the local people's agility and knowledge of the terrain. On another trip, a man was carrying a baby in his arms across the rugged terrain and little girls went running and jumping from rock to rock across a creek. Douglas relayed laughing, "I was trying to figure out how I'm going to get down off of this and get over to the other side. So I just slid down into it." Rough as it was, Douglas was honored to travel, not as a tourist, but as part of a work trip, akin to the brigade's people took to Cuba to provide labor for the country as well as to see what everyday life was like for the people after the revolution. Back in Oakland, Douglas is a regular member of the Chiapas Support Committee that works to educate locally and to accompany the process of building autonomous self-governing institutions in Chiapas. 40. Renewal and Resurgency. In 2007, 2 interrelated projects signaled a renewed public spotlight on Emory Douglas's art and activism and the intensified internationalization of his political and cultural work. Artist Sam Durant had been working with Douglas and others, especially Kathleen Cleaver, to compile Douglas's artwork and 8 essays into book form. The idea first emerged when Douglas spoke at Durant's art show at the Museum of Contemporary Art, MoCA, in Los Angeles in 2002 and Durant wondered aloud why there wasn't a book on Douglas's art. That book, Black Panther, The Revolutionary Art of Emory Douglas, 2007, is a coffee table-style book, half the pages filled with images in color and the other half with essays by activists, artists, and scholars, including Danny Glover, Bobby Seale, Sam Durant, Kathleen Cleaver, Colette Gator, Greg Young Morozumi, Amory Baraka, and St. Clair Bourne. As a concurrent project, Durant curated an exhibit of Douglas's art at MoCA that ran from October 2007 to February 2008. Since his Panther days and beyond, Douglas has been speaking about and showcasing his work. In 1997 and again in 2004, for example, Greg Morozumi, a Japanese-American radical activist and staff member of the East Side Arts Alliance in Oakland, had helped to organize exhibits on Douglas's art. Still, the Book and Mocha exhibit in 2007 marked a transition to an amplified period of speaking, exhibiting his work, and traveling for Douglas, in a period of increased social movement activities in the nation and in the world, and at a time when Douglas had lesser family responsibilities. 41. Douglas's powerful and distinctive images are instantly recognizable, yet he as a person remains, to this day, relatively little known outside of activist circles. A 2014 article in Dazed and Confused noted, until recently the work of Douglas has been largely forgotten. Emery's work has never been taught in art schools or displayed, framed, and catalogued in galleries. But then the art gallery was never Emery's domain, even when his creativity was at its peak. As Douglas himself articulated in 1970, the ghetto itself is the gallery for the revolutionary artist's drawings. His work is pasted on the walls of the ghetto, in storefront windows, fences, doorways, telephone poles and booths, passing buses, alleyways. 42 Indeed, this is the impact Douglas seeks: not mainstream recognition and standards of success, but an ability to connect with everyday people, transform ideas and visions, and to move people to action in service to justice and liberation. By this standard, one can state, without hyperbole, that through his art Douglas has become one of the former Black Panthers who has had the greatest impact on post-BPP social movements. As would not be surprising to anyone who knows BPP history, Douglas already had an international outlook from the time of his Panther days. The politics of the party were intertwined with world history, especially Third World colonial history and decolonial resistance. Globally, the international section of the BPP was established in Algeria. Panther formations emerged in Bermuda, India, Dalit Panthers, England, Palestine, Israel, Australia, New Zealand, Polynesian Panthers, and the Panthers influenced struggles in Cuba, Vietnam, and beyond. Panthers traveled to Japan and Asia, including the widely known BPP-led multi-organizational delegation to China, North Korea, and North Vietnam in summer 1970, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, France, and elsewhere, while former Panther Assata Shakur remains in exile in Cuba. 43 Douglas himself had traveled twice to Algeria, once to accompany Kathleen Cleaver to meet her husband in exile and attend the Pan-African Cultural Festival, and a separate time with Donald Cox, who stayed in Algeria in exile, and then moved to France. Douglas was also part of the month-long BPP delegation to China. Nevertheless, the post-2007 years represent the most intensive period of international travel in Douglas's life. He traveled to Manchester, England in 2008, Sydney, Australia, in 2008 and 2011, Brisbane, Australia, in 2009, 2011, and 2015, Beirut, Lebanon, in 2010, Rotterdam, the Netherlands, in 2010 and 2011, Lisbon, Portugal, in 2011, London in 2011, Nottingham in 2011, Chiapas, Mexico in 2012, 2013, and 2014, Mar del Plata, Argentina, in 2012, New Zealand in 2013 and again in 2015, Mexico City in 2013, Montreal, Canada, in 2014, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 2014, Madrid, Spain, in 2014, Bogotá, Colombia. In 2015 or 2016, Amsterdam in 2016, Palestine in 2016, Cuba in 2016, and London in 2017. 44 The point is not to provide an exhaustive listing of Douglas's travels, presentations, or art shows, but rather to make the argument for the global impact of the BPP on generations of activists and artists. Aboriginal Black collaborations. Another major collaboration of Douglas's took place with Aboriginal artist Richard Bell of Australia. Douglas met Bell in 2008 when their artwork was displayed side by side at the 16th Biennale of Sydney, Revolutions Forms That Turn, an ambitious showing of 180 artists from more than 42 countries in spaces throughout Sydney. Bell, 10 years Douglas's junior, was born into the Kamilaroi tribe in Charleville, Queensland, and faced the daily hardships that poverty and life as an Aboriginal person virtually guarantees. In Bell's community, the men were gone for months doing seasonal work and the women raised the children essentially as single mothers on scarce financial resources. They had to live off the land, hunting for food and living in tin huts. Before and after Bell won the Australian National Indigenous Arts Award, considered to be the highest arts honour bestowed on an Indigenous artist, he relied on Indigenous life experiences and activist work in the Native and Black consciousness movements that spurred his controversial artwork. Douglas discovered a profound personal, political, and artistic synergy with Bell, rooted in a common life of oppression and radical resistance, even as Bell, described as having a strong presence and loud personality, seems at odds with the quiet and humble Douglas. The next year, Douglas and Bell co-create the exhibit, All Power to the People, held at the Milani Gallery in Brisbane, Australia, which featured framed prints of Douglas's Panther art as well as a floor-to-ceiling painting of his 1969 image of a black woman with spear and gun and pink sun rays emanating from behind her. .45. Douglas found himself back in Australia in 2011, this time for a project that depended on greater collaboration with Bell and greater community participation. The two artists co-create a mural for the exhibit Edge of Elsewhere at the Campbelltown Arts Centre in Sydney that involved children from the local community. Theirs was a provocative piece titled, Peace Heals, War Kills, Big Ass Motherfuckin' Mural, displayed along a long rectangular wall, 50 feet long and 16 feet high, that features bombs hitting the words peace, dismembered, artistically rendered stick-like figures, a graphic rendition of a child with artificial limbs, and the earth as the flame of a Statue of Liberty-like torch featuring the word peace. 46. That same year, Bell, working with Douglas, created a powerful painting, titled We Can Be Heroes, of the iconic image of U.S. black athletes Tommy Smith and John Carlos raising their fists in the Black Power salute at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City. The second-place medalist on stage in 1968 was a white Australian, Peter Norman, prompting Bell's interest in a joint Aboriginal-Black project. Norman appears to be indifferent, unaware even, about the Black Power protest taking place behind him, but on that stage he wore an Olympic Project for Human Rights, OPHR, badge in solidarity with the two black athletes. Norman was ostracized when he returned home, overlooked for the 1972 Munich Games, and despite holding the Australian record for the 200 metre to this day, virtually ignored even in the 2000 Olympic Games held in his native country. 47 Bell acknowledges that Norman's stand did give me a lot of hope in all the despair. He provocatively calls this painting his peace offering to white Australia. 48. The OPHR, founded in fall 1967 by Harry Edwards, was influenced by Black Power struggles to expose how black athletes were used to project an image of racial equality. To protest U.S. and global racism, the OPHR sought to organize a black boycott of the 1968 Olympic Games, demand that fascist apartheid South Africa and Southern Rhodesia be banned from the Olympics, and protest the treatment of Muhammad Ali for his Vietnam War draft resistance. 44 years after the famous Mexico City Olympics, UC Berkeley professor Harry Edwards, along with UC Berkeley doctoral student Amir Hassan Loggins, found himself recommending books on Black history and Black Power politics and engaging intellectual discussions with another black athlete soon to be famous for his political stance. In 2016, San Francisco 49ers professional football player Colin Kaepernick ignited a national controversy by taking a knee or kneeling during the national anthem at NFL games to protest anti-black police violence. 49. The same year Kaepernick began his public protest, Douglas found himself in another collaboration with Bell, this time in Amsterdam at the invitation of Bell to participate on his project, Bell Invites. Bell's provocation turned art-making, often isolating and product-focused, into a communal space through a collective mural project with local artists, dance performances, and a partnership with the University of Color, a student collective dedicated to decolonizing the university 50. Then in 2017, Douglas engaged a public conversation with the 1968 Olympic medalist John Carlos in a program at Yale University titled, Game Realizing Game, following by a collective project with Yale Art students focusing on Douglas's artwork. For Douglas, the linkages among Black power and global decolonization, art, and athletes continue to form webs of interconnections. Solidarity with Palestine. As Israeli bombs fell on Gaza in the summer of 2014, Douglas participated in a collective art project in Oakland, California, that interlinked histories of colonization, environmental exploitation, and international solidarity in the struggle for Palestine. The Oakland Palestine Solidarity mural brought together 10 artists from diverse backgrounds to cover the entirety of a 157-foot-long building in downtown Oakland. Inspired by Sami Shkir's song lyrics, "We die like trees standing up," the artists Palestinian, Indigenous, African, Asian, Chicana/O/X, and Jewish created their interpretation of dying like trees in each of the 9 panels comprising the large-scale mural. An Indigenous artist depicted the interconnectedness of all Native people rooted in their relationship to the land. A Japanese-American artist drew a line from Amach, U.S. concentration camp, to Palestine through forced captivity and unspeakable human rights violations. Douglas painted an anguished Palestinian tightly embracing a tree abundant with green foliage, with the words "Free the Land" etched into the trunk. His panel speaks to the suffering of the people but also gives hope for a liberatory future, represented, not by a dying tree, but by one full of life and new growth. The "Free the Land" inscription announces the source of oppression, not as civil rights violations per se, but as land theft and colonial occupation, which then demands an anti-colonial solution. That the person's lower half morphs into tree roots flowing into the earth suggests that the foundation of a people and their liberation is connected to their history and to the land. 51. The Oakland mural was unveiled in a program on Sunday, August 10, 2014, in the midst of what would become 7 weeks of devastating Israeli airstrikes and Hamas rockets that resulted in the killing of more than 2,000 Palestinians, nearly all civilians, including 490 children, compared to deaths of 64 Israeli soldiers, 6 Israeli civilians and 1 Israeli child. Up to 500,000 Palestinians were displaced and 20,000 homes destroyed. 6 days after the mural unveiling, Bay Area activists organized a Block the Boat action, gathering at the port of Oakland to prevent the loading and unloading of an Israeli freighter, in solidarity with actions at ports in Los Angeles, Tacoma, and Seattle, and rallies nationwide. 52. Douglas's solidarity with Palestine first developed in the BPP beginning in the late 1960s. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, was the first U.S. Black organization to support Palestine. They printed a 2-page centerfold in the SNCC newsletter, framing Israeli aggression as occupation and colonialism, in response to the Six-Day War in June 1967 in which Israel seized Gaza from Egypt, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from Syria. The BPP soon directed its anti-imperialist politics in support of Palestine. As Alex Lubin observes, the Black Panther newspaper became one of the most reliable sources for US-based news on the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and also featured editorials by Yasser Arafat of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, and George Habash of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. In October 1968, the Black Panther's first article on Palestine connected Palestinian and Black liberation through the intertwined relationship between Zionism and U.S. imperialism. In September 1970, the BPP called a press conference, to deny the allegation that the BPP had a delegation in Jordan led by Stokely Carmichael, and asserted its support for the Palestinians' just struggle for liberation. They also provocatively claimed that the BPP International section in Algeria, led by Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver, was in daily contact with the PLO. The Panthers framed their theoretical position of Black and global liberation not merely around anti-racism but also the need to transform the structure into a socialist society, even as they recognized that socialism will not wipe out racism completely. The Panthers warned against the kind of reactionary nationalism that aligns itself with U.S. imperialism and instead called for the Jewish people and the Palestinian people to live in harmony together. The BPP published 2 position papers on the Middle East conflict, in 1974 and in 1980, the latter following Huey Newton's trip to Lebanon, Syria, and the occupied West Bank. The Panthers continued to see connections between U.S. blacks and Palestinians as communities trying to survive under U.S. imperialism and racial capitalism. 53. 26 years after Huey Newton's visit, Emory Douglas made his first trip to Palestine with a prisoner, labor, and academic solidarity delegation, headed by Professor Rabab Abdul-Hadi. The 19-member delegation spent 10 days in March and April 2016 in the occupied West Bank and Israel, meeting with dozens of former political prisoners, human rights and prisoner support organizations, scholars, trade unionists, political leaders, women leaders, and cultural workers. In an intensive, non-stop trip, the then 72-year-old Douglas, disciplined from years in the BPP, Global Solidarity Travels, and a collective politic, was always on time and at the front of the group. One particularly moving encounter for Douglas took place in the backyard of a former political prisoner, imprisoned at age 20 for 26 years for organizing resistance against the Israeli occupation and colonialism. His father had been a freedom fighter against the 1948 colonization of Palestine, and he himself became conscientized at age 13, when his older brother was arrested and imprisoned for resistance to occupation. This former prisoner sat in a circle among the U.S. activists, his young son on his lap representing a new life, and asserted his continued commitment to the struggle for Palestinian liberation. He expressed that he could survive 57 days of extreme interrogation because he felt much stronger as part of a collective, and that even in the midst of the harshest torture and interrogation, he was thinking of what he would do next, mentally preparing himself for the next stage in the struggle. The entire experience in Palestine, and this former political prisoner in particular, inspired Douglas to create new graphic designs in support of the Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions Campaign, BDS, initiated by Palestinian civil society in 2005. Douglas's designs prominently announced "Free the Land" and "Down with Apartheid," slogans that called forth issues of settler colonialism, occupation, and linkages with the racism of South African apartheid. His designs also called out corporations such as G4 and ARB to divest, and governments and movements worldwide to support the BDS movement. Following his return, Douglas participated in several delegation report backs and radio interviews, particularly in the Bay Area. 54. That Douglas's art for Palestinian liberation preceded his involvement with the 2014 Oakland Mural Project reflects his ongoing involvement with grassroots political struggles. His art didn't emerge in response to the specter of bombings in Gaza, but rather was connected with local support for Palestine, especially in the aftermath of the BDS call for international solidarity. In 2010, for example, Douglas created a design showing 2 missiles, one labeled USA and the other bearing an Israeli flag, attacking an image of the world with the word peace breaking apart. Another design depicted 2 youth throwing rocks against the clearly outsized power of 2 rockets. That Douglas chose to use photographic representations of the boys marked the situation as tangible and urgent. 55. These projects represent significant art activist works since Douglas's intensification of his activism around 2007. Still, they are but a subset of his artwork and organizing that focuses heavily on police violence, prisons, Third World struggles, tributes to Black and other revolutionaries, and BPP commemorations. To Emory, the social and political are intertwined, so on his Facebook page he also posts his designs of mother and child or father and child to extend Happy Mother's Day or Happy Father's Day greetings, while creating images of Black pride. Douglas's artwork continues to deploy the form and content that characterize the iconic Emory-esque designs: bold graphics and strong lines, transparent political messages, and emphasis on Black life. Even as his drawings tend to be less polemical than in his early Panther days, he also reproduces, at times, his BPP representations of the pig to signify U.S. military, police, and state apparatuses of power. Like the ideas and the images of the BPP, Douglas's artwork has staying power. It has been resurrected by multiple generations of activists and is particularly meaningful today when we are witnessing the most widespread and powerful social movements and expressions of political imaginations that the world has seen since the 1960s. Conclusion: art that flows from the people. Across more than 50 years, Emory Douglas's art retains its political provocation, commanding our attention to think, feel, and act differently. While bypassing the more nuanced theoretical discussions of the BPP, his artwork focused on exposing conditions and contradictions of widespread black poverty in the richest country in the world and of U.S. and global Third World resistance to U.S. imperialism. In October 2018, as I was making the revisions to this chapter, Douglas found himself embroiled in a public controversy arising from his artwork's ability to reveal just such contradictions. In an hour-long presentation at the University of Michigan, which included nearly 200 slides, Douglas showed a collage he had made of Hitler and Netanyahu with the words "guilty of genocide" running across their foreheads, below which genocide was defined as the deliberate killing of a large group of people, especially those of a particular ethnic group or nation. This took place at a time when Israeli army gunfire had killed at least 195 Palestinians since the Gaza border protests began in March 2018. The World Bank issued a report that the economy in Gaza is collapsing under the 11-year Israeli blockade, with over 70% unemployment, half the people living in poverty, and lack of clean water and sanitation, and the Israeli Knesset, at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's urging, passed a law that made Israel a nation-state of the Jewish people, circumventing the democratic rights of Palestinians living inside Israel, including removing Arabic as an official national language. 56 In response to this one image, a student raised the charge of anti-Semitism, a charge that was widely circulated in pro-Israeli media outlets. Yet for Douglas, his collage is neither anti-Semitic nor anti-German. To the contrary, it extends camaraderie with the Jewish people as a people persecuted by the Nazis. As artist Rigo23 expressed, in this artwork Emory Douglas depicts solidarity with the Jewish people who, along with the Roma, communists, and homosexuals, as they were then defined, were taken en masse to concentration camps by Adolf Hitler's regime. In this artwork Emory Douglas also depicts solidarity with the Palestinian people, who have been shot at indiscriminately, deprived of land and nationhood, and legislated as second-class citizens by the regime led by Benjamin Netanyahu. 57 This is part of the courage to speak truth to power displayed by Emory Douglas. He does not rest on the nostalgia of the Panthers, but instead continually engages in today's struggles, while showing a willingness to take the risks necessary to demonstrate deep solidarity with oppressed people around the world. If Douglas's artwork is to be evaluated by a statement he wrote and published in the Black Panther newspaper in 1970, then his art and activism have been well served. In position paper number 1, on revolutionary art, he wrote, "Revolutionary art, like the Black Panther Party, is for the whole community and its total problems. It gives the people the correct picture of our struggle, whereas the revolutionary ideology gives the people the correct political understanding of our struggle. Before a correct visual interpretation of the struggle can be given, we must recognize that revolutionary art is an art that flows from the people." 58. Douglas's articulation of knowledge and analysis as emerging from the everyday experiences of black communities, and from the ancestors, as in his daughter's statement to the Zapatistas, is synergistic with a longer tradition of black ways of being and knowing that includes Clyde Woods' concept of the blues epistemology, the story circle learning of the students at the center in New Orleans, and the transformative pedagogy project of the UCSB's Center for Black Studies Research. 59 Douglas's art reflects the ethics of co-creation and the collective process of knowledge development, whether the art is actually created together with others or in solo but with ideas drawn from the political struggles and daily lived experiences of black and other communities in resistance. Douglas wrote in The Black Scholar in 1977, "By participating in the survival of our community we become aware of the needs of the people, of their desires and wants, therefore we can more accurately create positive images in our art that reflect the bright side and dark side of life and draw nearer to the ideal of what life should be." For Douglas, creating art that flows from the people enables his artwork to challenge conventional ideas and to provide the kind of clarity and analysis needed to produce alternative ways of thinking. By making these strong roots among the masses of the black people, the revolutionary artist rises above the confusion that the oppressor has brought on the colonized people. His ways of being and thinking and his art making insist on living among the people, experiencing the same struggles they experience, and accompanying the people in daily life and in resistance. 60 When he relayed the story of walking through mud and falling in Chiapas, he was honoring the local people's knowledge of the land, while also revealing a blues epistemology that derives knowledge, and for Douglas, art making, only by walking among the people and learning from them. Douglas's way of being, whether in Chiapas, the West Bank, or Oakland, rejects celebrity treatment and instead humbly embodies the Zapatista concept of preguntando caminamos, interpreted as make our way by asking or asking we walk. 61. His art further aligns with the blues epistemology's critique of the plantation bloc, its political economy, and its tradition of social explanation. 62 Douglas's political art enables a social explanation for everyday conditions of poverty, racism, and colonialism that rejects blaming the poor and instead exposes and critiques contradictions of U.S. capitalism, racism, imperialism, and other apparatuses of power. But during his Panther days and continuing to the present, his work was not only intertwined with, but more so, derived its power from the organizational and ideological work of the BPP. Douglas's statement, "Without the party, the paper wouldn't have had the same impact," could have easily been applied to the relationship between the BPP and his art. 63 He viewed his artwork as being shaped by the ideology, program, and activities of the BPP, while simultaneously functioning as a visual translation and interpretation of that message. In other words, his artwork was not incidental to the political movement, nor was it a mere reflection of its politics. Instead, his art was crucial to building the BPP, Black Power, and the Black Arts movement. To Douglas, his art was intended to bring the Panther program and analysis to those who couldn't read. Create art of social concerns that even a child can understand, yet it also powerfully illuminated Panther ideology and activities for those who could and did read the BPP newspapers and theoretical ideas. 64 His art provokes discomfort, challenges one's consciousness, and sparks the imagination. In doing so, it plants seeds of struggles that have the potential, when connected to a serious political study and movement building, to transform oppressive systems into democratically based institutions and communities. His conceptualization of revolutionary art challenges the alleged divisions between the cultural and the political and instead insisted on their intertwining, as was the work of the Black Arts movement. Throughout his life, Douglas emphasized in his art and activism the BPP's focus on international solidarity as well as what Martin Luther King Jr. called the inescapable network of mutuality. 65 Douglas expressed, "It is our duty as the makers of the arts of resistance to always recognize the oppression of others." 66 His belief in the necessity of solidarity struggles is made even clearer in his statement on revolutionary culture, "Out of the struggle for liberation comes a new literature and art. This newborn culture is not peculiar to the oppressed black masses but transcends communities and racial lines because all oppressed people can relate to revolutionary change, which is the starting point for developing a revolutionary culture." 67 Just as the struggles and visual revolutionary art emerging in Vietnam and Cuba shaped Douglas's BPP art, current-day struggles in Chiapas, Palestine, Australia, Haiti, the United States, and beyond inspire Douglas's art today. His artwork continues to be relevant in part because the social, political, economic, and cultural contexts that produced the BPP remain, albeit with differences in political economies and racial structures, but nonetheless with similar forms of police violence directed against black people, from slavery, convict leasing, and sharecropping, to today's police killings, mass incarceration, and practice of black disposability under an economy of racial neoliberalism. When Douglas posts his artwork created in the BPP on Facebook, he is, with intentionality, showing the continuities across time and space. In one such art piece, the Black Code is written across the hand of a judge, with the following words, paraphrased from Chief Justice Roger Taney's ruling in the 1857 Dred Scott case: printed across the face of Sandra Bland, "A black person has no rights which an institutional racist judicial system is bound to respect. It gives the appearance of being fair and just when the biased decisions have already been decided." In another image, Douglas depicts a missile, with the words "Police Terror" and "USA", targeting the back of a present-day handcuffed black youth. So that even a child could understand, he accompanied the image with this text: "As much as things change, some things stay the same, and why do they get to brutalize and murder us and we get the blame?" 68. In the transformative pedagogy expressed by Douglas's art, it is fitting to conclude with his words. Douglas wrote, "The battle cry, 'Culture is a weapon' is a powerful tool of its expressions and forms. It has the power to transform the colonization of the imagination. It is not absolute but a continuation of expression and interpretations, compassion, love, beauty, pain, and suffering that one feels and observes that penetrate the souls of the resistance via the resistors, we the people, against all forms of cruel and unjust authority." Ultimately, this is the impact of Emery's artwork and its staying power. Emory Douglas's art, from the 1960s to today, illuminates the joy and love, pain and suffering of Black and other vulnerable communities, infused with dignity and resistance, and gives us hope, in the face of unbearable hardships, that through a process of co-creation we might actually build the kinds of democratic institutions and just social relations that form the basis of a liberatory society. Fred Ho, avant-garde musician and political revolutionary, center, with vocalist Iana Jones, left, and musician-scholar activist Ben Barson. Ho's politics and art were heavily shaped by and contribute to the building of Asian American and Black radicalism. Photograph by Anna Perero, 2013. Chapter 10. Poetic Justice, The Dialectic. Between Black Power Politics and Fred Ho's Revolutionary Music. Ben Barson. When baritone saxophonist and composer Fred Ho organized 16 musicians to tour New York City and Vermont in February 2014, NPR reported that the band wants to introduce a new audience to the voice of Fred Ho. Won the tour, the Red, Black, and Green Revolutionary Echo Music Tour, however, did not focus on Ho's own compositions, but rather on the work of the Black Panther-affiliated trumpet player and composer Cal Massey. Massey, active in the 1950s and 60s, was an overlooked iconoclast with close links to the core of the post-bop New York scene. This included musicians such as McCoy Tyner and John Coltrane, the latter having recorded one of Massey's songs, "The Damned Don't Cry," during his 1961 Africa Brass Sessions, and according to Fred Ho, McCoy Tyner's first professional date was with Cal Massey. Ho's ensemble performed Massey's 1969 opus, the Black Liberation Movement Suite, which was interspersed with spoken-word performances, rousing discourses from veterans of the Black Panther Party, and visual art that celebrated Black liberation activist and long-held prisoner Russell Maroon Shoatz. On this, Ho's final tour before his passing, Ho transitioned after a grueling cancer battle. Just 2 months later he decided to highlight the work of Massey and activists affiliated with the Black Panther Party instead of his own compositions. In other words, Ho placed the Black liberation movement at the front and center of his legacy as he presented his final performances. Instead of boasting of his compositional brilliance or foregrounding his mind-bending virtuosity on the baritone saxophone, Ho looked to other goals auxiliary to cementing his place in the jazz or new music canon. He located himself, his imaginations, and the music he loved to play and compose as among the ranks of forgotten and erased cultural workers of an as of yet unfinished revolutionary process. It was as if to say that, in his final hours, history should only judge his significance insofar as it was embedded within a movement to liberate an oppressed Black nation, indeed, oppressed brown, yellow, and red nations from American imperialism and the toxic capitalist modernity that now threatens the world. This strategy portended a wonderful and historic event. After 4 days of touring through grueling blizzards, in the middle of a concert at the University of Vermont before more than 300 students, musicians, and organizers received a joyous phone call. Former Panther Russell Maroon Shoatz, held in solitary confinement for 23 years, had been released from his cell, which measured only 7 feet wide and 12 feet long, into the general prison population. Shotes was widely speculated to have been given this cruel treatment and exceedingly long sentence because of his provocative political beliefs, which he continued to publish while serving his life sentence. 2 Ho decided to publish these writings, which ranged from histories of Maroons in Haiti to appeals for women's leadership in social movements within an ideological framework that Shotes termed revolutionary matriarchy. The resulting volume, Maroon the Implacable, generated intense interest among the university and community audiences for whom the band performed. Indeed, Shotes' words were an essential part of the performance. Many not only purchased the book but also participated in a letter-writing and mass call campaign to Pennsylvania's Department of Corrections, who were administering Shotes' state-sponsored torture. Ho and the musicians employed the power of cultural activism to engage youth and elders alike in a political process, teaching them both about the history of the Black Power movement, and motivating audiences to challenge Pennsylvania's attempt to silence and virtually erase this revolutionary. Many aspects of the Red, Black, and Green Revolutionary Echo Music Tour, its invocation of the revolutionary artist Kalmassi, the fundraising and publicity generated for the campaign to free Shotes, the interdisciplinary aspects of the performance brought to mind some of the most salient influences of the Black Panthers on Fred Ho. This connection is important because Fred Ho was perhaps the consummate revolutionary organizer-musician of the early 21st century. Despite the immense discipline required to become an incredible baritone saxophonist with a 6-octave range, Ho also published 10 books, released 25 recordings, and composed 12 anti-colonial operas. But his revolutionary organizing was always first. He was also the self-described Professor Emeritus of Revolutionary Imagination for the organization Scientific Soul Sessions, which I helped to found with Ho and others, and whose members were united by the drive to prefigure a new society free of imperialism, colonization, racism, heteropatriarchy, and capitalist exploitation. 3 Scientific Soul Sessions was unique in its ability to attract a range of participants, including veterans of 60s revolutionary movements, creative jazz musicians, and a newer generation of younger activists. 4. This essay is about how the inspiration and influence of the Black Panther Party, BPP, fueled Fred Ho's uniquely productive, relentlessly provocative life in the world of avant-garde jazz and radical politics. Some may find it puzzling that the BPP would be so formative to a leading Chinese-American artist who is widely recognized as a foundational figure in the construction of an Asian-American musical aesthetic. Weihua Zhang considers Fred Ho to have been both one of the leading figures in the Asian-American jazz movement and someone who succeeded in developing an Asian-American musical content and form that is transformative of American music, which cannot be subsumed into one or another American musical genre such as jazz. 5. This essay argues that Ho's ability to defy the expectations of genre occurred precisely because he was driven by a vision of communally centered work inspired by the BPP, the Black Arts Movement, and the Asian American Movement, which helped him build alternative spaces to the music industry. A communal and DIY ethos, embodied in his interdisciplinary work and his understanding of music as a political expression, were all the practical legacies of his education within the Black Power and Black Arts movements, the latter being what Ho understood as the cultural and artistic wing of the Black Liberation Movement. 6. As a first-generation Chinese American who came of age in the turbulent 60s, Ho's work embodied the politics of the U.S. Third World Left, a multinational political project that linked its vision of social transformation to the anti-colonial movements sweeping Africa, Asia, and Latin America. 7. However, Ho's work was unique in this tradition for a number of reasons. One was his endurance. Unlike several other activist musicians who inherited the models and spirit of 60s collectives, Ho's work never became depoliticized with the ascent of neoliberalism and the decline of revolutionary anti-capitalistic movements. Through 35 years, his song titles constantly incorporated debates around patriarchy, yes means yes, no means no, whatever she wears, wherever she goes, racism, we refuse to be used and abused, liberation movements, the Underground Railroad to my heart, colonial violence, beyond Columbus and capitalism, and global geopolitics, deadly she-wolf at Armageddon. 8 Such titles and didactic messages were not a passing phase. Ho consistently performed work dedicated to political causes until the end of his life. Despite this, he was a commercially successful artist with significant accolades from mainstream institutions. Poet and collaborator Magdalena Gomez colorfully describes this contradiction. Fred has been favorably reviewed by the New York Times, has been written about in most major jazz magazines, the Harvard Alumni Magazine, referenced in countless periodicals, journals, articles, papers, and books, and is known in radical circles as someone who has never sold out, a fact espoused even among his detractors. Fred's anti-capitalist stance and outspoken radical politics have kept his work off the main stages of a dumbified, Disney-fied, sanitized, pull plays out of your ass in a day and stage them, a cultural, pro-commodity North America that has committed genrecide. 9. In this aspect as well as many others, Ho's success as well as his premature death mirrors the trajectory of the BPP, a movement that still strongly captures the political imagination of both activists of color, or oppressed nationalities, in Ho's vocabulary, and mainstream audiences, a fact demonstrated by the countless museum shows, academic panels, art exhibits and political work done to examine the legacy of the BPP. Ho was composing works such as the Black Panther Suite as early as 1999. This essay will connect these aspects of Ho's life and work to his engagement with the BPP and Black Arts Movement, BAM. But rather than consider Ho's alliance of radical Chinese American and African American radicals as an aberration, I want to argue for the continuities between Black and Asian American arts and activism. And so I begin with a review of Afro-Asian studies literature that has highlighted the historical exchanges and alliances between the Black Power and Yellow Power movements, contending that these alliances were shaped by, and part of, a global moment of Third World solidarity framed by decolonization and visions of a new economic order, in which Ho self-consciously positioned himself and his work. I then analyze the concrete relationships Ho developed with a coterie of Black Panther activists and BAM luminaries such as Sonia Sanchez, Jane Cortez, Amory Baraka, and Archie Shep, and how their praxis deeply infused his work. I conclude with a summary of Ho's work with political and cultural activist collectives as embodied in the organization Scientific Soul Sessions, culminating with their aforementioned engagement with the music of Cal Massey and former Panther Russell Maroon Shoatz. This essay thus hopes to illustrate the complex rivers of influence stemming from the BPP and BAM into Ho's own work as well as his organizing with New York City radical activists. These influences were central to what Tamara Roberts describes as the progressive potency of Ho's work, which lies in the ways in which multiple traditions work together to shift the shared context in which they reside, an intervention into the deradicalization of hegemonic multiculturalism. 10 Ho's ability to re-radicalize multiculturalism lay in his ability to reapply his work from his affiliation with the Black Liberation Movement, BLM, into his cultural productions, and to use the latter as a tool for organizing. The lessons he drew from the BLM were both organizational and ideological, as Ho emphasized the freedom of land and called for political and cultural self-determination of oppressed communities, both viewed through the lenses of communities in struggle. Yet even these evolved with his continued engagement with the BLM. As we will see, Ho's relationship with Maroon resulted in his embrace of matriarchy. Between Yellow Soul and Black Power, Afro-Asianisms in dialogue. Newly independent nations in Africa, Asia, and Latin America framed the political awakenings of many African Americans in the 1960s. 11 Two prominent activists, Black Power advocate Robert F. Williams and poet and organizer Amory Baraka, were transformed by their experiences in Cuba, while W.E.B. Du Bois, and again Robert Williams, met with governmental delegates in China. Richard Wright recalls, as an enthralled journalist at the Bandung Afro-Asian Unity Conference in Indonesia, 1954, this is the human race speaking. 12. The Bandung Afro-Asian Unity Conference had reverberations far beyond the nation of Indonesia and the year 1954. Historian Bill Mullen has described the gathering of some 29 decolonizing heads of state as the watershed and highmark of Black Asian affiliation. 13 While Prashad has noted that the idea of the Third World moved millions and created heroes, providing the elements of a new imagination for its cultural workers, people such as the poet Pablo Neruda, the singer Kulthum, and the painter Sujana Kirtan. 14. The Black Panther Party responded directly to this new global movement. The inspiration for their unique political organizing lay as much in the work of Robert Williams' insistence on self-defense as in the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Along with Frantz Fanon, Mao Zedong was among the most important Third World decolonial theorists influencing the BPP. BPP co-founder Huey Newton wrote, "My conversion was complete when I read the 4 volumes of Mao Zedong to learn more about the Chinese Revolution." 15. As Robin Kelly argues, for Huey Newton, the African Revolution seemed even less crucial than events in Cuba and China. Well before the founding of the BPP, Newton was steeped in Mao Zedong thought as well as in the writings of Che. 16. According to a July 18, 1973, internal BPP memorandum, 50% of the morning political education classes concentrated on the Little Red Book. 17. Afro-Asian solidarity animated the zeitgeist of the 60s, and the BPP was no exception. African American artists also tapped into the new possibilities the Bandung era unleashed. The writings of the avant-garde jazz musician Wayne Leo Smith, based in Chicago with the Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians, argued that embracing the culture of the decolonizing world was essential to build a new political order beyond white supremacy. I feel that the creative music of Afro-America, India, Bali and Pan-Islam, is also creating a balance in the arena of world music, and that this music will eventually eliminate the political dominance of Euro-America in this world. 18. As an artist, Smith felt that embracing these improvisational traditions was his ethical duty as an artist and activist, a foundational act in learning how to build a new society based on mutual respect and solidarity. Smith declares that we must seek out other cultures that have improvisation as their classical art music: India, Pan-Islam, the Orient, Bali, and Africa, and make lasting cultural commitments with them. 19. These lasting cultural commitments may have been prefigured by early African American cultural nationalist fairs in the U.S., including those organized by the Nation of Islam, which were often advertised as African-Asian Unity Bazaars. 20. Smith's declaration is an example of what Christopher Lee has called a Bandung moment. 21. In which African Americans self-identified with an imagined community that spanned the decolonizing darker nations. In such spaces, participants construct an Afro-Asian culture that tries hard to cultivate the epistemological and historical archive of solidarity. 22. As Lauren Kajikawa has shown, those who tried hard included not only artists associated with jazz's left-wing avant-garde but also more mainstream musicians. The cover of McCoy Tyner's Sahara, 1972, features an image of Tyner sitting with a koto in the Saharan desert. Gary Bartz's performance on the song Viet Cong celebrates Vietnamese resistance against American armed forces, as does violinist Billy Bangs Yo. Ho Chi Minh is in the house on his 2001 release Aftermath. Afro-Asian soundscapes were also invoked by Thelonious Monk in Japanese folk song, and Coltrane in his composition India. Kajikawa refers to these Bandung moments as a type of musical cosmopolitanism on the part of African American artists, who turned away from European influences and embraced other cultures in an era of heightened global consciousness and anti-colonial struggles. 23. Saxophonist John Coltrane deserves special mention in this regard, in part because his inclinations toward a non-Western aesthetic have been often overlooked. Coltrane had a deep interest in Third World cultures and soundscapes, although the politics of these invocations has been debated. 24. Train linked his music to Third World imaginaries, as did Malcolm X. 25. His work continuously reinvented itself through his career, and his inclusion of non-Western scales and aesthetics was an important part of this. Coltrane developed a relationship with Ravi Shankar and named his son, Ravi, after him. 26. Coltrane weighed in on this matter in a remarkable letter addressed to critic Nat Hentoff, who had given him the Aaron Copland book Music and Imagination. As Train opines, the jazz musician, you can have this term along with several others that have been hoisted upon us, does not have to worry about a lack of positive and affirmative philosophy. It's built in us. The phrasing, the sound of the music attests this fact. We are naturally endowed with it. You can believe all of us would have perished long ago if it were not so. As to community, the whole face of the globe is our community. You see, it is really easy for us to create. We are born with this feeling that just comes out no matter what conditions exist. 27. Here Coltrane takes a very politicized stance. He rejects the term jazz as a meaningful descriptor of the music, a position shared by many musicians ranging from Charles Mingus to Archie Shepp. He implies that the Western art canon suffers a chronic alienation and suggests that black music has been a means of preventing black genocidal and cultural erasure. In general, Coltrane's position prefigures creolization doctrine, as theorized by Edward Brathwaite and others. 28 For Coltrane, the music acts as an expression of a self that is linked to and intertwined with the other. The whole face of our globe is our community, Coltrane noted. Coltrane's words and music speak to the common sense of a polycultural space that jazz musicians so adeptly constructed. 29 These African American jazz musicians shared much with the BPP and the BAM's aesthetics, which were looking toward building meaningful connections with the Third World. It was this political and sonic imaginary that touched every aspect of Fred Ho's cultural and political work, turning his life into almost a back to African America movement that crossed the bridge erected by prior generations. Yet jazz musicians rarely become central figures in the scholarship related to BAM. James Smethurst, in his influential book on the Black Arts Literary Movement, acknowledges this omission. He explains, the role of poets and playwrights fails to delineate the full dimensions of the black avant-garde in New York during this period because it leaves out such musicians as Ornette Coleman, John Coltrane, Archie Shepp, Marion Brown, Sam Rivers, Cecil Taylor, and Sun Ra and his orchestra. Many were also serious writers or dramatists. 30 The overlooking of musicians as serious figures in political and intellectual movements fits a wider trend in scholarship on social movements and black political and cultural formations in the 60s. Baraka wrote extensively on this new black music, perhaps more than any other subject. He extended his analysis to the jazz avant-garde of the 1960s, which he called the new black music, emphasizing the music's pedagogical potential, but at its best and its most expressive, the new black music is expression, an expression of reflection as well. What is presented is a consciously proposed learning experience. 31 Fred Ho was deeply invested in this type of learning and self-discovery. Baraka also lauded the new music for resisting the aesthetic hegemony of European forms, and suggested that its innovations derived their expressive power from their confrontation with Western reason. No matter the precision the Europeans claim with their reasonable scale, which will get only the sounds of an order and reason that patently deny most colored peoples the right to exist. 32 He locates Coltrane as the avatar of a revitalized black consciousness through this decolonized music. Coltrane showed us how to murder the popular song, to do away with weak Western forms. He is a beautiful philosopher. Baraka's reading of Coltrane even took on Fanonian proportions, when he described the ways in which murder helped decolonize the black self. New black music is this: find the self, then kill it. 33 As Scott Saul contends, Baraka heard something earth-shaking, a black consciousness so in touch with itself that it could begin to transcend its past. 34 One cannot overstate the effect Coltrane and the new black music had for Baraka and his project of cultural revolution. Except for his visit to Cuba in 1959, this may have been the single most important influence of Baraka's trajectory as a political activist and self-styled cultural revolutionary. Commentary written by Fred Ho can also serve as a corrective. He writes that a dynamic and dialectical interplay existed between both political and artistic energies in the 1960s African American community. Comparing the vanguard positions of Malcolm X and Coltrane in politics and culture, respectively, Ho argues that it is clear that both enormously affected and were affected by the Weltanschauung of the era and considerably contributed to and were shaped by the zeitgeist of the 1960s. Both personified and embodied the apex of Black American political and artistic creativity and commitment, gloriously unco-optable and unquenchable. 35. While Kajikawa and Susan Asay have written on the circles of influence between Asian American and African American artists, little has been written on how Asian American musicians related to African American political activists. 36 While historians of poetry and the visual arts have overlooked musical links of the 60s new social movements, scholars of the music have paid less attention to the moments when poetry, ideology, and revolutionary black nationalism intersected with avant-garde music. Fred Ho's political and artistic history opens up a window into this interdisciplinary and intercultural world where jazz musicians, dramaturgs, choreographers, poetic playwrights, educators, and activists moved in and out of the same spaces. Sometimes, in the case of Archie Shepp, participants wore all these hats at the same time. Poetry and interdisciplinary arts, Fred Ho and the Black Arts Movement. Fred Ho's work is difficult to put into a box. It spans genres, media, subject matters, and sometimes has little to do with music at all. Magdalena Gomez describes it as combining elements of jazz, a term Ho qualifies by instructing us on its racist origins, Chinese opera, experimental, global working class and oppressed class musical traditions, various dance and martial arts traditions, comic book, aesthetic science fiction, and poetry. Fred's theatrical works cannot be classified, no one box can be checked. This inability to fit in the crayon box and his revolutionary politics, rooted in self-defense, not violence, render Fred's work a threat to the unimaginative and the purveyors of bottom-line, crowd-pleasing mediocrity. 37. Ho's constant collaboration with radical poets was especially deep. He was not alone in pursuing such collaborations. Jazz poetry syntheses were an important form and aesthetic of the BAM. This was a legacy Fred directly credits to the movement. The generation of Black Arts Movement poets could virtually be called jazz poets both from their deep and profound appreciation of and usage of the music as well as their close collaborations and social connections with the musicians. 38. One such poet was Jane Cortez, a seminal figure in the BAM who has been described as having revolutionized the distinct poetic invocation known as the Coltrane poem. 39. As Ho recalls, during the 1970s and 1980s, I made contact with Jane as a cultural correspondent with the League of Revolutionary Struggle newspaper, Unity/La Unidad, with a full-page feature on her writing and excerpting her magnificent poem If a Drum is a Woman, Why Do You Beat Your Drum?, an incendiary indictment of relationship violence against women, employing a sardonic motif from the title of a Duke Ellington composition, A Drum is a Woman. 40. Influenced by this eloquent critique of patriarchy, Ho goes on to elaborate the lifelong relationship he developed with Cortez. In fact, Ho composed a percussion suite at her request, and later Cortez would return the favor by writing a libretto for Ho's opera Every Time I Open My Mouth to Sing, 2008, which contains a piece titled Start With Yourself. This piece expressed BAM's philosophy that self-realization was an essential component of decolonization. Start with yourself. Start in the middle of the voyage. A blue whale is wailing your name, my love. You already know who's in the business of land grabbing from natives. Because you have been mixed in the scorched earth policy of the Land Act. And the leaves are smoking on both sides of the equator. So start with yourself. 41. If Ho's gender politics and ideas of self-reliance deepened through his work with Cortez, Sonia Sanchez had a particular influence on his pedagogical approach. Ho began working with Sanchez when he was still a high school student in Massachusetts, initially by sneaking into her classes at nearby Amherst College. In Ho's retelling, another influential figure for me, and a towering figure in her own right in the Black Arts Movement, was Sonia Sanchez. I remember Sonia for her warmth and accessibility to students. Her own poetry reflected both the vernacular language of urban Black America and the poetical avant-garde. Written words would be spelled differently, almost phonetically, and have a musical quality when she read them. She used what I now appreciate and recognize as a dialectical method of teaching. 42. Ho's interest in Sanchez's dialectic model is resonant with the larger themes of BAM cultural democracy initiatives. Ho credits Sanchez's dialectical method for helping make the connections between American anti-blackness and his unconscious hatred of his Chinese culture, an internalized racism which Sanchez helped him overcome in order to transition from banana to third world Marxist. Ho's lifelong association with Emory Baraka deepened his understanding of cultural democracy that was anti-racist, anti-imperialist, and a force for liberation. He frequently performed with Baraka, and the poet wrote the liner notes for Ho's first album, Tomorrow Is Now. Outside of music, the two were in the League of Revolutionary Struggle, LRS, together, a Marxist-Leninist organization with representation from Latino, Asian American, Native American, White American and African American activist communities, and included veterans of the Black Panther Party. Toward the end of both their lives, Baraka participated in a Russell Maroon Shoats event with a saxophone quartet that included Ho, James Carter, Darius Jones, and Binda Keidel. Baraka was deeply involved with the heart and soul of the Black liberation movement, and especially its insistence on communal economics. An important legacy of the BPP, which promoted cooperative housing for the community, established cooperative bakeries and free breakfast programs for children. Indeed, cooperative economic development was a major objective in Black urban communities, providing an alternative to capitalist economic development or state-sponsored welfare. 43. According to Ellison, 1980, the key inheritor of this economic cooperative legacy was the Congress of African Peoples, CAP, led by Amiri Baraka. CAP helped install consumer cooperative and low-income credit unions, and later evolved into the League of Revolutionary Struggle, with its explicit goal of liberating the Black working class. 44. Ho loved Baraka's multi-genre jazz operas, writing of them often in LRS's Unity/La Unidad. As Ho matured as an artist, he began moving in adventurous multi-genre and multimedia directions, such as in the Black Panther Suite. Conceived of as a revolutionary visioncast, the work was a one-hour performance that combined the video artwork of Paul Chan and martial arts choreography of Jose Figuero. The work provides images of Black Panther Party luminaries, and also connects several pertinent themes, such as a critique of the commodification of the Black Power movement and Black life under capitalism. The music is intense and syncretic, moving between free jazz, horn voicings that are very fourth-centric, reminiscent of East Asian harmonic motifs, and rhythmically robust underpinnings evoking West African and drumming traditions. The collage of images of Chan's visioncast was superimposed and magnified behind the band, in a panorama of resistance and oppression, and a single minute might situate photos of anti-Black police violence with portraits of Sojourner Truth. In one scene, images of Panther chic, such as berets and sunglasses, are marketed at $19.99, with large colored font parodying a marketing campaign. Thus, Chan and Ho's engagement with the Black Panther Party was also a critique of the ways in which their revolutionary symbols were in the process of being co-opted by the marketplace and mainstream institutions, a somewhat prophetic foreshadowing of the recent blockbuster release Black Panther. The critique of capitalist-based empowerment welding into Ho's homage to the BPP is no coincidence. It is Ho's nod to the ideological tradition that connected the Panthers and their Black arts movement successors, their emphasis on non-capitalist communal economic development, and its successors, such as the Congress of African People and Amiri Baraka. Furthermore, the piece artistically reflects Baraka's influence as a director and a theoretician. Not only is a multimedia aesthetic employed, but the critique of commodification was a central theme in Baraka's own Money, a jazz opera. The publicity materials for the Black Panther Suite offer a rare glimpse of Ho directly addressing the influence of the BPP on his political vision of cultural democracy and revolutionary organizing. The energy of this movement and the music of that time set the direction for both my life and my music. I even joined an Asian American counterpart to the Black Panthers. I believe that the same issues of 30 years ago continue today with even more urgency and intensity. That is why I envision the Black Panther Suite not as a docudrama looking back to the late 1960s/early 1970s, but as an occasion to continue the energy, spirit, and vision of that period and link it to today. This, I feel, would be the real and sincere way to commemorate the Panthers. 45. Put differently, Ho had ambitions to further their revolutionary project, and that was what this aesthetic was all about. In fact, by employing martial arts in the work, especially the Chinese Kung Fu and Wushu components, Ho wrote that he meant to pay homage to the inspiration of the Chinese Revolution and Mao on the Black Panthers. What is striking here is Ho's refusal to create a docudrama. As a committed revolutionary activist, Ho saw that it was more important to connect the Panther's critique of colonialism, police brutality, and capitalism within the present-day context. He also uses the multidisciplinary and multinational aspects of the work: West African drumming, African American improvised music, and Chinese marital arts to evoke both the culture and spirit of multinational solidarity. Kalamoya Salam was another important poet and force in Ho's life. At the height of the BAM, Salam was a member of John O'Neill's Free Southern Theatre for 5 years and was a founder of Blackart South. Ho and Salam developed a personal and professional friendship, and several of Salam's historical and theoretical writings directly influenced the saxophonist. One of Salam's ideas that particularly changed Ho's vocabulary was the former's description of the main principles of the BAM in his book Magic of Juju. 46. In an excellent manuscript, Ho writes, Salam summarizes, the BAM was multidisciplinary and innovative, and promoted a popular avant-garde. 47. Ho has written extensively about revolutionary art and its necessary relation to popular culture. Here he demands a clear set of 4 attributes. Revolutionary art must speak to the people, go to the people, involve the people, and change the people. 48. These ideas were as much a legacy of the BPP as the BAM. That is because, again, these movements were so interconnected that it is difficult to determine where one begins and the other ends, a point Ho acknowledged when he described their dynamic and dialectical interplay. Kevin Fellis has suggested that in this regard, Ho's views echo those of Angela Davis, who has argued that, as Marx and Engels long ago observed, art is a form of social consciousness, a special form of social consciousness that can potentially awaken an urge in those affected by it to creatively transform their oppressive environments. Art can function as a sensitizer and a catalyst, propelling people toward involvement in organized movements seeking to effect radical social change. 49. Ho was no stranger to Marxists or Angela Davis and was grounded in their writing as much as in the activists and legacies of the BAM. Ho cited Salam's reference of a popular avant-garde to inform his own work, and it was a phrase he used continually to describe his own musical productions. When Ho's focus was Chinese American traditions, he often foregrounded the political legacies of Cantonese opera, which he explains in Revolutionary Asian American art was a rebellious art form connected to the insurgency against the imperial government. He invokes the example of Cantonese opera actor Li Wenmao, who led an armed uprising against the Chinese imperial government in 1854 during the Taiping Rebellion. All performances of Cantonese opera were subsequently banned and went underground. 50. Thus, Ho's journey beyond the West, The New Adventures of Monkey, 1996, which combines Cantonese opera with jazz and Afro-diasporic musical forms, both draws attention to and is an expression of the revolutionary roots of Asian American cultural tradition. 51. And like Baraka's credo, find the self, and kill it. 52. Ho's work is also a consciously proposed learning experience, refusing to simply replicate tradition and instead reinventing the meaning of the archetypal tale. Susan Asay notes, within the socialist framework of Ho's politics, the Monkey King can be thought of as the equivalent of a working-class hero defying the capitalist, bourgeois forces that oppress the masses. 53. All of this is to say that Ho's vision of a popular avant-garde is deeply embedded in the lessons and experience he drew from BAM poet theorists, as well as Black Panther-affiliated artists such as Emory Douglas and Cal Massey. Yet perhaps the most important legacy of the Black Power/BAM that influenced Ho was their emphasis on community-driven initiatives that blurred hierarchies and created truly egalitarian structures. In a lengthy interview with Salim Washington, Ho explained what appeals to him about the idea of cultural democracy and the need for a truly participatory dialectic between performer, community, and audience. That was the greatness of the Black arts movement, it allowed that proliferation. Cal Massey being one example. The explosion of cultural democracy allows the determination of what happens much more on a popular level, not by anointers, not by the establishment. And that's why the Black arts movement was such a threat. It continues to be a threat to the establishment because it set its own criteria. It set its own determination of who was legitimate and qualified, and not institutional arbiters. So, that's why it was revolutionary. The most revolutionary thing is to exert independence. 54. Here Ho describes the communalistic and collectivistic ethos of the BAM, an ethos that was shared, albeit less systematically, among the avant-garde jazz musicians of the 60s and 70s. Michael Heller discusses this idea in terms of both freedom to and freedom from in his description of the cultures that undergirded New York's 70s loft jazz scene. Collectivism desired the freedom to achieve respect and professional opportunities by building support and advocacy networks within a cultural milieu. Communalism sought freedom from that potentially hostile milieu by building alternative social and artistic domains that were self-cultivated, meaningful, and did not rely on outside support. 55. One musician from the loft scene who had significant crossover with the BAM is Archie Shepp. More than any artist, Ho wrote, Shepp's work and persona has had the biggest impact upon mine. Even before meeting him, he was larger than life to me. Shepp's fusion of politics with his bombastic tenor playing helped provide Ho a blueprint for his own work. What fascinated me about Archie was the combination of his outspoken militant political views fused with Marxist influences. 56. Shepp's influence on Ho can be heard not only in Ho's tone and improvisational approach but also in his choice of repertoire. Shepp included poetry and spoken word in a significant amount of his work, reflecting his own involvement with BAM literature. 57. As Ho explains, Shepp's poem Mama Rose was a major influence upon his own work. He refers to it as a tour de force poem by Shepp, written in the early 1960s upon the death of his grandmother, but a searing indictment of colonialism. Ho recorded a poem orated in a very similar structure and cadence that paid tribute to Vincent Chin, who was viciously pursued and killed in a widely known case of anti-Asian violence. On the 2011 album Big Red, Innova 794, Ho riffs on Shepp's reference to the United States assassination of Patrice Lumumba, "Your corpse turned up to the sky" / a putrefying Congolese after the Americans have come to help, description of the murder of Vincent Chin, turned up to the murdering sky like a mutilated Vietnamese after the Americans have come / to set them free / buy democracy. The poem is orated dramatically and sardonically, mimicking Shepp's own cadence. The poem connects, in a single gesture, the assassination of Vincent Chin to the American invasion of Vietnam as well as the US's Cold War interventions in the Congo. This three-way movement links the oppression of Asian Americans in the United States to geopolitical histories of imperialism and argues for the shared oppression of African and East Asian peoples. The entire poem signifies, in a way, on the interconnectedness of African and Asian oppression and shared destinies, and through performance creates a space of solidarity. While certainly Shepp's sound in the energy music school also deeply influenced Ho's improvisational concept, his oratorical skills and ability to combine political critique with a bombastic sound also left an enduring impact upon Ho. 58. Scientific Soul Sessions. In 2010, Ho's lifelong inspiration from the BPP and BAM led to the creation of an organization in Harlem known as Scientific Soul Sessions, SSS. Meeting in Harlem, the group brought together an eclectic, diverse, and committed group of cultural workers and self-identified revolutionary intellectuals, including Salim Washington and Melanie Dyer, as well as filmmaker and Young Lords co-founder Iris Morales. While this was a collective space, Ho's experience and politics had an outsized influence on the group. Yet his views were certainly not left unchallenged when aspects of them became too dogmatic or didactic for those in room. In 4 years of activity, the organization produced more than 35 events highlighting activists, artists, and revolutionaries. It released a book, Maroon the Implacable, the collected writings of Russell Maroon Shoatz, and petitioned Pennsylvania's Department of Corrections to free Shoatz from solitary confinement. SSS also produced the inaugural concert of Cal Massey's The Black Liberation Movement Suite at the Red Rooster Restaurant, a vital new venue in the contemporary music scene in Harlem, in 2012. This was the first time in several decades that Massey's suite had been performed. Wall Street Journal jazz critic Will Friedwald commented on the significance of the concert. Although Massey's music is hardly unplayed, the man himself has been largely unsung since his death at 44 in 1972. Thankfully, the saxophonist, composer and band leader Fred Ho has taken up Massey's gauntlet, after compiling enough information for an extended biographical essay, in his 2009 book, Wicked Theory, Naked Practice, Mr. Ho has, even more importantly, exhumed and recorded Massey's most ambitious work, the Black Liberation Movement Suite. Over the years, the suite was reorchestrated by Massey collaborator Romulus Franceschini. But it is only now being heard in its totality on the new album, The Music of Cal Massey, and This Week at Red Rooster. In introducing the suite, Mr. Ho states, correctly, that it ranks with the masterpieces of extended jazz composition, most of which were the work of Duke Ellington. Massey's roots are evident, but what's more amazing is the music that it anticipated. On a blindfold test, I would have pegged some of these tracks for David Murray's avant-gut bucket ensembles, Butch Morris conduction pieces, and some of the multifaceted compositions of Maria Schneider. 59. That SSS would highlight this work was no coincidence. It actively embodied the principles embedded in the BAM of self-sufficiency, cultural democracy, aesthetic innovation, and the ethos of the Black Liberation Movement. In his essay The Damned Don't Cry, Ho notes that his relationship to Massey's music was an outgrowth of his work with Shep. I was introduced to Mr. Massey's music through his compositions performed and recorded primarily by Archie Shep. Titles such as Hey, God Damn It, Things Have Got to Change, The Damned Don't Cry, and The Cry of My People spoke directly to a consciousness of oppression and a politics of liberation. 60 Ho was moved by the soulful and searing melodies and sophisticated and glorious harmonies he heard in Massey's work. He also found Massey to be the consummate example of the activist musician that Ho himself aspired to be. Ho had researched Massey's life extensively while living in New York in the 1980s. In the Black Liberation Movement Suite he found a story that reflected some of the most powerful examples of jazz musicians contributing to a black arts political impulse. Although the work was only performed 3 times originally, all were at benefits for the BPP. The first concert, held in 1972 in Brooklyn, featured a jaw-dropping group of avant-garde and mainstream luminaries, including Alice Coltrane, Freddie Hubbard, Lee Morgan, Archie Shep, Leon Thomas, Pharoah Sanders, Leroy Jenkins, James Spaulding, Carlos Ward, Roland Alexander, Dan Jones, Charles McGee, Michael Ridley, Curtis Fuller, Charles Stevens, Kyuna Zawadi, Lonnie Liston Smith, Reggie Workman, Rashid Ali, and Joe Lee Wilson, among others. The concert raised funds for the party's legal defense fund and its political prisoners. Ho was attracted to this exciting bricolage of jazz artists bringing revolutionary music to people in the community, seeing Massey's work as connected to the BAM's insistence on building independent institutions. Cal Massey's self-produced concerts were also part of the thrust for artistic self-control and the Black Liberation Movement's goal for self-determination through creating alternative cultural institutions and forms of cultural production for the benefit of the Black community. 61. Scientific Soul Sessions did not survive Fred Ho's passing on April 12, 2014. But its influence is still felt among significant elements of the New York City young multinational left. One formation that has significant overlap with SSS is a new black arts movement that continues to produce communally driven events with political themes linking decolonization and self-transformation, often with former Panthers in attendance. Others who participated in SSS continued their work by international examples of revolutionary social change in the Global South, such as when several alumni facilitated the emergence of the Eco-Socialist International in the Maroon descendant community of Veros, Venezuela, in 2017. And the Afro-Yaqui Music Collective, an ensemble, co-founded by this writer, that performs Ho's Afro-Asian repertoire with new orchestrations that reflect indigenous influences from nations such as the Yaquis and Mayans, and seeks to continue the political project of revolutionary matriarchy within a contemporary musical practice. 62. In sum, the BPP and BAM were inspiring and educating forces in Ho's praxis, bringing a new dimension to the BAM scholarship. Moreover, it can be argued that the BPP was not a movement that was restricted to the 1960s, but rather a foundational moment that generated new social movements and generations of innovative cross-disciplinary artists and revolutionary activists. Its connection to the jazz world was one of mutual influence, as the examples of Massey, Shep, and Ho have demonstrated. It would be overly romantic to suggest that the influences Ho inherited were uniformly positive. In some of the same essays in which Ho expresses admiration and acknowledgement of Baraka and Shep, he also maintained a critical distance. 63 Similarly, in an internal position paper circulated within Scientific Soul Sessions, Ho celebrated the party's initial revolutionary nationalist position but noted that it quickly, via the leadership of Huey P. Newton after released from prison and with Elaine Brown, took the BPP into national and local electoral politics, with a rapid downfall into NGOism. NGOism, for Ho, was a dirty term that connoted grant hustling and dependence on the system, limiting revolutionary initiatives and forcing organizations to take reactionary and self-defeating positions. Perhaps it was this critique that led Ho to identify more practically with the BAM and the Black Liberation Army, BLAT, of which Russell Maroon Shoatz was a part. Ho identified with how Assata Shakur distinguished the BLA from the BPP. The Black Liberation Army was not a centralized, organized group with a common leadership and chain of command. Instead, there were various organizations and collectives working together out of various cities, and in some larger cities there were often several groups operating independently of each other. 64 Ho often critiqued such centralism and embraced the model Shakur describes, and which Russell Maroon Shoatz conceptualized as the Hydra as a decentralized formation, which provides more collective agency and self-realization than a stifling bureaucracy present in top-down movements. Ho celebrated this approach as Maroon's latent indigenous centrism. 65. As Ho himself once wrote, revolutionaries are not saints. Revolutionaries, as with all humans, display behavior and traits that span the range from excrement to the angelic. 66 And so the intent of this essay is not to flatten complex coalitions into monolithic narratives or singular qualities. It is rather to demonstrate that there is rich ground to uncover when we explore arts, activism, and transnational communities as an integrated whole, sharing both influence and creating new social worlds through collaborative efforts in sound and performance. When historians undertake this challenge, one can agree that the damned don't cry, they sing, poeticize, philosophize, strategize, and challenge the conditions of their damnation in unpredictable and fascinating ways. Ho's inspiration from the Black Panther Party, and its myriad cultural workers, opened a door for him to carry both his cultural work and the struggle for liberation forward. V. The Real Dragons Take Flight. On Prisons and Policing. Sekau Odinga, former Panther and Black Liberation Army activist, after his release from 33 years in prison, Wright and Dikwai Kayanai journalist, political prisoner supporter, and former member of the Black Panther Collective. Photo courtesy of authors. Chapter 11. Legacy, Where We Were. Where We Are, Where We Are Going. Sekau Odinga and Dikwai Kayanai. The great force of history comes from the fact that we carry it within us, are unconsciously controlled by it in many ways, and history is literally present in all we do. James Baldwin. As Langston Hughes wrote in his seminal mother-to-son poem for Africans born in America, life ain't been no crystal stair one but more than tacks, splinters, and boards torn up. Life for black people on this stolen land of genocide and enslavement has been filled with centuries of grinding cradle-to-grave oppression, repression, and suppression, the violence of white supremacy, capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism, and the tyranny and terror of lynching, post-Reconstruction Jim Crow, apartheid, political and mass imprisonment. Within these historical realities live the histories and her stories of resistance that began in those slave dungeons, slave ships, and plantations and continued into the so-called nonviolent civil rights movement, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, BPP, Black Liberation Army, BLAT, and Black Power Movement, BPM, of the 1960s. This essay offers perspectives and an examination of the BPP and BPM legacy and impact on the struggle for land and independence, black self-determination, justice, and the work to free us held political prisoners and prisoners of war, PPOWs, both inside and out the prison walls. 50 years after its founding, the BPP and BPM continue to represent one of the most significant movements for Black liberation in the 20th and even 21st century. It was an overwhelmingly grassroots and youth-led global social, political, and cultural phenomenon. It made revolutionary struggle irresistible to a nation of young people by putting forth visions and programs that inspired youth to join the struggle. It was a movement that was of the people, for the people, and by the people. It was a socio-political mandate for Black self-determination, Black radical politics, and Black liberation that was unapologetically radical. It was a movement that connected the struggles of oppressed Black people in the United States with the struggles of oppressed people in Africa, Vietnam, the Middle East, and South America too. It threatened the United States government and capitalist power structures so much so that J. Edgar Hoover waged a covert and illegal FBI counterintelligence COINTELPRO campaign to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities of Black nationalist, hate-type organizations and groupings, their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters. That COINTELPRO legacy continues with the 30 to 50 years and counting political imprisonment of Sundiata Acoli, Imam Jamil Al-Amin, Veronza Bowers, Romaine Chip Fitzgerald, Ruchel Sink McGee, Jalil Muntakim, Ed Poindexter, Kamau Sadiki, Muchaloy Shakur, Russell Maroon Shoatz, Kenny Zulu Whitmore, and those from other radical formations of the 1960s, the state-sanctioned medical neglect and murder of Albert N. Washington, Richard Wells, Teddy Yahith, Kawasai Balagoon, Bashir Hamid, Abdullah Majid, and Mondo Wilonga behind the wall, the exile of Asada Shakur, Nihanda Abiodun, Pete O'Neill, and others, and the fractured sectarian state of a weakened movement or lack thereof that exists today. See Cow Odinga. I was a member of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, a Black Liberation Army soldier, and for 33 years a US-held political prisoner of war. Most of my adult life has been spent in the struggle for Black self-determination, Black revolutionary politics, and Black liberation. As such, my life speaks to the oft-heard expression, oppression breeds resistance and resistance breeds repression. My political consciousness began when I was a youthful offender at Comstock Correctional Facility in upstate New York with a good friend and close comrade, Lumumba Shakur. Lumumba's father, Haji Salahuddin Shakur, would send his son reading materials on Malcolm X, his teachings, nationalist politics, the struggle for land and independence, and most pointedly, the human right Black people must exercise to arm and defend themselves against violence, state or private. Lumumba would share those materials with me, and after serving a 3-year sentence, I was back on the streets and seeking the Malcolm that had inspired me in prison. I joined Malcolm's Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU. That membership was short-lived when Malcolm was assassinated soon after I joined. Because the OAAU was not headed in a direction that I felt Malcolm wanted it to go, I no longer wanted to be a part, so I left. 2 years after the founding of the Oakland, California, BPP, the Central Committee sent a delegation to the East Coast to establish a New York City BPP chapter. It was early 1968, and initially, the party sought out the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Lumumba and I were not members of SNCC. However, we liked what we saw and what the BPP represented as we watched on television members of the BPP storm the California state capitol with arms. Right then and there, I wanted to be part of that level of resistance. Lumumba and I joined the BPP. We held our first weekly meetings at the Brooklyn campus of Long Island University. Those meetings drew hundreds of Black youth wanting to connect with the BPP, and we quickly outgrew that space. We opened our first BPP office in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Brooklyn followed with an office in Brownsville. People traveled from across the 5 boroughs to visit those offices. This led Lumumba, the Harlem section leader, and me, the Bronx section leader, to combine our chapters into one. And the Harlem Bronx section opened with an office on 7th Avenue and West 123rd St. in Harlem. During the same year, the Republic of New Africa, RNA, was forming in Detroit, Michigan, in a push for land and independence. Mississippi, South Carolina, Louisiana, Georgia, and Alabama were the 5 states the RNA declared as territories owed to the formerly enslaved and colonized black nation. As a believer in the principles Malcolm spoke of, I too believed that land and independence are the basis for black self-determination and became a conscious citizen of the RNA. My citizenship in the RNA was separate from my membership in the BPP. Around this time, the FBI's COINTELPRO was waging a vicious and unrelenting war on the BPP and the Black Power movement in general. COINTELPRO forced many of us underground, into exile. Some of us were jailed or assassinated. On April 3, 1969, an early morning police raid led to the indictment, trial, and subsequent acquittal of members of what became known as the New York Panther 21. I escaped arrest and a trial that levied an incredulous 156-count conspiracy charge against the 13 defendants. 3 That trial was nothing more than a COINTELPRO attempt to remove the New York City Panther leadership from the streets. And it worked. For 2 years, instead of serving and defending the material needs of poor and working-class black people, our membership focused on fundraisers, protest demonstrations, and speaking engagements to raise the people's consciousness and understanding about this criminal injustice. These were some of the BPP's first political prisoners. By this time, I had left the United States for Algeria, where the party sent me to help establish its international section. Eventually, there was a contingent of Panthers in Algeria that included my wife at the time, Awad Eldridge, and Kathleen Cleaver, Donald D.C. and Barbara B.C. Cox, Michael Setwayo Tabor, Connie Matthews, and Larry Mack. There we worked to establish solidarity relationships with the anti-colonial struggles, among them the African National Congress, People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, Zimbabwe African National Union, and Palestinian Liberation Organization, along with other liberation movements and progressive governments of Algeria, Cuba, China, North Korea, and others. After the destruction of the Black Panther Party by COINTELPRO and forces within the party itself, some of us continued to struggle both above and underground. I chose to continue to struggle underground as I had been doing since early 1969. We were very involved in healthcare and political prisoner support. We were able to assist in establishing a great health clinic in Harlem. We also helped free several political prisoners. Probably the best known was Assata Shakur, who is still living free in Cuba. In October 1981, I was captured and charged with multiple crimes for resisting our oppression in the manner that I did. The New York City Police and the FBI Joint Task Force tortured me for 7 hours. They beat me continuously, burned me with a cigar, ground off my toenail and waterboarded me by holding my head in a toilet while flushing it. The result of the torture left me hospitalized for more than 3 months trying to heal. Immediately afterwards, I was snatched out of the hospital and rushed into 2 trials, first by the federal government and then the New York state courts. The federal government found me guilty of helping to liberate Assata Shakur and the expropriation of an armored truck. Without any time to prepare, New York forced me into its state trial, and found me guilty of the attempted murder of New York City police officers. I received a sentence of 25 years to life for that conviction and 40 years for the federal conviction. After 31 years, I was paroled to New York to begin serving the state sentence. I was then able to get back into court on a technicality. I won. The court forced New York to give me a parole hearing. After serving 33 years, I left prison on parole in November 2014. Since coming home, I helped co-found and organize the Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition, NEPC. NEPC's purpose is to heighten the awareness about the existence of political prisoners. The U.S. government claims that there are no PPOWs in this country, support them, and work for their release. We protest, work with, and support other PPOW organizations. We also organize fundraising programs, send commissary funds and packages to PPOWs, visit them, and help their families visit them. I, along with others, have also taken our message and support of PPOWs to schools, community, and legal and religious organizations around the country. Although we still have many political prisoners locked down in federal and state prisons across the country, we have also had a few victories. In the last few years, we have welcomed home several PPOWs. In 2018 alone Herman Bell, Robert Seth Hayes, Debbie, and Mike Africa have come home. Of course, we still have much to do and face many challenges. Even if every PPOW in the United States left prison today, we would still be living in a corporate capitalist, imperialist, white supremacist nation with all the ills it brings to millions of people. Those of us that the United States claims to represent have a responsibility to stand up, speak out, and struggle to bring about a more humane society. Those who are considered to be leading the movement today don't seem to be committed to struggling for revolutionary change. They seem to believe that they can reform this system to make it equitable for everyone. They do not seem to understand that this system was created to be inequitable. This system began and still is a racist, white supremacist, male-dominated, capitalist system. Unfortunately, many of the younger comrades today do not seem to make political education a priority in their movement organizing. That may be why we do not hear them talk about struggles against colonialism, imperialism, and white supremacy. They do not seem to recognize that these are the engines that make this system of government run. PPOWs stood against colonialism, imperialism, and racist white supremacy, which is why they have been separated from their families and locked away in prison dungeons for decades. As the BPP clearly demonstrated with its 10-point platform and program, resistance does not happen in a vacuum. When the BPP implemented survival programs, free breakfast for children, health clinics, food pantries, clothing drives, sickle cell anemia testing, they were instituting a radical response to the social injustices endured by poor and working-class black families/communities in this country. Their purpose was to politicize the people as to the ways in which capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism are functions of a state apparatus that is responsible for hunger, poverty, and oppression. It was to nurture a culture of self-determination while building a movement of resistance. It worked. Young people joined the BPP and other left movements in droves. This put the state on the offensive and was manifested by the violent repression and political imprisonment of those I speak of here today. We ought to ask ourselves if what exists today as a left movement here in the United States is consistent in any way with the left movements of the 1960s. If so, what are we resisting? Is it a person, a political party, the police, the military, an economic system? How are we resisting? Is the US left working in solidarity with left movements around the world? The left movements of the 1960s made clear to millions of poor and working-class black/brown, Asian, indigenous, and white people that US imperialism, capitalism, and colonialism are the enemy of oppressed people both nationally and internationally. They held political education classes to politicize people with the understanding that police were the domestic occupying military force in their communities, that prisons, poverty, lack of decent health care, housing, education, and unemployment were a function of the capitalist system, and that a revolution to dismantle these systems is possible. For the US to acknowledge the existence of PPOWs would be an admission that there are fundamental injustices that stem from the settler colonialism that built this nation, that those internally oppressed nations have the right to self-determination, self-defense, and liberation, as well as the right to struggle by whatever tactics and strategies armed and otherwise as guaranteed by the US own Declaration of Independence. From slave ships to plantations to Harriet Tubman, the Deacons for Self-Defense, the African Blood Brotherhood, and many others, the use of arms was a strategy of self-defense against the terror of white-on-black violence, state as well as private. The whole while we also had to suffer the criminalization of resistance, especially black resistance. And 45 years later, while PPOWs from other movements have returned home to their families and communities, those from the Black Liberation Movement remain the longest held. For millions of poor and working-class people enduring the displacement in gentrified communities, the lack of a livable wage, lack of access to decent education, housing, and food, environmental racism, police terror and murder, mass imprisonment, deportation, anti-immigrant policies, and a myriad of other social injustices, resistance looks qualitatively different than it does for those in the middle class. Is there a left movement in the United States that is challenging this oppression as it relates to millions of poor and working class people in this country? Throughout much of the discourse on the failed policy of mass incarceration, the roots of mass incarceration are rarely examined. Historically, from Black Reconstruction to the Black Power movement, mass incarceration is a tool to control and destroy Black self-determination in the same way that the war on drugs, war on terror, and the xenophobic attacks on immigrants are weapons to repress non-white youth, Arab, Muslim, and immigrant communities. These are strategies of war meant to dismantle, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize poor and working class families and communities' self-determination and the potential for militant resistance. Dikwai Kai and I say Dicky. In the summer of 1992, I became a single mother of 2 young children and left the New Jersey suburbs to return to the borough in which I was born and raised. Moving back to the People's Republic of Brooklyn, as it's known in movement circles, led me to learn and live in the legacy of the Black Panther Party for self-defense and the Black Power movement, first as a student at the historically Black Medgar Evers College of the City University of New York, CUNY, and then as a member of the Black Panther Collective. And the rest, as is so often said, is history. Medgar Evers College, MEC, was founded in 1970 and served as an incubator for my Black radical, Black feminist politics and activism. MEC was born out of a struggle between grassroots activists, scholars, community residents, and elected officials in the Flatbush, Crown Heights, and other central Brooklyn communities and the CUNY Board of Trustees. It began as an institution meant to serve and address the educational needs of the marginalized, underrepresented, and underserved African and Caribbean diasporic communities. It did. When I arrived on campus, a good many people that had participated in the struggle to create the institution, and those who contributed to the BPM and Black Arts movement of the 1960s, were still there. I was surrounded, nurtured, supported, encouraged, and mentored by a bevy of Black radical thinkers, activists, and scholars. This helped pave the way for my outspoken student advocacy and leadership on campus, as well as with the citywide CUNY United Student Senate organization and as chair of the People of African Descent Caucus for the National United Students Senate Association. I graduated MEC in 1998 with a bachelor's degree in public administration and a decade later earned a master's degree in urban affairs at Queens College CUNY. Time and circumstance have shifted MEC from being a hotbed environment of radical politics, activism, and struggle. Nevertheless, MEC will forever hold significance for me as opening a groundswell of knowledge, appreciation, and understanding about centuries of African/New African histories and her stories, inventions, contributions, Black power politics, resistance armed and otherwise and Black feminist theory. It was at MEC that I became associated with the Black Panther Collective, BPC, an organization created by former members of the BPP/BLA the late Saifi Yabukari and Oscar Washington, Ashanti Alston, Thomas Blood McCreary, Jamal Joseph, Shep McDaniels, and others who wanted to build an intergenerational dialogue, solidarity, and grassroots organizing that joined former BPP members with the next generation of radical activists and would-be revolutionaries to carry forward the principles, programs, and legacy of the BPP. Just like in the BPP, BPC members were required to attend weekly meetings, political education classes, conferences, symposiums, table at political and cultural events, assist in the distribution of an updated Black Panther news service, participate in the Feed the People programs, do cop watch patrols, and work in solidarity with the Malcolm X grassroots movement, Black United Front, and other organizations. Most particular to the work I am engaged in today, I received an introduction to and an education about the existence of us-held PPOWs. It was through the BPC that I first met the late Baba Herman Ferguson, Chair Emeritus and co-founder of the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee, MXCC, and the National Jericho Movement for Amnesty and Recognition of Us-Held Political Prisoners and Prisoners of War, former BPP/BLA members Saifi Yabukari and Jalil Muntakim, aka Anthony Bottom, still imprisoned. Baba Herman was for me a surrogate father, teacher, fierce leader, and legendary example of Black resistance, and I now proudly serve as chair of the MXCC and am a member of the National Jericho Movement. The BPC also led to my meeting the brilliant and late Pan-Africanist Ilambe Brath. Ilambe opened his 125th Street Patrice Lumumba Coalition offices for the BPC to meet regularly. Ilambe's encyclopedic knowledge of African history deepened our knowledge, understanding, and embracing of Pan-African politics. The BPC instilled in me the principles of education for liberation, our need to struggle for black self-determination, justice, and liberation, and of being in the service and defense of the black nation. In the years since, I have developed a global worldview, radical politics, race and class analyses, critical thinking, and public speaking skills and solidarity with other oppressed communities that I can only attribute to the legacy of the BPC, and by extension, the BPP and BPM. It has been through the combination of the three that I discovered the identity of this settler colony that is founded on the genocide of indigenous nations and the enslavement of African peoples, along with U.S. global domination, tyranny, terrorism, violence of white supremacy, racism and capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism. The lasting influence of these organizations/movements showed me how these socio-political structures exist to dispose people to lose their language, culture, spirituality, and religion, exploit their labor, and conquer and extract the natural resources of their land. I learned that from 1619 to the present, this is how a nation of black folk have suffered the pernicious denial of their freedom dreams, humanity, human rights, and justice. All of my newfound knowledge helped me to see how little difference there is that separates the state-sanctioned violence of 17th-century slave dungeons, slave ships, auction blocks, and plantation life from the state-sanctioned violence of 21st-century poverty, hunger, unemployment, criminalization, political and mass imprisonment, and lack of decent housing, health care, and education, plus the now occurring every 23-hour unpunished murder of an unarmed black person by a white male in or out of uniform. Clinton like Attica like Comstock like Greenhaven and every other prison I've visited is a chilling, stark, and foreboding reminder that America's peculiar institution of white overseers lording over the movements of an enslaved African population is alive and functioning well with white prison guards overseeing the black and brown prison population. These historical realities are what I learned as a legacy of the BPC, and it informs the practice of my life and work around PPOWs. This is not something I do, but rather someone I've become. The political understanding and kinship bonds I've developed over the years have transformed and enriched my life immeasurably. Today, I have an extended revolutionary family that consists of sisters and brothers who journeyed with me through the BPC. In the years that I have engaged in the work of visiting and supporting PPOWs, there are two who stand out as having made the most indelible imprints on my life and development, Albert N. Washington and Abdullah Majid. I met N. in the early 1990s on a BPC visit to Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, New York. Clinton is about an hour's drive from the Canadian border and a 6 to 7 hour drive from New York City. It was my first prison visit and the last prison halls my husband walked before his semi-freedom release on parole in November 2014. That morning of Seacow's release felt like I'd come full circle. N was calm, soft-spoken, and patient, a steady listener with a gentle smile and easy laughter. I was constantly juxtaposing this man I had come to know as my brother, mentor, and friend with the black liberation freedom fighter who so terrified the power structure that whenever he was moved or appeared in court, was shackled from neck, waist, wrists, and ankles and surrounded by law enforcement. Our bond of kinship grew over years of monthly telephone conversations, letters, and postcards from my travels and visits. N would often counsel and encourage me when I became frustrated by the lack of a movement on his and other PPOWs' behalf. When I learned that he had terminal liver cancer, I was devastated. On April 28, 2000, N made his transition. 18 years later, I sometimes think of him alone in that prison hospital bed with no family, comrades, or friends to comfort him as he made his way to the other side, and I want to smash the insanities, injustices, and cruelties of state-sanctioned prison murder. Other times, I think of him and cherish the wonderful memories I have of Sheikh N, grateful for our revolutionary love, political discussions, and the important life lessons he gifted me. I feel the same for Abdullah Majid, another former BPP/BLA soldier who served 30-plus years of unjust political imprisonment in upstate New York prisons. Throughout his incarceration, Majid remained in the service of oppressed people and had his fingers on the pulse on everything happening nationally and internationally. Majid was unwavering in making clear that no injustice happened in a vacuum. He often shared his ideas and action plans for grassroots organizing with us, fully expecting us to undertake his marching orders. Majid critiqued and challenged the horrors of mass imprisonment and political imprisonment long before the former became a politically correct social injustice issue. His mantra that we use today, "Freedom ain't free and it don't come cheap," was unfailingly delivered with his one-two-punch sense of humor, sarcasm, wit, resolve, and self-determination of a man who refused to be defeated by the system or cooperate with its unjust laws. Majid was also my friend, mentor, and brother in struggle. He was funny, intelligent, principled with an indomitable spirit that made him seem almost invincible. But he was not. On April 3, 2016, Majid succumbed to state-sanctioned medical neglect and murder from a ruptured gallbladder. His death is as painful and devastating a loss as Nuz. His life and sacrifice remind every day that each of us must deepen our resolve to free the rest of our BPP/BLA soldiers behind the wall. In the years between Nuz and Majid, I have also come to know and love Sundiata Akalai, the octogenarian co-defendant of Asada Shakur. I've visited Sundiata across decades in federal and New Jersey prisons. The same is true of Jalil Muntakim, Herman Bell, and Robert Seth Hayes prior to their respective April and July 2018 releases in New York. I have visited Ed Poindexter and his co-defendant Mondo Wilonga, now deceased, in an Omaha, Nebraska, prison. After many years of corresponding via mail, I had the great opportunity of visiting Russell Maroon Schotz in Pennsylvania with his daughter, Sharon, and another of our sisters in struggle, Valerie Haynes. The only PPOW whom I knew prior to his imprisonment is Kamau Sadiki, aka Freddie Hilton, currently in prison again because he refuses to collaborate with the government and accept the $1 million bounty to help capture Asada, the mother of one of his daughters, or be coerced by government threats that he will spend the rest of his life in prison if he doesn't aid and abet bringing Asada back from exile in Cuba. In the early 1990s, I was a committee coordinator for the New York-based Free Mumia Abu Jamal Coalition. Mumia is a former BPP and death row journalist whose name and case had not yet become a cause célèbre. Under the leadership of Sista Safi Yabukari, with Sally O'Brien and other BPC members, I traveled across the tri-state area doing public speaking engagements at churches, conferences, community events, and colleges that advocated on Mumia's behalf and also for our other PPOWs. Initially, I felt inexperienced to speak effectively on so urgent an issue as the unjust political imprisonment of our freedom fighters. As my BPC and former BPP members advised, I simply spoke from the heart and prayed that people would respond accordingly. That was great advice then and it still is now. In 2009, we experienced the victory of Mumia leaving death row and moving into general prison population. However, close to a decade later, he remains one of 13 members of the BPP/BLA still held in unjust political imprisonment. Today, I am chair of MXCC, an organization co-founded by Baba Herman, the late Yuri Kochiyama, Gene Reynolds, Walter Bowe, and others who, as members of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, sought to challenge the distortions and commodification of Malcolm's legacy following the 1993 release of filmmaker Spike Lee's fictionalized representation of Malcolm's life. MXCC holds an annual dinner tribute to the families of our PPOWs that was started by Baba Herman's wife and comrade in struggle, Mama Yelua Ferguson, who recognized the tribute as a way for us to pay respect to our PPOWs and their families for their decades of endurance and sacrifice to the Black Liberation Movement and raise funds for the commissary accounts of the PPOWs represented at the dinner. In 2018 we marked 22 years of this dinner tradition. We also continue co-sponsoring, with the Sons of Africa, the annual May 19 pilgrimage to the Ferncliff Cemetery to celebrate Malcolm's birthday. I also co-host and co-produce a weekly public affairs show, Where We Live, WWL, on New York City's listener-sponsored WBAI radio. Journalist Sally O'Brien created WWL in 1988 to give voice to those individuals Coretta Scott King spoke of who refused to cooperate with unjust laws. It is a grassroots format with a focus on us-held PPOWs and their families, the family members and survivors of police terror, Puerto Rican issues, the fight to stop repressive legislation, and other grassroots organizing efforts. Sally and I begin each show with a commentary by Momia. For decades WWL has provided space for dozens of current and former political prisoners and their supporters to have their voices heard. My work on the show is an extension of my revolutionary love for our PPOWs and their families, the legacy of the BPP, the BPM, and those who dare to struggle. I have also come to know that the road to freedom, whether inside or outside the prison walls, is often complicated by the disappointments of revisionism, betrayal, opportunism, and cult of personality that derail the true retelling of the history and herstory of movements. Despite this understanding, this is still a beautiful struggle made richer by the love and commitment our revolutionaries, our PPOWs, continue to have for the people. It is that love that has held our PPOWs firm in their commitment to the principles of their politics over these many decades of unjust imprisonment. These are the individuals that radical activist and author James Baldwin spoke of when he said, "The obligation of anyone who thinks of himself as responsible is to examine society and try to change it and to fight it at no matter what risk. This is the only hope society has. This is the only way societies change." 4. Where do we go from here? There are many valuable lessons that can and should be learned from the legacy of the BPP and BPM. This is part of the BPP/BPM legacy: leading, serving, politicizing, and helping a black nation move closer to revolution than people think is possible today. One of the greatest legacies must be the understanding that the histories and herstories of black lives are not just timelines in a series of past events. Our resilient past carries on in the everyday moments that black folk live fully, love against all odds, and resist injustice. And if we are to continue moving forward in the tradition of black resistance, we must study where we were, where we are, and where we are going. This means today's activists ought to understand what white supremacy, colonialism, corporate capitalism, imperialism, and racism are. The task that lies ahead for a younger generation of activists is to study what worked and what didn't work about the BPP and BPM. Some of what worked was a 10-point platform and program, along with other survival programs, that addressed the material needs of poor and working-class black people. These programs ended the reality of millions of children going to school hungry. The police patrols and other community actions imposed consequences upon the state that decreased the number of unarmed black people being shot down by killer police. The establishment of free health clinics, food pantries, sickle cell anemia testing, voter registration, and other community control programs was so important to our communities, yet so dangerous to the status quo that the U.S. government destroyed these programs, co-opted them, and continue them today. When considering joining or creating an organization for black liberation, be mindful of each volunteer's and recruit's motivations. Perhaps even devising a line of questions or processes for getting to know activists or members within an organizational structure or group may be essential for the safety of the collective. Perhaps having a protracted initiation or feeling out period that includes mandatory study and community assignments for an extended period of time before trusting newer members with deeper organizational responsibilities can be another protective measure. Some of what didn't work. We now know that allowing any person who wanted to join the BPP was not a good idea. In fact, it turned out to be disastrous, as several chapters are now known to have been heavily infiltrated and/or started by agents provocateurs. We also know what didn't work was the development and spread of the cult of personality and how it allowed elements within BPP leadership to operate with impunity. Or that when contradictions arose, and were not resolved, it ultimately gave way to liberalism and the loyalty of relationships versus the principles of a revolutionary organizational structure. We know that inflated ego-tripping and contradictions between the African-centered cultural identity and the American Negro cultural identity exposed some major differences, as did the factions within the organizational structure that embraced armed struggle and/or electoral politics. As these differences went unresolved, it enabled the BPP to be destroyed both internally and externally, with aid of course, from the machinations of COINTELPRO. It also didn't work that the BLA was outgunned and outweaponized, but the BLA stepped out ahead of the people to engage the power structure militarily without the people's understanding. In hindsight, some feel it was a mistake to do so without the people's support. Also, some say the people are not prepared for that level of armed struggle. Before armed struggle is considered as a necessary step in the people's resistance, we must study the history of armed struggle. What does it take for a people to prepare for armed struggle, and how do we know the people being defended are ready to support it? International cooperation. The BPP and BPM connected the struggles of black folk in the United States with the struggles of black folk in Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and South America. It was a movement that engaged proactively in international solidarity with oppressed people and nations around the world in their struggles for land and independence from US and European imperialism, colonialism, and capitalism. Need for youth leadership. There needs to be a push for the education and training of black children, as young as 5, 6, and 7 years old, to participate in and one day lead the struggle for black self-determination. We need an army of new African scouts to help black children understand what it means to be black in America, and what it means to have self-worth, to know their ancestors' history and contributions to this settler nation. Too often black children go to public schools that teach them nothing about their true history. What they learn is the indoctrination of white supremacy. Black children do not learn about black resistance and community control of the institutions where they live. We must teach our children that they are the solution to the problems we face by having more elders engage with our youth. Each one must teach one to honor, respect, value, and not be afraid of one another. Survival programs. With massive unemployment, rampant homelessness because of the ethnic cleansing happening in communities across the country, and thousands of formerly incarcerated men and women returning to fractured homes and communities, now more than ever before, the people need programs like those the BPP provided. Black people need grassroots community resources that address their material needs. All power to the people. Stark graphic image by Michael commemorating 40 years of Black August organizing featuring silhouette of Shaka Athinan, who was part of the first group to originate, organize, and observe Black August while still inside prison. Chapter 12. Black August, organizing to uplift the fallen and release the captive. Matef Harmachis. On August 5, 1968, Los Angeles Black Panther Party members Steve Bartholomew and his brother Tommy Lewis, and Robert Lawrence were riding in a little Volkswagen doing party work to serve the community. The police had been following them off and on all day. They stopped at a service station at the corner of Adams and Montclair. Steve got out and opened the hood. 2 policemen in a patrol car pulled in behind them. The driver approached Steve ordering him to open the trunk. The other cop ordered everyone else out of the car. When Robert came out, the second officer shot him without warning. When the shooting stopped, 2 Panthers were dead, another would die on the way to the hospital. Somehow Tony fled the scene avoiding physical harm. 1. On August 25, 2018, some 30 of us boarded a chartered bus in front of the AFABA Center on Crenshaw Boulevard just south of Little Africa. We were on the annual Black August Martyrs Tour to commemorate lives lost in the struggle for African liberation. Organized by former Los Angeles Black Panther Party members and their supporters, we visited important sites related to our movement's fallen/heroes. September 10, 1971, Panthers Harold Taylor, John Bowman, and Ray Boudreau stopped in their car at the intersection of 65th and Hooper. The police attacked them, firing more than 300 rounds into the car. All 3 were hit but survived because gathering witnesses frightened the police to cease fire. We got off the bus at cemeteries where Black Panther Party leaders Bunchy Carter and Melvin X are buried. Carter, killed along with John Huggins on January 17, 1969, at UCLA, died at the hands of agents of COINTELPRO. Melvin X, a co-founder of the Black Student Alliance, was assassinated execution-style at 45th and Western. We viewed the vacant lot at Imperial Highway in Fernwood where a city worker discovered on November 19, 1971, party member Sandra Pratt's 8-month pregnant body in a trash bag. Witnesses to the December 8, 1969, Los Angeles Police Department's attack on the Panther offices at 41st and Central explained how 13 wounded Panthers withstood a militarized assault of 300 police for 4.5 hours, the exact amount of time the police allowed Mike Brown to lie dead on a street in Ferguson, Missouri, on August 9, 2014. Harold Taylor of the San Francisco 8 testified about his jailhouse torture and coerced confessions. Our guides showed us the house where family and friends of prisoners in Soledad State Prison formed the Soledad Defense Committee in 1970. Others praised the lives and sacrifices of George and Jonathan Jackson or heralded the philosophical originator of Black August, Kateri Galden. On August 1, 1978, while playing a game of football on the asphalt and brick yard in the San Quentin Adjustment Center, Kateri fell and struck his head. The severe blow left him comatose. Even after several hours lying on a cot in the infirmary with untrained personnel who could do nothing for him, the administration refused to transfer him to a nearby hospital. Kateri lay bleeding internally until he died. We were devastated to say the least. Once again a beloved soldier, leader, teacher, friend, and brother lay dead at the hands of those with the keys to our chains. 2. Every August since 1979, Black August events take place in numerous cities across the United States to commemorate the deaths of African prisoners and activists. The killing of Africans inside, including Kateri Galden and George Jackson, provided the initial impetus for Black August. Black August has since developed into a commemorative for the martyrs of the Black Power movement. In honoring those who gave their lives, Black August asks us to recall the history of the Black radical tradition and to call into being the present work of African liberation and prison abolition. These are intergenerational events that rely on African oral traditions with former Black Panther Party, BPP, elders telling their collective narratives and younger cohorts of activists not only listening and learning but also transforming that history into what needs to be done in today's urgent struggles to prefigure the society of tomorrow. Black August is a response to the brutality inside California prisons. Prisoners who knew George Jackson and Kateri Galden wanted the legacy of their mentors kept alive. These prisoners used the month of August as a time to spread the word of what was really going on behind the walls of California's prisons. To them, what was really going on was the California Department of Corrections' overt attempt to silence all prisoner resistance to the daily torture of prison life. First on the hit list was Hugo Yogi Pinell, a good friend and comrade of George Jackson. 3 On that day Yogi was out to court and not on the yard. W.L. Nolan, widely known for his many successful legal filings against prison torture, Cleveland Edwards and Alvin Miller were the 3 Africans selected for assassination. The Tower Guard was chosen for his marksmanship and racist philosophies. The guards allowed both black and white prisoners on the O-wing yard at the same time, said our Martyrs tour guide, Jitu Sadiki. That's a no-no. Once on the yard, white convicts initiated an altercation at the water fountain. 4 Shaka Athinan, Chair, Black August Organizing Committee, remembers January 13, 1970, 3 shots fired. 3 Africans died. The guard received exoneration and the prisoners who started it received rewards and privileges. 5. There was an unquestionable influence of the BPP via George Jackson and other Panthers inside. Through Jackson's call for unity, Athinan and others accepted progressive individuals from the BPP, the U.S. organization, the Republic of New Africa, and other formations. We were not Panthers even though our leader, George Jackson, was Field Marshal of the Black Panther Party, said Athinan. Our common bond was belief in what we were doing for Africans. We taught reading and writing, African history and political science. We taught world history and world governmental formations. It was within our response to brutality that the seeds of Black August began to manifest. For Black August, study was supported by fasting, in part to build self-discipline, in part as a constant reminder of the sacrifices of our fallen freedom fighters and the ongoing oppression of our people, said Mama Ayana Mashima, co-founder of the Black August Organizing Committee. 6 Prisoners and their families also fasted from media and entertainment in order to spend more time to study, mental, and train, physical. The state charged Jackson along with Fleta Drumgo and John Clutchett with a retaliation killing of a guard for the murder of the 3 Africans on the Owing Yard. These 3 defendants became the Soledad brothers. 7. Jackson's younger brother Jonathan would be the next to die in the well-publicized Marin County courthouse shootings on August 7, 1970, attempting to free his older brother. San Quentin prison sharpshooters at the courthouse opened fire, killing everyone in the escape vehicle except Ruchel McGee, who was gravely injured. The prosecutor and a juror, who were also wounded, survived. 8 On August 21, 1971, 1 year and 2 weeks after his brother died in the parking lot of the Marin County Courthouse, guards shot George Jackson to death in the Adjustment Center courtyard behind the chapel in San Quentin. 9. It was in this pit of violence that the resistance inside prisons gave birth to Black August. To make sure these many deaths and the contributions of the martyred were memorialized, a collective formed in the San Quentin Adjustment Center. The members based their coming together on Catteri's ideas and called themselves Black August. In Oakland, a corresponding organization, the Black August Organizing Committee, BAOC, surfaced in August 1979. BAOC began to enlighten the public about the atrocities of the lockup units. BAOC co-founder Athinan said, "In the beginning we went door to door talking to people about what it was really like for their loved ones after the courts disappeared family and friends into prison. Through community interaction they learned the everyday needs of families and did work that paralleled the BPP community survival programs. The community called on us to provide transportation for elders, help people move, repair cars and houses, protect women from abuse. Sometimes we planted gardens in people's yards to help with sustainable foods because it was very hard on families supporting someone inside and keeping families together outside," said Athinan. Educating the public about prison conditions and political prisoners while working on community issues helped people know our stand. Drawing from the internationalism of the BPP, the BAOC worked to build solidarity with the Native American movement, the popular struggles in El Salvador and Iran, liberation struggles throughout Africa, and other third world and progressive movements. 10. BAOC's service drew unwanted attention. The Special Service Unit, a little publicized and highly trained investigation and apprehension unit recruited from prison guards, along with the Oakland and Berkeley police departments, began arresting Black August members on a multiplicity of charges, which disrupted BAOC's organizing work. 11. In 1981 the California Department of Corrections, CDC, actions against Black August increased both inside and out of prisons. The effort was intended to completely dismantle the positive growth and goodwill generated by Black August's hard work, determination, and principled behavior, Athinan said. On April 17 and April 20 guards beat and gassed prisoners in San Quentin Adjustment Center in unprovoked attacks. More than 40 men needed medical attention. BAOC helped to form the Prison Crisis Committee, a coalition of former prisoners, lawyers, legal workers, and community support people. Through talk shows, protest letters, and a class action lawsuit, Black August helped to bring about significant change in the prison administration. 12. The organizing was effective enough to force the warden and an assistant warden to resign. Consequently, the state's attacks on BAOC intensified. Several organizers went back inside on supposed parole violations regardless of whether the charges seemed plausible. The blow to BAOC was severe. It seemed all those having anything to do with Black August were the targets of a coordinated agenda to stop them. The effect was fewer persons becoming or remaining active in anything initiated by BAOC. 13. Athinan said, "Everyone we talked to received visits from the CDC. Fewer people attended our events, and our effectiveness in the community tapered off. Nevertheless, by the end of the 90s Black August commemoratives were taking place across the United States. Mama Iona writes, in alliance with the BAOC, members of the New African Independence Movement, NIAM, began practicing and spreading Black August during this period. The Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, MXGM, inherited knowledge and practice of Black August from its parent organization, the New African People's Organization, NAPO. In Philadelphia, Black August events include an August 30th Pack the Court for political prisoner Mumia Abu-Jamal. In Jackson, Mississippi, Cooperation Jackson holds Black August events including binge series Watching Underground, where they have free screenings of revolutionary documentaries and movies with discussions of the films shown afterwards. In Durham, North Carolina, a coalition of MXGM, Critical Resistance, For Struggle magazine, and other supporters of political prisoners have Black August in the Park, a family reunion-style event that connects social justice groups with the larger African population. In Atlanta, Black August commemorations promote wellness with a Happily Natural Day, a summer festival dedicated to holistic health, cultural awareness, and social change. All Natural ATL holds an annual Black August 5K Run for Freedom, with the RBG Fit Club, Helping Africa by Establishing Schools at Home, FTP Movement, Community Movement Builders, and African Martial Arts Institute to promote health and fitness with a cause. After the run there's comedic yoga, martial arts, archery, and fitness training along with a Black August block party gathering. In Oakland, more organizations, including the East Side Arts Alliance and the Freedom Archives, organize events showcasing the history of Black August in relation to contemporary racial justice organizing. In Cuba, New African political exile Nyanda Abiodun conceived Black August hip-hop benefit concerts to raise awareness about political prisoners, prisoners of war, and political exiles, which inspired the MXGM's work to extend Black August to the hip-hop generation. This brought awareness to a new coterie of activists. 14. In Venezuela, online articles by Ajamonangwaya and the upstate chapter of Northeast Political Prisoner Coalition promoting the institutionalizing of Black August appeared in English and Spanish. 15. Globally, the Black August Hip Hop Project organized annual events between 1998 and 2010, including international delegations of artists and activists to Cuba, South Africa, Tanzania, Brazil, and Venezuela. The organizing work on behalf of political prisoners and prisoners of war, PP/POWs, by a multiplicity of groups like Jericho, Release Aging People in Prison, The Family Africa, MOVE, Family and Friends of Mumia Abu-Jamal, Anarchist Black Cross, Interfaith Prisoners of Conscience Project, Critical Resistance, and many other support and abolitionist groups plus BAOC have been instrumental in the release of former members of the BPP from prison and generated strong backing for former Panthers still inside. However, many organizers would say there is still scant consciousness of the existence or the plight of PP/POWs still incarcerated because of their work in the BPP and for the liberation of African people. It will take broader community demands to get PP/POWs released. In 2004, because of the unevenness of content at the events, BAOC re-established guidelines and called for a broad coalition of organizations to work together for PP/POWs worldwide. This rededication to the international struggle for prisoners grew into one of the most powerful Black August commemorations ever. BAOC pulled together a broad spectrum of nationalities and organizational groups for a Black August in Oakland that participants still talk about today. But state repression continues unabated. In 2016, the CDC accused BAOC of planning criminal activities for the month of August involving intended murders of correctional personnel and other despicable crimes. The CDC ran a negative campaign against Black August on radio, TV, and in newspaper ads. The CDC also fed disinformation to hospitals, clinics, law offices, and places frequented by former prisoners. 16. On August 1, 2018, it had been 40 years since the CDC allowed Kateri Golden, the intellectual founder of Black August, to lie injured, unattended, and die. On that day in Oakland, the BAOC commemorated Kateri and recommitted to the struggle for those gone and all those still held captive. BAOC organized the first Black August National Conference that will reconvene the type of international broad-based coalition of prisoner support that the BAOC built in 2004. The day-long event at the East Oakland Youth Center included a strategizing session for the way forward, not only for Black August but also for prison abolition work in general. As we exited our tour bus back at the AFABA Center, the sons and daughters of Africa, Asia, Europe, Oceania, and Turtle Island hugged our goodbyes. Through the testimonies we heard and the sights we saw, we are now called to participate as witnesses to remember the sacrifices required of those in resistance and to build forward the unfinished work of African liberation. Jalil Muntakim, New York 3 and San Francisco 8 political prisoner, former Panther and Black Liberation Army member, initiated the call for the Jericho campaign and rally in Washington, D.C., in 1998 to free us held political prisoners. Photograph by Brian Shee, 2018. Chapter 13. The Making of a Movement. Jericho and Political Prisoners. Jalil A. Muntakim. I was captured on August 28, 1971, in San Francisco after a car chase and gun battle with San Francisco police. It was alleged that my co-defendant Albert N. Washington and I were attempting to avenge the assassination of George L. Jackson, which occurred on August 21, 1971. I was convicted for the San Francisco shootout, a federal bank robbery, and in 1975 convicted of the killing of 2 police officers in New York that occurred on May 21, 1971. Having been a member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, my imprisonment made me a political prisoner of war. Unfortunately, the United States does not recognize the existence of U.S. political prisoners. Because those captured for revolutionary political military actions are charged in a criminal proceeding, the U.S. criminalizes political rebellion. After my conviction in New York City, I was returned to California to complete the San Francisco conviction and sentence. I was placed in San Quentin Adjustment Center, locked on the first floor in a cell between Ruchell Sink McGee and Charles Manson. The San Quentin Six were locked a few cells away on the same tier. In 1975, I received a newsletter from Yuri Kochiyama, representing the New York chapter of the National Committee for the Defense of Political Prisoners, NCDPP. The newsletter highlighted a call for the United Nations to consider the existence of U.S. political prisoners. After reading that newsletter, I drafted a proposal for progressives and activists to assist political prisoners to petition the United Nations in our behalf to call for a formal investigation into our existence and the conditions we suffered in prisons across the country. I showed the draft to Ruchell, who thought it was very good but suggested that I let Geronimo G. Jaga, formerly Elmer Pratt, review it. I had the proposal smuggled to the second floor of the Adjustment Center for Geronimo's critique. He tweaked the proposal and sent it back to me. I rewrote it and sent it to Yuri and NCDPP to implement. Unfortunately, after several weeks there was no response from Yuri or NCDPP, so the proposal was abandoned until 1977. At that time I met a white guy in San Quentin nicknamed Commie Mike, and I shared the proposal with him. He put me in contact with the United Prison Union, a prison reform advocacy group in San Francisco. After meeting with Pat Singer, a leader of UPU, it was agreed to assist with the development of the now National Prisoners Petition campaign to the United Nations. Soon thereafter, the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee joined in support of UPU in building the petition campaign to the UN. We were able to obtain assistance from former Amnesty International attorney Catherine Burke with the development of the petition to be presented to the United Nations. By 1978, the campaign had prisoners in 25 states, including Hawaii, supporting the petition. The petition was submitted to UN Subcommission on Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minorities and recorded as UN Document E/CN.4/Sub.2/NGO/75. This was the first time a document concerning the existence of U.S. political prisoners and racist prison conditions had been filed, recorded, and heard at the UN. In 1979, out of this initiative, an effort was made to have the international jurist tour the U.S. and interview political prisoners. After those interviews, the international jurist filed a report to the United Nations affirming that political prisoners existed in the United States. Also, in 1979, our campaign knew a journalist in Paris who would be attending a news conference by U.S. Ambassador Andrew Young to the United Nations. I was asked were there any specific questions I wanted asked, and I said, only one, do political prisoners exist in the U.S.? Ambassador Young answered truthfully, stating, perhaps thousands. For his truthfulness, then President Jimmy Carter fired Andrew Young from his post. It should be noted that also as a part of this overall campaign, Cuba's President Fidel Castro offered to trade U.S. political prisoners with prisoners in Cuba the U.S. wanted. Unfortunately, that trade did not happen. Many years later, the Provisional Government for the Republic of New Africa organized an annual march around the White House and demonstration calling for the release of U.S. political prisoners. In 1995, the RNA stopped these Jericho marches, which I thought should continue. So, in 1996, I distributed a call for action for the re-establishing of the Jericho March. Comrades Saifi Yassir Bukhari and Herman Ferguson came to visit me, decrying that they were unable to organize a national Jericho March in a year's time. In our meeting in the visiting room at Eastern Correctional Facility in New York State, we agreed that a concerted effort would be made to organize the Jericho March for 1998. Sista Saifi Bukhari and Herman Ferguson's organizing ability was incomparable. Their indomitable spirit and revolutionary determination successfully brought 6,000 activists from across the country for the Jericho March and Rally. After the march and rally in Washington, D.C., it was decided that the momentum from that effort should continue, and the Jericho Amnesty Movement was born to provide continued support for U.S. political prisoners, calling for amnesty and their release, especially those of COINTELPRO convictions. In 2018, the Jericho Amnesty Movement reached a milestone of 20 years of actively fighting in behalf of U.S. political prisoners. In these 20 years, Jericho has established a medical committee to assist political prisoners in their health needs, legal defense to assist in political prisoners' legal challenges, and assistance for families of political prisoners to visit, and has continued to fight for political prisoners' release. There have been initiatives to raise the profile of U.S. political prisoners at the United Nations. The most recent trip was in 2016, when Jericho's chairman, Jihad Abdulmomet, made a presentation in Geneva, Switzerland, in behalf of U.S. political prisoners. Jihad was a member of the Black Panther Party and former political prisoner who understands this struggle to forge a determination to free U.S. political prisoners. When we consider that many of those who were COINTELPRO targets are still in prison, we can agree that Jericho is an important bridging of the generations from the struggles of the 60s and 70s to the millennium. Obviously, for any movement to be sustained, grow, and evolve, activists must support their political prisoners. The Black Panther Party was instrumental in forging community organizing and political objectives to be achieved. The party made people understand the process of fighting examples of power, to empower the community. That is the primary reason the FBI's COINTELPRO launched more than 300 attacks against the BPP. In fact, the FBI employed every tactic used to destabilize a country in order to destroy the Black Panther Party. However, it was the indomitable spirit of the thousands of young people who joined the party, dedicating themselves to empowering the community, that served to preserve the continuum of struggle that began from the time new Africans were brought to the country as slaves. When Willie Ricks and Stokely Carmichael proclaimed our struggle was one for Black power, it ignited a political cataclysmic storm of youthful energy for freedom. However, the Black Panther Party manifested that declaration in the pragmatic development of progress in behalf of our people. I was one of those young people when at 16 years of age I first signed up to become a Panther, and at 18 years old when I was recruited into the Black Underground. A little more than a month before my 20th birthday I was captured, and I am now one of the longest held political prisoners in the world. With 45 years in prison, I continue to seek ways in which I can contribute to the overall struggle. The writing of my books, We Are Our Own Liberators and Escaping the Prism Fade to Black, is part of giving back to the next generation. It is necessary to ensure the continuum, from one generation to the next, and it is incumbent on each generation to support political prisoners who paved the way, passing the torch of revolution. In this regard, recently the Jericho Amnesty movement has embarked on a national and international campaign to persuade the international jurist to initiate a formal investigation on human rights abuses of U.S. political prisoners, and the failure of the U.S. corporate government to implement the UN minimum standards on the treatment of prisoners. The Jericho campaign motto is "In the spirit of Nelson Mandela," and activists across the country are urged to join and support in whatever way they are able in political solidarity, toward the building of a national coalition for the human rights of political prisoners. For more information on this campaign or on the existence of U.S. political prisoners, contact www.thejerichomovement.com. About the writer, Jalil Abdul Muntaqim, Anthony Bottom, is one of the longest-held political prisoners in the world. He is the author of We Are Our Own Liberators, a compilation of prison writings. Many of his essays have been published in anthologies such as The New Abolitionist, Neo, Slave Narratives and Contemporary Prison Writings, edited by Joy James, 2005, Schooling a Generation, edited by Chino Soul, 2002, and This Country Must Change, edited by Craig Roseborough, 2009. Jalil's articles have appeared in New York City Amsterdam News and San Francisco Bayview, and many progressive publications. He has completed an unpublished novel and teleplay. His most recent book, Escaping the Prism Fade to Black, a compilation of poems and essays with extensive afterword by Professor Ward Churchill, was published by Curse Plebed Publishers and Distributors in Canada and can be purchased on Amazon and from AK Press. For more information on Jalil's case and fight for parole, check www.freejalil.com. Michael Zinzun featured in the They Claim I'm a Criminal mural commissioned by the Southern California Library, Los Angeles, California. Zinzun, former Panther, was co-founder of the Coalition Against Police Abuse and a founding member of Community in Support of the Gang Truce. Mural artist Man One said, "The first thing I noticed when I saw the wall were the street poles located directly in front of the mural. They cast an awful set of moving shadows across the wall throughout the day. So rather than fight it, I embraced it. It all came together and made perfect sense." Depending on what time of the day you view the mural, the figures are either locked up or free. Photograph by Man 1, 2010. Chapter 14. Dialogical Autonomy. Michael Zinzun, The Coalition Against Police Abuse and Genocide. João Costa Vargas. This essay honors Michael Zinzun's lifelong work of collective organizing. By focusing on contradictions within some of the political formations in which he participated, it aims at providing a reflection that may be effective for grasping and evaluating contemporary progressive Black collective fronts. How does an analysis of Zinzun's political choices help us to critically understand contemporary progressive Black diasporic politics? Zinzun was a dear friend, someone I admired deeply and with whom I collaborated between 1995 and 2006. When he passed. 1 Since 2012, I have been conducting archival research on Zinzun's trajectory, including an analysis of the Coalition Against Police Abuse, CAPA, archives at the Southern California Library, SCL. This exposure to Zinzun's papers, many of which were unknown to me, generated new understandings on the competing political demands with which he grappled and the choices he made about the language, strategies, and ultimate goals of the organizations to which he dedicated his abundant energy, a considerable proportion of his financial resources, and his unbounded love. Still, this essay is not so much about Zinzun as it is about the political blocs in which he participated. While Zinzun did make important strategic choices regarding how, with whom, when, and what battlefront to engage, and despite the considerable influence he had on his fellow organizers, his evaluations reflected the political climate he inhabited, which included the institutional forces he and his organizations opposed, the political tendencies within his own blocs, and his beliefs and aspirations. It is therefore important to consider the demographic constitution of, and the range of the progressive convictions, and their corresponding theories, in Zinzun's political milieus. As we do so, we gain explanations for why certain agendas and strategies were chosen over others. Specifically, and this is the essay's focus via a critical reading of Kappa's archives, which I will juxtapose to the decade-plus of insight gained while participating in the organization, we attain insight into the reasons for the coalition's relatively muted public support for the utilization of the concept of genocide and the political groups that addressed it explicitly. Such silence is all the more puzzling given that Kappa's archives suggest that not only was Zinzun deep in his studies of anti-black genocide but that he also privately supported a 1996 black-led charge of genocide against the U.S. government. The charge was based on extensive research conducted by several individuals and organizations, some of which gained national attention, such as Gary Webb's investigative reporting contending that the U.S. government, at the very least, had detailed knowledge of the drug trade in various inner cities. The considerations I put forward are in the spirit of a concept Zinzun valued greatly, that of an unflinching self-critique. The constant analysis and calibration of political imagination and strategy were some of the most precious lessons I learned from him. This essay reflects both my respect for Zinzun and my attempt to put to work some of the epistemological principles on which he based his praxis, including the necessary constant reformulation of one's temporary truths. What would Michael think of a principled critique of his political work? I can hear him say it, right on. In what follows, 1. I submit and explain the proposition that Kappa's political imagination was based on the principle of dialogical autonomy. By providing a brief account of Kappa's programs and daily activities, 2. I then analyze Zinzun's relationship with the National Black United Front, NBUF, and its 1996 campaign against the genocide of black people. Specifically, I ask, why didn't genocide become part of Kappa's conceptual universe and public intervention? I conclude by 3, drawing insights into the relationship between dialogical autonomy, non-black episodic engagement with black suffering, and the legitimization of the Empire State. With B. Kwaku Duran and Anthony Thigpen, Michael Zinzun was a co-founder, in 1975, of the Coalition Against Police Abuse in Los Angeles. Drawing on his seemingly indefatigable political energy, Zinzun became Kappa's main organizer, and in his daily practice reenacted and adapted many of the Black Power concepts and the Black Panther Party's orientations and symbology. Zinzun had joined the Southern California chapter of the BPP in 1970 but left about 3 years later due to the escalation of internal disputes and the dismantling of the party, in great measure a result of the FBI's counterintelligence operations. For over 3 decades, Kappa was active in a historical black area of south-central Los Angeles whose racial demography was rapidly changing. Whereas South Central was about 80% black in the 1970s, it was 50.3% black in the 1990s, when Latinx became 44% of its inhabitants. 2 There, Zinzun and his collaborators cataloged, investigated, and provided legal, logistical, and moral support to victims of police abuse. Yet the quotidian events of state violence, as predictable, time-consuming, and exacting as they were, constituted only one of Kappa's foci. Police abuse events were theoretically framed as opportunities to mobilize oppressed communities and inform them not only of their legal rights but also about local organizations and the types of support they offered. Like the Panthers, Kappa organized a series of survival programs intended to instruct, capacitate, and empower marginalized persons, specifically black youths. The term survival was purposeful. The Panthers often verbalized that black people in the U.S. were under genocidal threat. 3 While Kappa organizers also studied the multiple facets of anti-black genocide, their actions, as I show below, were not as explicitly formulated against genocide. Inordinately dependent on Zinzun's strategic mind, committed energy, and financial resources, Kappa elaborated and practiced its programs based on the concept of dialogical autonomy. While the Black Power insistence on black autonomy was evident in Kappa's emphasis on black pride and black political, logistical, legal, and mobilizing know-how, the dialogical orientation, one that sought collaboration with non-black, civil society, and state political actors, was also accentuated. Dialogical autonomy meant the coexistence of 2 seemingly conflicting principles. On the one hand, it was manifested in the recurring attempts at, and successful realization of, Black-non-Black dialogue and practical collaborations. Such efforts included engaging with non-Black individuals and organizations, elected officials, news media personnel, courts, police departments, and other state apparatuses more generally. On the other hand, the autonomy component of dialogical autonomy required Black self-determination as a foundational and guiding principle, which in turn resulted from a critical recognition and an ensuing imperative. The critical recognition was that processes of exclusion and violence, vis-a-vis non-Black non-whites, affected Black people disproportionately and distinctively, thus fundamentally. The ensuing imperative, the corollary of the critical recognition, was that Black people needed to assert their own analytical and political agendas. Both the critical recognition and its imperative drew from the concept of Black power, exercised for generations in a variety of communities in the U.S. and the Black diaspora. In Kwame Ture and Charles Hamilton's Black Power, the concept is presented as a call for Black people in this country to unite, to recognize their heritage, to build a sense of community. It is a call for Black people to begin to define their own goals, to lead their own organizations and to support those organizations. It is a call to reject the racist institutions and values of this society. For indeed, institutional racism, while operating independently of personal values and actions, relies on the active and pervasive operation of anti-Black attitudes and practices. 5 Ture and Hamilton go on to define the concept of Black power. Before a group can enter the open society, it must first close ranks. By this we mean that group solidarity is necessary before a group can operate effectively from a bargaining position of strength in a pluralistic society. 6. Kappa activists did not often mention the term anti-Blackness, yet their praxis suggested a comprehensive understanding of the concept, Black people's singular and fundamental place of exclusion in the constitution of the modern Empire State. 7 Influenced by Black power via Zinzun's experience with the Panthers, Kappa underscored Black autonomy, which was at the basis of the organization's theoretical and practical efforts. Theoretical efforts included seminars on the writings of Karl Marx, W.E.B. Du Bois, Mao Zedong, Frantz Fanon, and Asada Shakur about topics such as surveillance technologies, transnationalism, liberalism, health disparities, housing alternative materials, and self-help. They aimed at furthering a critical understanding of the Empire State apparatus, and how it affected, policed, and killed the oppressed in general and Black communities in particular. Practical efforts consisted of specific programs whose objectives were to mobilize, inform, and capacitate the people most affected by policies of marginalization. A consequence of the adoption of dialogical autonomy is that, while recognizing the theoretical and practical validity of the Black-only orientation that was present in Black power theoretical perspectives as well as endorsed strategically informative moments of the BPP, Kappa's multiracial positioning, the result of tactical decisions accumulated over 2 decades of intensive activism, often overshadowed conceptual and organizing emphases on Black experiences and anti-Blackness. 8 Such decisions blunted, and often crowded out, Kappa's desires of Black autonomy, including Black theoretical autonomy. By Black theoretical autonomy I mean the will and capacity to zero in on Black experiences as the fundamental basis from which to critically understand the meta-theories, the elementary aspects, the modes of sociality, as well as the structural mechanics of the modern republic. Black theoretical autonomy requires a sustained focus on and a comprehensive grasp of Blackness and anti-Blackness, which in turn informs the possibility of an analytical effort that considers non-Black experiences. I stress possibility to contrast Black theoretical autonomy to what, arguably, has become a canonical conceptual orientation in progressive political spaces, including Black power-inflected blocs, namely, the necessity of engaging non-Black experiences. When I make the distinction between these analytical perspectives, I do not want to negate the epistemological validity of studying Black experiences in conjunction with, and necessarily related to, non-Black experiences, and the ways in which they inform each other. The effort here is not to enact oppression Olympics and claim that Black experiences and anti-Blackness trump all other forms of oppression. It is analytically myopic to dismiss the manners by which distinct gendered/sexualized/racialized experiences are necessarily connected to, even though they may not be commensurable with, each other. Furthermore, it is politically naive, perhaps even suicidal, especially in the US, where blacks are just over 12% of the population, to preemptively negate multiracial alliances as a potentially effective strategy to pressure established forms of power and distribution of resources. 9. It goes without saying that political imagination and analysis are indissociable. The effort, rather, is to engage the specificity of black experiences. Which means being aware of the conceptual work that the canonical accusation of playing oppression Olympics performs, namely, the disavowal of the focus on anti-blackness. To engage anti-blackness is to recognize the diasporically multiple, ubiquitous, trans-historical, and persistent forms of dehumanization that affect black people singularly, although of course not exclusively, the ways in which anti-blackness impacts non-blacks, and the common societal forces that affect blacks and non-blacks. In other words, while anti-blackness is foundational, it engages differently situated subjects distinctively, and interacts with other forms of oppression, such as those related to cis-heteropatriarchal forms of capitalistic exploitation and alienation. 10. Hence the necessity of zeroing in on black experiences, not only because of the pragmatic and indisputably singular social and ontological effects of anti-blackness on the black person, but also because her unique positionality is indicative of the myriad ways in which modern life and death worlds are constituted. 11. By focusing on blackness and anti-blackness, we are compelled to substitute the progressive analytical dyad white-non-white, from which the people of color framework operates, and the corresponding political blocks are formed, for the dyad black-non-black, which allows for an appraisal of the persistence, ubiquity, and intensity of anti-blackness. 12. Such considerations allow for an assessment of the ways in which Kappa and its embodiment of BPP and Black Power visions engaged non-black political actors and sought the formation of multiracial collective blocks as strategies to influence cultural understandings, information media, the electoral process, and various apparatuses of the empire state machinery. What explains such multiracial analytical and political drives? What prevented a more sustained focus on the specificities of black experiences and black autonomous forms of reflection and organization? By answering these questions, we will be able to better understand the successes and shortcomings of black initiatives that, like those in which Zinzun played a prominent role, were inspired by Black Power and, more broadly, Black diasporic radical traditions. 13. These interrogations enable a comprehension of the reasons for Kappa's muted public support for Black-led initiatives explicitly denouncing anti-Black genocide. 2. To illustrate Kappa's relationship to Black autonomy as well as its tendency to accentuate multiracial common denominators, often at the expense of a more sustained focus on anti-Black processes, I discuss Zinzun's relationship with the National Black United Front, NBUF, of which he was a founding member. NBUF was a left-leaning and nationalist organization formed in the late 1970s in Brooklyn and based in Chicago in the 1980s and 1990s. Specifically, I focus on NBUF's campaign against the state and society-sanctioned genocide of black people in the U.S. Although Zinzun was an active member of NBUF, a participant of its regional and national encounters, genocide was never part of Kappa's public vocabulary, much less of its organizational concepts. Such absence, I contend, was largely due to a model of multiracial organizing whose principle required the establishment of common experiences of oppression among black and non-black groups. The resulting multiracial blocks that formed around specific objectives, such as the 1987 campaign to prevent Zinzun's incarceration following his Pacific involvement in a case of police brutality, were often energized by collective moral outrage at injustice and suffering inflicted on black people. 14 Yet while such multiracial blocks were effective in generating public visibility and pressure, they prevented a deeper and more consequential engagement with the anti-black aspects of, in this case, police brutality specifically and social marginalization more generally. I am, thus, arguing that dialogical autonomy, though effective in agglutinating progressive multiracial constituencies around common social justice agendas, often required the bracketing of the focus on the specificities of Black experiences, even when Black experiences of suffering galvanized the mobilizations. The problem becomes even more complex when we notice that dialogical autonomy, as exercised by Black power advocates and BPP members, often meant that the ensuing political bloc's leadership was composed mostly, if not exclusively, of Black persons. Zinzun's political efforts seldom escaped the conundrum, even though he seemed quite aware of it. When Kappa emerged in 1975, it unapologetically continued several of the BPP's survival programs. 15 Many of its activities provided legal, logistical, and moral support to victims of police brutality. The coalition employed a constantly developing blueprint of activism that sought to rally the rapidly changing but still majority Black residents of South Central Los Angeles. Kappa's Manual of Community Organizing made it evident that cases of police brutality were to be transformed into mobilizing opportunities seeking long-term solutions to problems endemic to impoverished zones. To this end, stated its Community Organization Manual, Kappa has developed what it believes to be a highly effective organizing technique applicable to all communities. This technique is based on organizing in the wake of specific cases of police abuse. It can be done effectively in 3 steps: I document the case, 2. Reach the people, and 3. Mobilize the people. 16. Endemic structural problems included unemployment, shortage of affordable housing, lack of daycare facilities and supervised leisure activities for youths, substandard formal education that lacked a recognition of Black people's complex historical and ongoing experiences, susceptibility to disease due to stress, malnutrition, exposure to environmental toxins, poor sanitation, and infestation by pests such as cockroaches, mice, and rats, and deficient public transportation, among others. For each of these problems, and continuing the BPP's survival programs, Kappa elaborated corresponding initiatives. To combat unemployment, Kappa offered training in various technical skills and job interview classes. Individuals received instructions on how to approach an employment interview, including appropriate clothing, which the organization would lend, rent, or help acquire. Kappa also housed many professionalization classes. For example, shortly after I joined the organization in 1995, I collaborated with Zinzun in developing a computer literacy program targeting youths who participated in the gang truce. With his own funds, Zinzun purchased several used computers. We then created a curriculum to be taught over 8 weeks, at the end of which, for the students who demonstrated proficiency with the basic operation of the hardware and of word processing software, we issued course completion certificates. Some of those students started their own computer-related business, and following the communitarian responsibility perspective we stressed from the course's first day, insisted on participating in our classes as unpaid instructors. As well, Kappa invested in the formation and maintenance of the Off the Roach program. Reminiscent of a similar program Zinzun developed with the BPP, the Free Pest Control, it was carried out by groups of youths who would, for donation fees, treat homes with boric acid guns. Before being deemed competent to work in the program, the youths underwent a rigorous course on pest control, including a graded final examination. 17 The boric acid guns were the result of Zinzun's long-term research on insects, including several conferences he had with entomologists at the University of California, Los Angeles. Zinzun's notes on this topic, as well as the various specialized academic articles on cockroaches, related diseases, and safe and environmentally sound methods of pest control, give us a sense of the groundbreaking work on health he and his collaborators conducted between the late 1960s and the 1990s. He often stated that the Panthers were the first to come up with programs to test for sickle cell anemia before anyone could spell at 18. The same was true for Kappa regarding the effective approach to eradicating domestic pests and thus reducing related illnesses. Upon studying the Kappa papers at the Southern California Library, it became evident that the physical well-being of Black people was the fulcrum of Zinzun's preoccupations. The Off the Roach program was innovative not only due to the cutting-edge research conducted on the ways in which domestic insects caused or aggravated respiratory ailments such as asthma and a variety of debilitating infections, allergies, and chronic conditions among Black people. It was innovative also because, stressing the need to TCB, or take care of business, as Black Power proponents insisted, it generated a source of autonomous income for local Black youths. 19 Such was the orientation behind other Kappa programs: silk screening, photography, video and filmmaking, computer literacy, public speaking, conflict resolution, and transportation for the elderly and incapacitated, among many others. 20. This brief account of Kappa's daily activities and survival programs is meant as a contextualization for Xinzun's interest in the concept of genocide. Xinzun was aware of the 1951 publication of We Charge Genocide, and the mobilization that led to and followed it. He frequently mentioned the multiple factors that resulted in Black people dying prematurely, including suicide, and thus explained the Panthers and Kappa's multi-pronged approach of survival programs that focused on housing, nutrition, well-being, information, and technical skills. Even though Xinzun did not frequently employ the concept of genocide as developed in the Civil Rights Congress document William Patterson edited and whose substance benefited from previous work by W. E. B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson, among many others. 21 Like them, he was acutely aware of the multiple and interrelated manners in which Black people were subjected to societal forces that resulted in a shorter collective lifespan relative to non-Blacks. The concept of genocide was part of a critical analytical framework that recognized a. the multiple and mutually reinforcing aspects of Black-imposed marginalization, and b. the ways in which it was part of a continuum. On this latter point, Xinzun often invited discussions on the relationships between collectively shared agreements, conscious and unconscious, and the elaboration and implementation of policy. For example, common tropes of the urban youth, which paradigmatically referred to Black young people presumed to be violent and indeed non-human, served as justification, even if only tacit, for aggressive policing tactics as well as more severe sentencing guidelines. 22 Consequently, there existed a continuum from popular representations to the elaboration and implementation of public policy in which symbolic violence allowed for, and justified, quotidian forms of actual anti-Black violence. In other words, for the Black to be continuously brutalized, actual violence, she has to be always and already rendered abject and less than human, symbolic violence. In 1996, NBUF called on the United Nations to label an act of genocide the charges that the CIA had introduced crack cocaine to South Central Los Angeles. In a newspaper clipping on which Xinzun had underlined several passages, Conrad Worrell, NBUF's chair, said he believes there is a link between the introduction of crack cocaine in African American areas and the proliferation of imprisonment of African Americans, the 3 strikes and you out policy and mandatory sentencing. In the article, Worrell is quoted as saying, "We want the UN to affirm that genocide is taking place against Blacks in America." 23 Xinzun followed NBUF's genocide campaign closely. On May 14, 1997, for example, he received, by mail, in a manila envelope addressed to the Western Avenue Kappa office, notes from the NBUF's Spring Central Committee meeting in Houston. Worrell signed the document by hand. Why didn't Xinzun talk openly about the genocide campaign? Why didn't genocide become part of Kappa's conceptual universe and public intervention? The questions become intriguing when we notice that, at about the same time when NBUF's campaign against the genocide of Black people in the U.S. was beginning, there were multiple newspaper articles, television programs, documentaries, and public events, in response to a 1996 series of articles by Gary Webb published in the San Jose Mercury News. Webb's articles suggested that CIA agents had facilitated the selling of drugs in Black neighborhoods in the U.S. in order to generate revenue for anti-Sandinista, known as the Contras, military efforts, in Nicaragua. 24 Although dominant news media such as the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times claimed Webb's research overstated the government's involvement, there remained a strong consensus among Black people in the most affected areas, such as South Central Los Angeles, about the important role that the U.S. government played in the so-called drug epidemic, at minimum because the state did not intervene to prevent its spread. In response to the overwhelming negative response Webb's reporting garnered among Black people, on Friday, November 15, 1996, CIA Director John Deutsch spoke at a public event in Watts. Zinzun and other Kappa members attended the meeting at the Locke High School, on East 111 St. Street. It was an unusual occasion because public discussions are not part of the secretive CIA's mode of operation. Although the Los Angeles Times described the audience as skeptical and irate, and stated that Deutsch spent much of his time fighting off hecklers, the 1,000-person crowd, composed mostly of local residents, elected representatives, and activists, demonstrated a willingness to both listen to Deutsch and affirm their belief that there was government collusion with the drug trade. 25 Rather than summarily negate Webb's allegations, Deutsch pledged to conduct a more extensive inquiry into the matter. "I ask you all," he said, "to keep your minds open until we have a thorough investigation." 26 One of the memorable moments in the Watts Town Hall happened when former Los Angeles police officer Mike Rupert stated, "I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time." 27. In 1997, Zinzun aired an episode titled Crisis of Cocaine in his Message to the Grassroots weekly cable TV program, where he made similar claims about government involvement, if only due to inaction, in the rapid expansion of crack cocaine commerce in U.S. Black communities starting in the early 1990s. Through his research, he amassed a sizable archive of information about the drug smuggling and commerce in the inner cities, newspaper and magazine clippings, television news footage, and videotaped interviews with former dealers and law enforcement agents. All of which is to say that Zinzun's decision not to make the so-called crack epidemic part of Kappa's activism, and, more generally, not to render the concept of genocide an element of the coalition's public political vocabulary is puzzling. What explains the decision? As someone who had spent most of his lifetime addressing the excesses of the Empire State and had personally suffered much violence and degradation at the hands of official bureaucracies such as local law enforcement and the FBI, Zinzun was no stranger to the government's role in perpetuating, at the very least by indecision, various forms of Black people's marginalization and early death by preventable causes. Indeed, while surveilling his every move since at least his time with the BPP, the FBI had deemed him potentially dangerous, subversive, as someone who presented evidence of emotional instability, including unstable residence and employment record, or irrational or suicidal behavior, whose prior acts, including arrests or convictions, or conduct or statements indicated a propensity for violence and antipathy toward good order and government. 28 Signed by J. Edgar Hoover, FBI Director. On November 2, 1971, this memorandum, obtained via one of the many Freedom of Information Act requests Zinzun filed over the years, offers a brief window into the ubiquity of government presence in the lives of, not only those considered political threats but also, and more importantly, those inhabiting social spaces assumed to be incubators of discontent and opposition. Black social spaces were then, and remain, specifically targeted by intensive forms of surveillance, overtly and covertly. 29 As Zinzun liked to recount, Kappa had been infiltrated since its inception. Its own staff, occasional collaborators, allied protesters, and even the seemingly amiable woman next door to the office on Western Avenue who owned a small restaurant all turned out to be paid LAPD informants. 30. Zinzun's most severe experience of brutalization by the police happened in his own Pasadena neighborhood where, in the early hours of June 22, 1986, Steve Rivers, a black man, was arrested on suspicion of burglary. As officers beat him with their batons, Rivers, already sprayed with mace, handcuffed and lying on the ground, cried for help. 31 His shouts awakened many of the surrounding residents. To see what was going on, dozens of people poured out of their homes, including Frank Taylor and Michael Zinzun. When Taylor and Zinzun pleaded to get the officers' names and badge numbers, they were brutally beaten and arrested for interfering with police. 32 Maced and struck with a flashlight, Zinzun suffered a severe gash on his head, which required 40 stitches on his face and scalp. Such was the violence with which he was met that his skull was fractured. His left eye's optic nerve did not resist the flashlight blows and became detached, making him blind in that eye. 15 months after a protracted legal battle and mobilization effort, the city of Pasadena agreed to an out-of-court settlement that awarded $1.2 million to Zinzun, to be paid over 35 years. Legal victory notwithstanding, the physical and psychological damage was irreparable. 33. It was not a lack of comprehensive experiential, shared, and intentionally accumulated knowledge about government actions in black social spaces and their transgenerational negative consequences that prevented Zinzun and his local political blocs from embracing the concept of genocide. 34. 3. The claim of anti-black genocide requires a suspension of accepted progressive wisdom that stresses experiential commonalities between blacks and non-blacks. Instead, it affirms the specificity of black experiences. 35. It dramatically alters the political stakes. Rather than reform, what is required under the aegis of anti-black genocide is a complete negation of formations of cognition, sociality, resource distribution, and indeed modes of political thought and action. Perhaps this is what Tour and Hamilton had in mind when they stated, of necessity, this means that the existing systems of the dominant, oppressive groups, the entire spectrum of values, beliefs, traditions, and institutions will have to be challenged and changed. 36. If the black is to become whole, repossess her being, the structures of the mind and of the life world that make her a necessary non-person need to be annihilated. It is therefore unsurprising that, even though Zinzun was a consistent NBUF supporter, his political bloc's commitment to redeeming the imperial state project of multiracial inclusion made it impossible to openly endorse anti-black genocide agendas. Dialogical autonomy, and the prize it puts on the need for blacks to establish dialogues with the non-black, can therefore be understood as a result of the imperative of multiracial translatability. A political calculation based on the principle of multiracial experiential common denominators, dialogical autonomy recognizes the singularity of gendered black experiences, but opts to stress lines of experiential continuity between non-black and black social groups. The critique I draw here is not an a priori stance against the establishment of non-black black translatability and political alliances. Rather, it is a plea to consider black non-black alliances a possibility, and not a necessity, as it seems to be currently normative, and to linger on the uniqueness and fundamental cognitive and social role anti-blackness plays in the constitution of our worldwide sociability. It is not to discount non-black experiences or their connections to blackness. In the swiftness with which progressive black and pro-black fronts seek commonalities with the non-black, they often relinquish an autonomous analysis that identifies or, at the very least, considers anti-blackness as a central element of diasporic social formations. Indeed, Tour and Hamilton conclude black power by emphasizing the singularity of the black experience, and how this experience of imposed abjection dialectically creates a unique critical angle, an epistemic privilege. In this country, they stated, we therefore anticipate that the oppressed black people are the most legitimate and the most likely group to put the system to the test, to put the hard questions. Professor Kenneth Clark wrote, "The Negro in America, by virtue of the pervasive patterns of racial rejection, exclusion, or a token and often self-conscious acceptance by a minority of white liberals, has been forced into a degree of alienation and detachment which has resulted in a pattern of social and personality consequences. Among these consequences has been sharpened insights and increased sensitivity to some of the subtle forces which are significant in our complex social structure." 37. Black dialogical autonomy that emphasizes multiracial translatability not only was a defining aspect of Kappa, but also explains progressive efforts related to the diasporic Black Lives Matter movement. As it concerns such initiatives, it is not uncommon for mobilizations that arise from the death of an unarmed black woman, man, or child, to swiftly claim that police brutality impacts all of us, as if black individuals are not the disproportionate target of institutionalized discrimination and police lethal intervention. 38. For example, the International Socialist Organization, a pro-black multiracial progressive front, recently claimed that following the murders of Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Ayanna Jones, Larry Jackson, and dozens of other innocent people of color, a new movement is finding its place in the fight for justice. To succeed, the Black Lives Matter movement needs a solid understanding of where this systemic racism comes from and how it supports the ruling class. 39. It is the seemingly normative ease with which this political bloc moves from the state-induced and extralegal murders of black people to dozens of innocent people of color that is at the heart of the multiracial translatability imperative, the people of color framework, and the multiracial bloc it intends to bring together. An analysis of structural and foundational anti-blackness as the source of black death is pushed aside. Systematic racism and capitalism become the common sources of suffering across lines of race, gender, sexuality, and nationality. From this blueprint, the pro-black multiracial bloc emerges vibrant. While the multiracial political blocs that congregated around the coalition often synthesized their political energy from the moral outrage at black suffering, due to their driving principle a people of color emphasis on common experiences of oppression, they were unable and unwilling to accentuate the singularity of black experiences. To do so would not only force a reassessment of the terms under which the multiracial bloc came to being but also, and more importantly, the political strategies emanating from such terms. In the practice of Kappa activists, in line with Black Power theses, there existed a well-crafted multi-pronged approach to engaging, opposing, inhabiting, and eventually reforming the Empire State. This multi-pronged approach depended on the multiracial bloc's ultimate belief in the redemption of the entire formation of society, its worldviews, apparatuses, and modes of operation. Such reformist orientation was quite evident in the Black Power theses. Quaimtour bluntly affirmed that Black Power did not advocate for revolution, it preaches reform. 40 Black Power had a clear anti-capitalist vision and wanted a society free from exploitation. Yet it argued for political action within the law, action that sought to capture power through autonomous black local organizing and the establishment of multiracial alliances. In a 1992 afterword, Tour reminded his readers that all action proposed in the book is legal. 41 The absence of anti-black genocide in the progressive and even radical political vocabulary across the diaspora can be attributed, at least in part, to the symbiosis between a. the principle of common experiences of oppression under cis-heteronormative capitalist white supremacy according to which people of color political blocs converge, and b. the legal and reformist agendas that seek to render the Empire State a tool of social justice and inclusion. According to this perspective, rather than an impossible project of multiracial integration, the Empire State, although reluctantly so, is porous to black demands, and therefore salvageable. 42 The reformist black multiracial bloc, although outraged by examples of anti-black brutality, is fundamentally optimistic. It embraces the future as the eventual realization of its dreams of inclusion. Even avoiding the structural and foundational analysis of anti-blackness, Michael Zinzun's lifelong efforts at building and sustaining multiracial blocs, which in turn sought to engage, inhabit, and transform the Empire State, showed that the possibility of sustained black-non-black collaboration was hardly actualized. Translation across black-non-black experiences, save for the moments of widespread indignation following well-publicized state-sanctioned brutality, seems like an unrealized project. Kappa's office remained predominantly black throughout its 2 decades of existence, as did the staff and participants in key events to which Zinzun lent his energy and funds. 43 It is no accident that, as soon as Zinzun died, so did Kappa and the community in support of the Gang Truce, one of the many organizations housed in, related to, and dependent on the coalition. Similar insights can be drawn from the mobilizations that followed well-publicized acts of brutalization, including those against Zinzun. Why don't similar mobilizations, including sustained study and research, happen around the mundane expendability of black life? It is this quality of being unimaginable in times other than when there emerges multiracial episodic moral indignation, derived from activist efforts, and news and social media occasional evidence of inflicted terror on black people, that renders unlikely the coming to terms with structural anti-blackness. As long as black pain is perceived as intermittent, rather than structural and foundational, anti-blackness will remain unchallenged. Zinzun wanted to be ready for revolution. Yet the multiracial blocs that congregated around Zinzun were unwilling and/or unable to grasp that, above and beyond integration, social transfiguration requires an unapologetic confrontation with the very terms of this society's structuration, itself based on the unique, and perhaps untranslatable, dehumanization of Black people. 6. Black Panther legacies in a time of neoliberalism. Southerners on New Ground, Song, Durham Chapter, and BYP 100 calling for the end of pretrial detention at the 2018 Black Mamas Day bailout action. Since 1993, Song has organized for Black and racial liberation, immigrant and undocumented rights, people with disabilities, working class people, rural people, and LGBTQ people in the South. Photo courtesy of Serena Sebring. Chapter 15. Black Queer Feminism and the Movement for Black Lives in the South, an interview with Mary Hooks of Song. Diane C. Fujino and Felice Blake. Mary Hooks is co-director of Southerners on New Ground, Song, which began in 1993 as a queer liberation organization that struggles on many fronts for Black and racial liberation, immigrant and undocumented rights, for people with disabilities, working class, and rural LGBTQ people in the South. Since the emergence of the current iteration of the Black Liberation Movement, Song has joined the Movement for Black Lives, M4BL, composed of more than 100 Black-led organizations. Hooks was on the planning committee for the inaugural conference for the M4BL in Cleveland in 2015. She co-founded the Black Lives Matter chapter in Atlanta. She is the originator and organizer of the Black Mamas Bailout campaign. Diane Fujino. The focus of this interview is to examine Black feminist and queer organizing with a focus on how the Black Panther Party and Black Power shaped today's organizing. When I spoke with you earlier, you mentioned that the Black Panther Party was important to your own political development. Could you speak more about how the Panthers impacted you as well as other major influences on your own activism? I'm curious about their impact on Song as well. Mary Hooks. I would say one of the watershed moments in my life was when Elaine Brown, the only woman to head the Black Panther Party, came to my very Lutheran, predominantly white college. This was probably 2003. I remember when she spoke, it literally blew my mind. It was the first time that I heard an analysis around the war on drugs. The way she talked about revolution and the work of the Black Panther Party was deeply inspiring, but also left me feeling like there is so much that I hadn't been taught as a young person through high school and college as it relates to Black liberation struggles beyond the civil rights movement and the watered-down version that we got in public school. Elaine Brown ended up convening the few young Black students. I recall her giving us the mandate and charge around the next generation's role and work around Black liberation. After hearing her talk, I began deep personal research around the war on drugs and systemic oppression. That was my first opening to the Black Panther Party in such a visceral way. I moved to Georgia in 2007 and met a woman, Paris Hatcher, at a bar one night who told me about the work she was doing to stop the shackling of Black women while giving birth. She introduced me to her political home, which was Song. Southerners on New Ground, Song, is a regional queer liberation organization made up of Black people, people of color, immigrants, undocumented people, people with disabilities, working class and rural and small-town LGBTQ people in the South. We believe that we are bound together by a shared desire for ourselves, each other, and our communities to survive and thrive. We believe that community organizing is the best way for us to build collective power and transform the South. Out of this belief, we are committed to building freedom movements rooted in Southern traditions like community organizing, political education, storytelling, music, breaking bread, resistance, humor, performance, critical thinking, and celebration. Song was started by 3 white lesbians and 3 Black lesbians, all who had come out of previous movements. Most of the founders were older. The youngest was like 45 and maybe up to 60 when they started the organization. Many had ties to the anti-violence movement, the traditional civil rights movement, and anti-racist work exposing the Klan. Mandy Carter, for example, came out of the Quaker tradition and anti-war movements. That's how Song started. Once I became a member, a lot of my political development came through Kai Lumumba Barrow, who came up through the Black Panther Party out of Chicago and found her way doing work in the South. She's also one of the founders of Critical Resistance. She was brought onto staff in 2011 to train up the few of us whom at the time they called the Raw Stallions because we were new or green organizers. Before the hiring of Kai and the Raw Stallions, Song had only 2 staff members, co-directors Paulina Helm Hernandez and Caitlin Breedlove, and they were building and rebuilding the organization and membership structure as well as beginning to position the membership and Raw Stallions to wage organizing campaigns. Kai came in and helped do some of the leadership and campaign development as well as transferring major historical and movement memory. She brought the analysis around Black liberation in a particular way, and so in those earlier days, I deepened my understanding of the Black Panther Party platform and their programs. That helped us to think about how we would build our campaigns and how we understand issues to be widely and deeply felt. Part of Song's work has always relied on the historical memory, legacy, and past social movements that got us to where we are. We see ourselves within the lineage of the Black radical tradition that comes out of the South. When I think about other ways that we've been influenced, there's so much that continues to amaze me about the work of the Black Panther Party. Many of us grapple with how to support current political prisoners who have come out of that work, and there are many organizations that provide us entry points into doing so. We also grapple with what is at stake and at risk for us who are now taking up this legacy of work. There are other comrades too in our generation standing trial or who are also political prisoners we work to hold down and lift up. I could go on, but those are some of the ways the Black Panther Party's influence resonates deeply with me inside my political home. DF, as you talk about the Black radical tradition, I'm thinking about W.E.B. Du Bois' ideas on abolition democracy, and Angela Davis on prison abolitionism, and the Black Panther Party working not only to dismantle unjust laws, but also to create these alternative institutions based on self-determination and Black power. I know Song embraces a politic of abolitionism. Can you speak to what you mean by abolition and how it fits within this longer trajectory of Black radical organizing? People believe that it's in our spirit, that for the descendants of Africans and those who made it through the Middle Passage the demand has always been abolition. Whether that's the system of chattel slavery, Jim Crow, or the prison industrial complex, when we talk about abolition it's very much in the framework of Angela Davis. Many of us have given voice to making sure that we not just tear down the walls of prisons, but we actually have a cultural shift around the way we think about punishment and the way we embody different practices and processes to address harm, not just in the US, but globally. This thinking has guided our work as it relates to ending deportation and melting ice, as well as our work around ending money bail and pretrial detention. The long goal is abolition. It's not enough just to point out how flawed and how horrible this system is, but we're also responsible for taking on abolitionist reforms in order to tear it down brick by brick. That's our work in the Free From Fear campaigns that Song is moving. We grapple with the question, what do we need to be building in this time? So even when we're bailing people out like we did a few weekends ago, we go back and forth, are we a bail fund? We're trying to bring more political clarity around the need for direct service and organizing to be in better relationship with one another. Given the context of our social conditions and climate, we would be naive to say that we could engage this prison industrial complex without understanding that our folks have been deeply impacted by it for centuries and decades. This has to be a significant part of our work. Models like the Silicon Valley Debug, an amazing organization, have done a lot of work teaching our folks about participatory defense and providing resources to families and communities to help get their people out of jail. We just helped seed an organization in 2018 that grew out of our bailout work called the Center for Resilient Individuals, Families, and Communities. I just came back from New Orleans, and we're organizing an apprenticeship program for the moms that we bail out who get that taste of freedom once they get the dollar. They're like, hey, I want to organize. This is powerful work. We want to be able to give folk the tools that they need to become leaders in their community as relates to grassroots organizing. I always try to bring the lesson from the decisions that we're making and try to sharpen our strategy as we continue to learn more about what it's going to take to get our people free. Felice Blake, yeah, that's all so powerful. As you were talking, I was just thinking about some of the work I do in teaching Black feminism, but also in teaching and connecting questions around gender and sexuality to the work that we do in relation to the jail and in the community. One of the things that happens when we think about the Panthers is that the history of Black feminist organizing and analysis doesn't always have a clear home within that history and what we see now. Of course, something like Me Too was also started by and was about Black women. Yet even in our own moment we see how our understanding of the Me Too movement and why it's happening needs to be informed by discussions about race, gender, sexuality, poverty, and so on. As you were just talking about the bailout campaign, I became interested in the way that, in the process, people are redefining what is a mother, by looking at this long history of incarceration in relation to race, motherhood, and oppression, but also right now, how do we understand caregiving, giving care, receiving, taking care of each other, and so on? So how do these questions about gender impact how we remember the Panthers? How have critical questions stemming from Black chauvinism or Black people's own investments in patriarchy shaped the way you work? How does Song engage these issues? Song comes out of a Black feminist tradition and practice, while simultaneously being a multiracial, cross-class, cross-gender organization. We don't see this as an organizational contradiction but an asset and understand Black feminist traditions, also often relegated to the historical sidelines, to be so profoundly politically life-giving. And one can adhere to or embody these principles of Black feminism across identity. One of the movement elders out of the South, our beloved Ruby Sales, comes out of SNCC actually. I don't know if she ever engaged in work around the Black Power movement explicitly. One of the things that strikes me as you were talking about Me Too is something that she has laid on our hearts to grapple with. We saw the ways of the Me Too movement as it relates to white women and their naming of being violated. Then we learned about Tarana Burke. One of the things that has been really amazing about Burke, as Mama Ruby was saying, we as Black women who live at these intersections, we cannot take on the ways in which white women come out a tradition of saying, this person winked at me. And then the next thing we knew someone is getting lynched or castrated. So we still have to hold these values of redemption, these values of truth-telling. We have to be able to do so with due process whether that's inside of a courtroom or through community processes, to always speak the truth and not just anyone can say a thing happened and take it at face value. Not to interrogate the victim, but we also have to be in our integrity as we're talking about the ways in which harm has happened. So that's something we also carry inside of our work. Oftentimes people ask, well, who do you bail out? Are you bailing out people with dangerous charges? We're like, innocent until proven guilty. At this point in the game no one has been charged with anything. It is not our role and work to do that. But we should be trying to make more expansive the work we do outside of the court. One of the goals for Song, as it relates to how we're thinking about gender and caretaking, one of the things that we talked about when bailing out Black mothers was to make sure that when we talk about who's mothering, we want to talk about the grandmothers who are taking care of second and third generations. We want to talk about the trans women who are raising up the girls in the clubs. They are caretaking and providing and raising up community, whether they bore them or not. Part of our mandate is to also to bail out Black trans women. We learned how spiteful the system is in how our people, and people in general, are categorized and caged. Oftentimes Black trans women are housed on the men's side and it's based on the discretion of the officer that's processing them. Usually they're looking to see if this woman had top surgery, or if her wig can be taken off. This is a huge, contentious issue as it relates to queer non-binary people. So these are all the things we're grappling with as we try to make sure that we are involved in the conversation. Who are we talking about when we talk about who's mothering and who's raising children? DF, Mary, I have been so impressed with the ways that Song works. Many people now use this term intersectionality, but Song seems to be practicing a radical intersectionality. On your website you have the Spanish language before English. You talk about black people and people of color, about gender and sexuality, but you're also looking to undocumented people, ableism, so much more. I'm wondering if you can speak to what changes when black feminist queer politics are put front and center? Oh my! I think that becomes the antidote, the solution to white supremacist heteropatriarchy. This is how we need to be moving. This is the politics, values that we should be adopting. My partner Charlene, she often talks about how the analysis of black queer feminist politics helps people understand what it means to be a black queer feminist. But then the ideology is an open invitation to everybody. Something that's really important, and Charlene stresses this a lot, just because you embody these identities does not make you inherently a black queer feminist. That's something we have to continuously not be liberal around the gendered movement because our identity politics only get us so far. Point 1, we have to really ensure that folks are not only understanding the language and the analysis of black queer feminism, but that it's also rooted in a practice. I would say that particularly because Song's founders come out of movement, one of our foundational texts is the Combahee River Collective Statement. Point 2, we have it in both Spanish and English. I remember stories Mandy Carter would tell. One of the first campaigns that Song embarked on was to join the fight around the MT olive pickle boycott in North Carolina being organized by farm workers. They called many of the LGBTQ people to join this fight and many said, "This has nothing to do with us." But Song saw the importance. We have inherited a legacy of work based on our insistence that many understand that our lives are interconnected but don't understand systems of oppression are deeply connected. Our strategies must reflect that analysis. If we think we can organize in silos or just for one issue, especially on the land where chattel slavery took place and is the current testing ground for right-wing strategies, we have a problem. With black queer feminist politics, and it's beautiful that we have a language for it, we see that black women, queer and trans people, poor people have shown up across many fights, which is a manifestation of that politic in action. At Song we also have a formula for movement building that is vision and identity and consciousness and work. In other words, all these elements are needed to be able to advance collective work. You can't just have one or two of them, all four are needed. FB, as you are doing the work, when you encounter obstacles to people listening to black women or listening to queer black women, what are the obstacles that people put in the way? Oh, my God! In 2015 I helped start the Black Lives Matter chapter here in Atlanta. Immediately we began seeing signs of someone moving like a provocateur and eventually starting an off-brand chapter that they called Greater Atlanta Black Lives Matter. They started talking down about LGBTQ people and it was not in alignment with the principles and values of Black Lives Matter, which we know was started by two queer women, Patrice Concolars and Alicia Garza, along with Opal Tometi. If you're undermining their work and not in alignment with the values and politics, then stop calling yourself Black Lives Matter. Call yourself something else. Many people in Atlanta and across the country know about this person I'm speaking about. Point 3, I had a call one day, someone from SCLC Southern Christian Leadership Council founded in 1957, with Dr. Martin Luther King as its first president, called and said, "We're really interested in investing in this guy's leadership. He could be the next Dr. King." It just blew my mind. Have they not seen all the dykes and lesbies and trans women who have stood down highways, who have stood before councils, who are going to the mat not just for our issues, but for all black people? There is a refusal to acknowledge and the refusal to bear witness to this generation of movement and what folks of our particular experiences and politics bring to black movement politics. It's also about ignoring the violence that happens to black women and queer and trans women. One of the things that we refuse to do is to let anybody be invisibilized. In a place like Atlanta where I do most of my organizing work, there's that long, open desire for another Dr. King, so much so that people are willing to get behind leaders that mean our people no good, just to be able to say we have a black man who's leading. FB, right, our own investment in patriarchy. I think that's a very internal conversation that has to be had among black people. I remember going back to Lumumba Barrow when she joined the song staff. She talked about having to leave the Black Panther Party because the patriarchy was so real. I could not survive being a black lesbian woman in that organization. When we look at past movements, we have to be critical, but not in a way that devalues what all the magic and all the beautiful work that previous formations have done. I think the refusal to have an honest read and to have the insight, hindsight, and foresight, as Mama Ruby said, around what current movements have done, if we don't grapple with those things, we will continue to perpetuate those same tensions. Many of us who are queer trans folk are oftentimes the ones relied on to be the truth tellers about it. And oftentimes we're seen as divisive or not prioritizing the real issue, and unfortunately there are black women who also subscribe to that as well. It's not just the black men. It's going to take all of us to transform patriarchy, to transform our communities and transform our world. DF, this is what's so important about black radical queer feminist politics. Song was involved in the founding conference for the Movement for Black Lives in Cleveland in July 2015, and you were on the planning committee. The Movement for Black Lives is simultaneously addressing a multitude of issues. Its members view militarism, a living wage, education, health care, and so forth, as all interconnected. Could you speak about what's happening since that time with the Movement for Black Lives, M4BL, and how Song connects with it? It's important to name entry points. Before July 2015, circa the fall-winter of 2014, folks began convening. This was the black leaders across the country saying, "Hey y'all, it's not just a moment, this is a movement. Let's bring the forces together." One of the things that kept radiating was this commitment to queer and trans leadership, a commitment to the South, understanding how the South had been ignored. So that's when Song was brought to the table. We were clear, we're a multiracial organization that has black and brown people. They were cool with that. When we began planning for Cleveland 2015, I remember being in the room with activists from at least 90 organizations. We talked about what the local campaigns meant for building a movement. Those discussions became the building blocks of the Vision for Black Lives policy platform that was released in August 2016.4. We were really serious about holding the line around not picking sides in terms of Hillary and Trump. While people were trying to get us to support Hillary over Trump, we knew what Hillary had been responsible for in our communities. After Trump got into office, the strategy began reforming. We haven't gathered since the Cleveland conference. We began writing up the M4BL 2021 plan. What can we do together that we cannot do alone? What we knew to be true was that the political climate we find ourselves in grew out of the resistance that has been happening since 2013 with Black Lives Matter, and even before that to the Occupy movement in 2011. But for this generation of the Black liberation movement, it was 2013. We've been able to bring in more organizations to discuss how are we collectivizing our resources and sharing resources? How are we using our collective curriculum to train and develop other leaders? About 2017, we began to talk more about building rapid response strategies. A lot of that was being coordinated by Blackbird in Ferguson. So we agreed to meet for 7 months, once a month, and we struggled, debated, and worked this plan for the M4BL's Vision for Black Lives. From that plan came the organizing table. We've been able to survey over 100 Black-led organizations that are doing base building, intermediary work, to really understand what are the needs of grassroots organizers at this time. We're now planning a convening in February 2019, which will bring about 500 people to Atlanta to think through new strategies. Which 5 to 10 localities can we get up under and support the grassroots organizing that's happening there? What does it mean for Black people to build power and to take power? We're trying to do system change work, abolitionist work. We also want to convene folks to do some baseline training and skill up to make sure organizers have what they need so we can all do the work that we're called up to do. There are also very few programs. Blackbird is one of them, where about 15 leaders of different organizations came together and got trained up on how we talk about the larger visions of the work that we're trying to move, and to have spokespeople to make political interventions into the mainstream narrative about who we are, what the work is, and how we understand the political landscape today. About the work that we've been doing around the Black Mama's bailout, the ancestors brought it to me on my front porch one day. I brought it into song. Then we in song spoke about it at a Movement for Black Lives policy meeting that was specifically addressing bail. At that meeting, folks were like, yes, yes, yes. We developed the National Bailout Collective to collectivize our resources to be able to do mass bailouts as part of a larger strategy to challenge the practice of money bail and pre-trial detention. So the tentacles of work have spread widely. In M4BL, we realize that we need to be doing the slower, respectful work of organizing our people. Oftentimes people have an idea of what the M4BL is: resource, coalition, but we talk about it as an ecosystem. We try to connect the grassroots, local movements to a national movement and international movement. We're also very committed to not just doing the beck and response work, which we know is a need and also an opening to draw more people into organizations. About funders, we've always been clear: fund the movement, not just one organization. Organizations make up the movements. So we've been able to collectivize resources and to help support organizers who are moving initiatives that may be a few dollars short. I'm really proud of the work we've been able to do thus far. FB, we've been talking about the campaigns and dealing with policy, but I know the website states that song is rooted in a Southern tradition that includes humor, music, performance. Can you say more about the creative, imaginative side and how that also works to bring people together? Song is rooted in the Black radical tradition, but it is also a queer liberation organization. I think about Audre Lorde and the uses of the erotic as part of some of the forces of energy that influences our work and how we show up to do change work. So for song we oftentimes talk about not just organizing from a place of righteous anger, which it is definitely righteous and necessary, but also from a place of longing and desire for something different. Over the past 25 years of song, a core part of how we do what we do is to impact the culture of the organization, the way we hold space and create collective alchemy. Organizing work is spirit work and is cultural work. Especially as Southerners who have been regionally scapegoated and marked as a lost cause by others, we know that any policy wins we advance need to be paired with profound culture change, and that our work cannot, will not, and should not be solely quantified in policy wins. We have been taking care of each other outside of the state for a long time, and that is one of our profound assets. We center spirit work and communal work as some of the heartbeat of our organizing. A lot of it is the tradition of breaking bread, having altars to hold spirits, to make sure the place is welcoming for children, or just sitting on the front porch with someone and having a one-on-one, sipping tea. All of those things deeply impact how we're able to create transformative organizing work. When I was on the staff, we began holding a tradition called Gaycation. Our people work really hard and struggle really hard, but if we're not also finding joy in it, then we shouldn't be doing it. So we began holding Gaycation once a year in the summertime. If you can pay $20, you pay $20, for someone else who can't, whatever. We might find ourselves in the woods and we take the time to actually embody beloved community. We take care of each other's babies. We collectively cook. We do the things we imagine will take place once revolution comes. So having spaces like that informs how we stay in the work and what we embody our gay sprinkle in the Black radical tradition. Song has always been clear about desire and longing being the driving force of our work, and also organizing from a place of vision. I'm thankful that one of our founders talks about how visionary organizing has been able to ascend above the trees and see the longing and where the horizon is, and be able to come down and take the beauty and magic of what is possible. So we can have the insight, hindsight, and foresight to make the strategic interventions where the vision is taking us and not just where our heartbreak would like to keep us. DF, Mary, when I attended Song's Roundtable at the American Studies Association Conference in Atlanta in November 2018, I was struck with that spirit that song has and the ways that you interacted. It was clear to me that you were self-consciously working to develop the humane, to prefigure the kinds of liberatory social relations as they connect with creating structural change. As I hear you talk now, I also see that there's also a connection to nature and Mother Earth, a connection to the ancestors and spirituality. All of this, the social, the cultural, the spiritual, the political, the economic, is intertwined and somehow front and center for song. You were talking about where we need to take the movement, which is no easy question. I know we need to end, so I'd like to ask if you have any last remarks or anything you'd like to add. One of the things that I'm grappling with as an organizer and as someone who is always in a state of study. I'm always studying something, always reading something. One of the things the Black Panther Party offers this struggle of liberation is the manner in which they showed up. So much of their influences in terms of the culture they developed, the way people dressed, the hair. I know today, we ask what's our swag look like? How are we showing up? The Black Panther Party really brought swag to the movement that identified that we are a force of people that are unified in struggle. In a lot of ways, their militancy gets devalued, but there was a certain level of rigor and discipline that came with that, a level of intention that I don't believe the current movement has yet embodied or figured out. It may not be the whole thing, but what is the dose of the Panthers that we need in our movement? There has always been a thread in Black liberation work, whether it's the Deacons for Defense or other organizations, not just those who carried arms, but also those who understood what is at stake in a different way. This is life or death, bodies are literally going to be killed, so there was a need for a different understanding of how we understood self-defense. We don't always see that tendency in this current iteration. I think about the young guy Joshua out of Ferguson who was sentenced to 8 years after setting a trash can on fire. 5 So in this generation, he is one of the first, I think it's fair to say, political prisoners of our time. How do we hold that dose of militancy that we need along with the desire, the longing, the spiritual, all of those things? And is there a place in the movement for it, because that's something that the Black Panther Party modeled for us and that we have yet to figure out how it fits into the movement at this point? Representatives of the African Black Coalition and/or Black Student Union, UC Santa Barbara, Taryn Wilkerson, Jordan Mitchell, Bianca Graves, Nia Mitchell, Eden Tessima, and Yoel Hiley, left to right, presenting at the University of California, UC, Regents meeting in San Francisco in January 2016. ABC denounced the $425 million the UC system invested in Wells Fargo, a leading financier of private prisons, helping to force the UC system to divest. Photo courtesy of author. Chapter 16. Black Student Organizing in the Shadow of the Panthers. Yoel Yusuf Hiley. The African Black Coalition, ABC, a California statewide Black youth formation, is the largest Black student organization in the United States. It organizes Black student unions at 16 colleges and universities. Before discussing the significant influence of the Black Panthers on ABC, it is imperative to trace the genesis of the organization. The African Black Coalition began as a conference by a group of Black students at the University of California, UC, campuses in 2003. Between 2003 and 2012, it continued as an annual conference. In those years, it served as a great cultural institution and conference where Black students would gather over the course of a weekend, attend various workshops on issues about the Black world, and feel culturally affirmed and renewed in light of the categorically hostile and racist campus climate across all their campuses. However, politically, ABC was not able to achieve any significant victories or mount statewide organizing campaigns because its infrastructure was built around one annual event. It simply did not have the organizational structure to achieve anything but one annual conference. This is not to say that individual Black student unions, BSUs, throughout the various campuses were not politically active. To the contrary, many BSUs were engaged in many political struggles of their day and achieved important political victories. In this chapter, I will primarily refer to the time period between 2012 and 2018. In 2012, the conference was hosted at UC Berkeley under the chairship of Brother Saleh Muhammad. In 2013, the person who was elected to chair the conference resigned halfway through the year, prompting Brother Saleh to jump back into the fray and assist the host campus with their conference planning. This incident exposed a serious weakness in the coalition, which was that there was no sustainable organizational structure to ensure the smooth year-to-year transition in putting together even one annual event. This revelation prompted Brother Saleh to begin the process of transforming the coalition from a high-functioning conference planning committee into a well-structured organization with a staff structure that can ensure continuity and be a vehicle to improve the material conditions of the masses of our people. For the following year, Saleh Muhammad and Rashid Shabazz became Interim Executive Director and Communications Director, respectively, and conducted many trainings and campus visits in order to establish the necessary relationships and buy-in to transform the loose coalition into an organization. Through this process, they established a central committee, similar in purpose to that of the Black Panther Party, that was comprised of the chairs of black student unions of each member campus. The purpose of the Central Committee is to act as the highest governing body of the organization, set priorities, and direct the staff toward advancing the mission of the organization, which is the liberation of all African people. Since the founding of the Central Committee and the relentless and tireless efforts of many comrades, too many to name here, the ABC was transformed from one annual conference into a formidable black youth organization. The organization has 6 executive branches, which are as follows. Executive Office. This branch is led by the Executive Director and includes the Student Affairs Unit. It is primarily tasked with maintaining and supporting the BSUs and their leadership across all the member campuses. This includes regular communication with BSU leadership, field visits, ongoing support, and organizing training, among other things. One of its critical tasks is also to expand the organization's power by bringing in more BSUs into the coalition. As a result of their tireless work, what started as a coalition of BSUs at 9 UCS now also includes BSUs at 7 California State University, CSU, campuses. 1. Political Bureau. This branch is led by the political director and is responsible for building up the organizing arm of the organization. Consequently, it creates and sustains relationships with freedom movements across the U.S., Africa, and Latin America to the extent possible. The Political Bureau also initiates and supports political campaigns to improve the material conditions of our people both on the campus level and throughout California. Lastly, this bureau is responsible for the internal security of the organization. Black Community Programs, BCP, Bureau. The BCP, modeled and named after Steve Biko's programs during apartheid South Africa, is led by the BCP director. Its primary mission is to organize the black communities in the cities of Oakland and Los Angeles and identify and deliver services that our people are in dire need of as a result of poverty and government neglect. The BCP is part of various social justice coalitions in Oakland and conducts various trainings and programs ranging from Know Your Rights trainings and after-school programs for students in continuation schools. For example, during the 2015-2016 academic year, we helped host after-school programming for the mostly students of color attending Bunch Academy, a West Oakland continuation high school. Business and Operations Bureau. This bureau is led by the Business Operations Director of the organization and is tasked with several responsibilities. The primary task of this bureau is akin to the Finance Minister, which is to be in charge of the organization's financial health and accounting. It secures funding and administers it in a way that advances our mission. Part of this task includes identifying business opportunities that could be set up in order to establish the organization's financial independence and escape the trap of the nonprofit industrial complex and the concerning level of dependence many social justice organizations have on foundation grants. Our fundamental belief is for us, by us. Inclusion Bureau. This is a newly established bureau that is intended to help root out patriarchy and heteropatriarchy within the organization and conduct education efforts to achieve similar objectives both internally and externally. The staff, in response to both internal and external criticisms that the organization needs to do better in its practices to be more inclusive, voted unanimously to elevate this position to the executive level. The ideas and organizing principles of the Black Panther Party are a central influence on the ABC and its organizers. We derived our 10-point plan from the Panthers, much like how the Panthers derived theirs from the Nation of Islam. Below is our plan. 1. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our Black community. 2. We want 40 acres of land for every Black person of adult age, 18 and over. We believe the combined totality of those 40 acres per every Black person over the age of 18 will constitute an independent and sovereign Black republic. 3. We want the abolishment of patriarchy and heteropatriarchy. 4. We want financial reparations to Black people for the 250 years of unpaid labor that the U.S. stole from our people. 5. We want an immediate end to police brutality, white terrorism, and the gratuitous murder of Black people. 6. We want decent housing fit for the shelter of human beings and an immediate end to gentrification. 7. We want freedom for all Black people held in federal, state, county and city prisons and jails and released to the custody of the independent and sovereign Black Republic. 8. We want the abolishment of the prison industrial complex that has been erected to continue the enslavement of Black people. 9. We want the immediate cessation of Western interference in Africa, the Caribbean and other Third World continents and nations. We want an immediate cancellation of all World Bank and the International Monetary Fund loans to Africa, the Caribbean, and the rest of the Third World. 10. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. 11. We call on Black people to not serve in any U.S. enforcement institutions, armed forces, police, DEA, Homeland Security, Border Patrol. There are a few things worth noting about ABC's 10-point plan and the Panthers. Our fundamental similarity is that we both believe in self-determination, identify the United States to be an illegitimate settler colonial state, and are committed Pan-Africanists who support Third World decolonial struggles. We believe in African socialism and are ardent anti-capitalists. We are students of Fanon and African revolutionaries the world over whom we study continuously. We believe that the Black Panther Party was one of the greatest and strongest organizations in the history of the Black freedom struggle in the continental United States. There are some departures we take from the Panthers in our ideology. The African Black Coalition is a Black nationalist organization. We believe in separation and cessation from the United States into a sovereign Black nation. This is reflected in ABC's points number 2 and number 3, which read in their totality as follows. Number 2. We want 40 acres of land for every Black person of adult age, 18 and over. We believe that land is the basis of all independence. As such, we believe that the first demand of Black people in our quest for liberation must be the 40 acres per person that is owed to Black people by the U.S. government. We believe the combined totality of those 40 acres per every Black person over the age of 18 will constitute an independent and sovereign Black republic. The establishment of a sovereign Black nation in North America will obviously be done with the consultation of the indigenous people of this land. Number 3. We want financial reparations to Black people for the 250 years of unpaid labor that the U.S. stole from our people. We believe that the U.S. government owes Black people for the unpaid labor our ancestors provided to this country under chattel slavery and the subsequent underemployment of our people since the Emancipation Proclamation. There are already estimates ranging from $1.5 million each to $14.2 trillion in total due to the 40 million of Black people in America today who are descendants of enslaved Africans. We want total autonomy, sovereignty, and independence in the management of these funds. Point 2. Our fundamental vision and dream of freedom is based in the establishment of an independent and sovereign Black nation in the continental United States. Of course, this idea is not new. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam have long espoused this view, and there were many activists in the 1960s and 1970s who sought to create the framework for the Republic of New Africa. The idea was to combine the states of South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana into one sovereign republic. We agree with this position. Our dream of freedom is centered around land. A territory that belongs to our people, one that we can protect and defend militarily from all enemies. As Kwame Nkrumah stated, we believe land is the basis of all independence and that no people anywhere in the world can ever be free or independent without a land of their own. We believe that black people are entitled to financial reparations from the United States government for the 250 years of unpaid labor during slavery. We envision for the combined funds of those reparations to constitute the national budget of a sovereign black nation during its early years until the necessary infrastructures and industries can be set up and productive to the point of self-sufficiency. We believe in African socialism, akin to the Marxist-Leninist ideology of the Panthers. We believe in the nationalization of all the natural resources of the new republic and the use of its wealth to meet all the basic needs of its citizens: housing, food, health care, education, and full employment. Furthermore, our 10-point plan emphasizes our desire to end patriarchy and heteropatriarchy. We seek a nation free of the oppression women and queer people face. We recognize that Huey Newton wrote in the 1970s about gay liberation and are simply elevating that point to one of the core principles and commitments of the organization. Lastly, consistent with the Panthers' internationalist principles, our 10-point plan calls for the immediate cessation of Western interference in Africa, the Caribbean, and other Third World countries. We want an immediate cancellation of all World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF, loans to Africa, the Caribbean, and the rest of the Third World. This is a call similar to the one Captain Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso made before the enemies of our people assassinated him through the treacherous Blaise Compaoré, who went on to betray all the principles of the Sankarist revolution and put the Burkinabe people under the mercy of French colonizers for the 27 years he ruled Burkina Faso. Like Sankara, we believe these loans to be illegitimate and amount to nowhere near what the Western world has already stolen from Africans. These are the visions of freedom and liberation the African Black Coalition has and seeks to bring into fruition. These ideas and ideologies are disseminated to the students we work with mainly through leadership trainings we host during the academic year. We host the following trainings throughout the year. Camp Uhuru. This is a training that is usually held at the end of spring or early summer to onboard the newly elected BSU leadership throughout the state. We bring more than 100 student leaders for a weekend to go through our political education and leadership development curriculum. Black Student Leadership Training, BSLT. This training is held in early fall to delve deeper into our political education curriculum and develop work plans for the student leaders for the year. We bring more than 100 student leaders for a weekend and conduct strategy and tactics sessions where we develop our statewide and campus-level political campaigns. Chairs Retreat. This training is held in early winter and primarily trains the chairs of the BSUs throughout the state. We understand the burden of leadership, especially for youth who are elected to lead BSUs. It's a historic and awesome responsibility with many pitfalls and trials from all sides. For this reason, we bring all those leaders together for more political education, to help problem solve their challenges, and support them in meeting their great responsibilities. Additionally, we still host, on an annual basis, the African Black Coalition Conference. The ABC Conference is the largest convening of Black youth in California and possibly in the nation. We bring anywhere from 600 to 900 Black students from all over the state for a weekend to conduct political education, academic development, and career opportunity workshops. We also have multiple cultural shows and artists, as culture and art are fundamental components of political resistance and human development. Lastly, members of the staff visit the campuses multiple times over the course of the year to conduct leadership training and political education. These are the mechanisms through which the ideology and principles of the organization are disseminated throughout its cadre and membership. Our political analysis is developed through intense study of the history of our people and the freedom struggles of other Third World people. We have a long list of recommended books to read for people joining the staff of the organization, as well as online lectures, documentaries, and videos that we believe are necessary in cultivating our development and knowledge. It is important to note that experience and practice has also been a tremendous generator of knowledge, insight, and analysis for us. Our organizing campaigns over the last 4 years have taught us a tremendous amount about sustaining energy and discipline within the organization, working in coalitions, and surviving trials and tribulations both internally and externally. These are things no book can teach, but that organizers and organizations must learn through trial by fire. The important part here is that we make consistent efforts to apply all knowledge, test all assumptions and hypotheses, and create strategies that incorporate information and knowledge derived both from historical study and real-time developments. The synthesis of these knowledges has allowed us to wage some successful campaigns against mass incarceration within the UC system and survive as an organization during challenging times. One of the lessons we have learned through both the historical study of the Panthers and our own experience is the critical importance of keeping internal disagreements of the organization internal. We have studied and witnessed the devastating and divisive impact of Eldridge Cleaver and Huey Newton's very public conflict. While the split was fostered by the FBI's infamous counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, failing to keep internal differences private propelled the organization to a breaking point. As a result of this history, our ethos is to never attempt to resolve internal disagreements in the public sphere, as we have never seen anything productive ever come out of such practice. The outcome of this ethos has been that even when we faced the painful experiences of having to suspend and expel former comrades from the organization for various transgressions, we never made public these decisions. One can only appreciate the restraint and discipline every member of the organization demonstrated in these decisions when one takes into account the sheer volume of the slander that was aimed at our organization through social media. In the age of Twitter, where people simply make outrageous claims within 140 to 240 characters in a false attempt to have nuanced discussions, only to conclude with hyperbolic statements that are neither here nor there, many organizers and organizations have fallen victim to the practice of attempting to have serious discussions over that medium. What has become clear over the last 3 to 4 years is that some of these Twittertionaries, Twitter revolutionaries, use hyperbolic and blanket statements to gain more followers, likes, and retweets without contributing to the task of building lasting black institutions that can withstand the test of time in order to serve the people, mind, body, and soul. This is in many ways similar to what many bourgeois black intellectuals do on the academic scene, relentlessly criticize black people who are actually engaged in the dialectical struggle of building organizations and institutions to serve the people, their shortcomings and contradictions notwithstanding, while drawing nice salaries from state institutions, colleges and universities, with no useful or material contribution toward those efforts. Perhaps unbeknownst to them, what their actions and constant search for more likes, retweets, and followers reflect is perhaps the single worst cultural trait of Western bourgeois society's self-aggrandizing rugged individualism and white validation. Of course, the first task of any revolutionary organization is to go back to the source, as Amilcar Cabral teaches us, and ground its resistance in African collectivism. This means we must root out any and all tendencies of individualism, for individualism is one of the central characters of traitors and reactionaries and should not be allowed to exist and fester within any organization that damages the struggle for collective freedom. This is precisely why Frantz Fanon, when speaking about the bourgeois elements of underdeveloped nations, stated, "The bourgeoisie should not be allowed to find the conditions necessary for its existence and its growth." 3. The African Black Coalition has been immensely fortunate that many of its members and leaders have been mentored and brought up by movement veterans. This includes people who were organizers with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, the first founders of BSUs in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and most importantly, leaders within the Black Panther Party. One of our mentors and elders is Elaine Brown. Elaine Brown first became a member of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panther Party, which was led by John Huggins and Bunchy Carter, who were martyred on the UCLA campus. She was recruited to the party by John Huggins himself. Over the course of time, she rose to the role of Minister of Information, and later, chair of the Black Panther Party while Huey Newton was in exile in Cuba. Sister Elaine has been a mentor of many in ABC since its inception. She has consistently participated in every panel and speaking event that we have asked of her and has held private sessions with us to impart her battle-tested wisdom. For our latest statewide ABC conference in January 2018, we invited the legendary Eddie Conway, high-ranking member of the Baltimore chapter of the Black Panther Party, to speak as one of our keynote speakers. Eddie Conway was framed for murder by the state and was held as a political prisoner for 44 years before being released in 2014. We have been building a relationship with Brother Eddie and will continue to do so. Fundamentally speaking, we envision for the ABC to function in structures similar to those of SNCC and the Black Panther Party. The mantra of the Black Panther Party, "Serve the people, mind, body, and soul," is what we strive to embody in both our personal and organizational ethos. We deeply appreciate the discipline among most of the members of the party and the centralized paramilitary leadership infrastructure of the BPP. This is not to say that we avoid dealing with real weaknesses, both internal and external, that led to the destruction of the party. However, knowing what we know about the depth and extent of the war the FBI and all the intelligence agencies of the United States government waged on the Black Panther Party, we are not naive enough to conclude the party was destroyed by its own internal weaknesses and discord. This point is critical to emphasize because some so-called historians and filmmakers seem to be engaged in a revisionist rewriting of history that exaggerates and highlights mistakes and failures of some members of the party to the point of assigning the blame for the destruction of the party to those internal problems. Such bourgeois historiography masks the calculated, brutal, and merciless ways through which the United States government sought to systematically destroy organizations of black resistance, assassinate our leaders, and make lifelong political prisoners of those they decided not to or could not murder. There is an ongoing discussion and reaction among contemporary organizations in the Black freedom struggle about what leadership structure is appropriate and can help us get to freedom. There are many in the present iteration of our freedom struggle who seem to favor a horizontal leadership structure or a decentralized organizational structure. People are using phrases like leaderless or leaderful movements to describe some of what we are currently witnessing within movement spaces. I believe a lot of this is really in reaction to the fact that during the civil rights and Black Power movements of the 1960s and 1970s, we had clearly identified and stellar leaders such as Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Kwame Ture, formerly Stokely Carmichael, John Huggins, Bunchy Carter, Huey Newton, Assata Shakur, and countless others who were clearly identifiable and targeted for assassination by the U.S. government. Part of the current thinking is that if we elevate people to become such leaders as those, we will also be providing our enemies with a clear list of people to target in order to cripple our movements. There is of course serious merit to this argument in the context of a freedom struggle that is above ground. However, a brief survey of freedom struggles in Africa, Latin America, and Asia show us that freedom struggles that are underground do a much better job of sustaining a hierarchical leadership structure to lead the vanguard party. What we have seen in liberation struggles the world over is that the vanguard party wages an armed struggle and conducts clandestine military missions within cities behind enemy lines. Its leadership is hierarchical and able to withstand enemy infiltration and assassination for much longer than above-ground movements have in the United States for various reasons. Within ABC, the 6-member executive staff, heads of each bureau, have equal voting power in matters regarding organizational positions and direction. In this manner, our practice is egalitarian. However, in times of disagreement, decisions are reached by majority vote. Once a decision is reached, every member of the organization is expected to abide by that decision regardless how they individually may have voted in the decision-making process. In this manner, we very much believe in democratic centralism. That is, we believe in the decision-making process to be democratic and robust in discussion, but once a decision is reached, it is central and should guide the actions of every member of the organization. We believe this process is the one that will help us achieve our goals and improve our effectiveness as an organization without being bogged down by bureaucratic processes while allowing sufficient space for robust discussion and input from members of the organization. In the final analysis, we believe a certain level of hierarchy is necessary in the leadership structure of organizations to ensure accountability and effectiveness. The natural question that follows here is how effective has ABC been in advancing its mission and the campaigns it has waged? To answer that question, a brief synopsis of our campaigns is necessary. Statewide BSU Demands Campaign. Starting in the fall of 2014, the African Black Coalition launched a multi-campus BSU Demands campaign. This campaign attempted to replicate the successful organizing model of the BSU at UC Santa Barbara in 2013. The BSU at UC Santa Barbara successfully organized and secured the following wins in 2013. A. Secured a commitment to raise over $2 million to hire four endowed chairs in the field of Black Studies across the academic divisions with an agreement to complete within the next 5 years. B. Secured funding, $414,012, for the hiring of 2 psychologists who have extensive experience working with Black students in office space for counseling and psychological services. C. Secured funding, $217,000, for the hiring of an admissions counselor for diversity initiatives, 4 student interns, and a series of initiatives aimed to recruit Black students to UC Santa Barbara. D. Secured funding, $150,000,200,000, for the creation of the Ella Baker Visiting Professorship in Undergraduate Research in the Department of Black Studies to serve as recruitment tool for Black faculty. E. Secured funding, $200,000, for a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship in the Center for Black Studies Research for 2 terms, with renewal based on meeting certain research criteria. F. Secured funding, $32,000, for a permanent student activism-centered display in North Hall in honor of the Black students involved in the 1968 takeover. Based on this successful organizing campaign by the Black Student Union at UCSB, the African Black Coalition secured more victories across the state. Below are some highlights. At UC Berkeley. 1. The creation of the Fannie Lou Hamer Black Resource Center with 2 full-time staff, nearly a dozen student workers, and a full programming budget to serve the Black students at the campus. 2. A commitment to raise a $20 million endowment for scholarships to Black students. 3. The hiring of Black psychologists to serve Black students' well-being. At Cal State LA. 1. Cal State LA agreed to divest from all private prison corporations. 2. The creation of a Black Scholars Floor in the dorms for Black students. 3. The allocation of $200,000 to the Cross-Cultural Center to support Black students and other students of color and to staff efforts and programs to recruit more Black students. 4. The creation of a requirement to take a race and ethnicity course as well as a diversity course for all incoming students beginning in fall 2016. There were other modest victories achieved through campaigns in other campuses such as the creation of a Black Scholars Hall at Sonoma State University. This work is ongoing until such time Black students are able to thrive and be successful in their academic pursuits such that they can be of best service to the masses of our people. ABC Prison Divestment Campaign. After a protracted 2-year campaign that included media, organizing, research, and grassroots political education components, the ABC was able to successfully push the University of California to divest nearly $30 million from private prison corporations, CoreCivic, formerly Corrections Corporations of America, the GEO Group, and G4S, in December 2016. After another year of agitation, we were also able to successfully push the UC system to terminate $475 million worth of contracts with Wells Fargo for its financing of private prisons and long-standing discriminatory lending practices against Black people and other communities of color. Our assessment of the campaigns we have is that they have been relatively successful in terms of achieving the intended objectives as discrete projects with clear outcomes and are all the more impressive in this period of economic austerity. However, given that the mission of our organization is the liberation of all African people, we take no joy or respite in any victories that do not clearly advance us toward that objective. As such, we believe the real benefit in these campaign victories for us as an organization was the training ground it provided for many young people in the practice of organizing, power building, and leadership development. The real success for us in these campaigns was that many young black people learned what it means to build and exercise power, create and execute strategies and tactics to achieve a set of objectives that we believed were helpful in our struggle forward toward freedom. Conclusion. The impact of the Black Panther Party on all resistance movements in the United States that came after it has been indelible and widely acknowledged. Certainly the influence of the Black Panther Party, both as a historic organization and through individual Panthers who have mentored and supported ABC, has been deep and wide within the organization. We hold the Black Panther Party in the highest reverence for all the amazing things it did and inspired. This is a party that helped produce and mold some of our very best leaders, including the slain Fred Hampton, John Huggins, Bunchy Carter, and many others. The party's deliberate focus on organizing the lumpen proletariat, or Brothers on the Block as Huey Newton called them, accounts for its wide and deeply felt impact both in the racial and class politics of black communities throughout the continental United States. Its internationalist politics has been instructive in our own conception and development of our policies and efforts to stay connected with and closely follow the present-day iterations of freedom struggles in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Our reverence and praise of the Black Panther Party is not uncritical, for it is only through a sober and clear-eyed analysis of history, organizations, and their strengths and weaknesses, without clouding emotionalism, that we can arrive at the correct antidotes of our movement weaknesses in order to advance our liberation mission. Blake Simons standing outside UC Berkeley's Fannie Lou Hamer Black Resource Center, which the Black Student Union fought to have along with 9 other demands. Photograph by Tasha Jones, 2019. Chapter 17. The Impact of the Panthers. Centering poor black folks in the Black Liberation Movement. Blake Simons. Black history is often hidden despite being right in front of us. My own history and ties to the Black Panther Party, BPP, were something I did not discover until my early 20s. When I was an organizer with the Black Student Union at UC Berkeley, I began a path to self-discovery, and part of that was learning my own family's history. I learned that I was related to Jalil Muntakim, former Black Panther and Black Liberation Army member, who is one of the longest-held political prisoners in the United States. I began to write to him, and we've built a relationship through letter writing. At times, this is painful. Jalil should be free, and no one should have to build a relationship solely through letter writing. I began to take part in helping with his case, mainly spreading the word about his upcoming parole hearings. I also began researching his case, combined with studying the BPP and its community programs. I read Huey Newton's To Die for the People, which served as a foundational text for my politicization as a young black organizer. The work of the party and Jalil Muntakim's life and sacrifices had a transformative effect on my political ideology. My investigations have taught me to center black folks most marginalized by this white supremacist capitalist state. The BPP and its community programs have served as a great inspiration in how we do community work today. I, along with Delancey Parham, who also had family in the BPP, co-founded People's Breakfast Oakland, a free breakfast program in the town. This essay is a personal account of my transition from being a black student organizer into becoming a black community organizer and how studying the BPP helped this transition. I will then examine the current state of Oakland's politics and argue why it's important for organizers to embody the black Marxist serve the people ideology of the BPP today. Black student activism. I came into politicization after the murder of Oscar Grant. Oscar Grant was killed New Year's morning in 2009 by a BART police officer while he was handcuffed. At the time, I was a junior in high school and a student athlete playing football and rugby. I matriculated to UC Berkeley where I was recruited to play rugby. During my senior season, I experienced a second coming of politicization. I was scrolling on Twitter and saw the dead body of Michael Brown Jr., who was executed via police lynching. As black student athletes, we are programmed and instructed to stay quiet on major social issues. But I could no longer stay silent. I joined the Black Student Union, BSU, and participated in and helped orchestrate the 4.5-hour shutdown of UC Berkeley's most popular campus eatery in solidarity with Ferguson. 1 About a month later, I was back in training camp for rugby, but, facing intimidation from the athletics department for the BSU protest, I decided to quit. Though this was before Colin Kaepernick's taking the knee, the way the NFL ostracized Kaepernick shows that the white power structure only tolerates black athletes when they play ball and keep quiet. 2. While I was a BSU organizer, we led a successful demands campaign that led to the creation of the Fannie Lou Hamer Black Resource Center at UC Berkeley. 3 Some of the actions involved shutting down the main entrance on the campus on Cal Day as well as painting campus symbols such as the Big C in the red, black, and green colors of the Pan-African flag. Black students put their bodies on the line to fight for the center as well as 9 other demands. This political fight was a militant nonviolent uprising of black students on campus. After the shutting down of Cal Day, UC Berkeley administrators agreed to the BSU demands. Shortly after, I graduated and was hired by UC Berkeley to serve as the project manager for the newly created Fannie Lou Hamer Black Resource Center. I also served as the communications director for the African Black Coalition, which was a statewide organization of BSUs in California. As comms director, I worked on a prison divestment campaign that led to the UC divesting $25 million from private prisons. 4 This was undoubtedly a big win, however, after many disagreements I eventually left the organization. At this time, I also began to intensively study the BPP, learning about their black Marxist politics as well as their 60-plus community survival programs. 5. Gentrification in Oakland. The gentrification of Black Oakland was a major reason we created the People's Breakfast Oakland. Gentrification, as I define it, is the recolonization of historically colonized communities. This includes not only the extraction of existing resources, but also the implementation of resources that only the settlers and the petit bourgeois class can access. Gentrification is not new in Oakland, but it has intensified in relation to the war on black power. In the early 1970s, for example, Merritt College was moved from North Oakland to the Oakland Hills. Viewing this as resource extraction, Melvin Newton, chair of the Black Studies Department at Merritt and BPP National Minister of Finance, warned that if Merritt moved to the Hills it would not serve the community. He said, "By definition the Hills are white folks' country, and unless something is done here, the move to the Hills may be the death of Merritt." 6 The Bay Area Rapid Transit, BART, was also a key part in the extraction of existing resources from the black community. BART opened in 1972 and brought devastating effects to the black community in Oakland. As Robert Self describes in his book on Oakland history, the construction of BART eviscerated what was left of 7th Street, once the heart of the city's black business district. 7 Again, this is the resource extraction that gentrification commits. It destroys black economic development in the city and creates poorer conditions for the people. It also allows speculators to buy property for cheap and then raise rents. Today Oakland is still feeling the effects of these resource extractions caused by the early onslaught of gentrification in the 1960s, resulting in devastating displacements. New resources come in which are often only available to the invaders. For instance, the Bay Area is seen as a tech hub. These high-paying jobs are one of the reasons why the rent has increased rapidly in the Bay Area. However, black people who are from Oakland and the broader Bay Area aren't reaping the benefits of this new economy. As the San Francisco Chronicle recently noted, tech companies still struggle to hire black people. Facebook has only 3% black workers, and only 2% of Google's employees are black. The technification of the Bay Area has further contributed to the displacement of Oakland's black population. Since 2000, Oakland has lost nearly 25% of its black population. 8 Since 2015, the houseless population has increased 25%. 9 People's Breakfast Oakland. The BPP's first community program, the Free Breakfasts for School Children, inspired our People's Breakfast Oakland. Our program was built to address the current conditions of swiftly gentrifying Black Oakland. Our goal was to serve those most impacted by this white supremacist capitalist state, while also creating an inclusive space for the Black community to organize. This program centers Black houseless people in our organizing efforts. We argue that if we can't organize the Black community to provide free warm meals to the houseless, how can we even talk about revolution? It is impossible to expect the people to organize on a hungry stomach. Also, as organizers, if we can't provide for our people and show them that there's an alternative to the ways this capitalist state operates, how can we expect the process of revolution to begin? Some might criticize free food programs as charity, however, we believe this is a process of radical transformative change in the community. It is important to show people and captivate the people's imagination about what freedom can look like. Do we think that feeding people alone will start revolution? No. But revolution starts with valuing the humanity of those whose humanity the state strips away. Since creating the organization in 2017, we have fed more than 10,000 houseless people in West Oakland. Our program runs twice a month, and as we grow we will increase the days we build with the people. Not only do we serve food, we also provide clothing, hygiene packs that include menstruation products, first aid products, and tents. We don't take a top-down approach. Instead, we center the needs of those we are serving and with whom we are building. For instance, after our first program, we asked leaders of the houseless camps about what they want to see from the program. We then adjusted the program based on the requests of the people. In addition, when the city of Oakland was attempting to evict one of the largest camps in West Oakland, leaders of the houseless camp asked us to help organize a protest. We brought out many community members and helped stop the eviction. We also know that feeding breakfast and organizing the houseless isn't the only goal we have. Taking inspiration from the Panthers, we want to create more programs in the community that address the Black community's material needs, and thus we founded People's Programs as an LLC, a limited liability company, which oversees People's Breakfast Oakland. Structurally, we reject the nonprofit industrial complex. In order to stay true to our authentic voice and to avoid having to appeal to the moral compasses of foundations, we decided to form our program outside of the nonprofit industrial complex. We organize from the politic that the white supremacist settler colonial state has no right to exist. Many nonprofits are funded by the state. For example, in 2011, 1/3 of revenue for 501(c)(3) public charities came from the government through formal contracts and grants. 10. How can we be anti-state and then take money from the government? It's an inherent contradiction. Other ways of funding are through foundations that are often centrist or slightly left of center. For instance, one of the biggest foundations, the Ford Foundation, rescinded funding from Insight, a network of radical feminists of color organizing to end state violence and violence in our homes and communities, because Insight believed Palestine should be free. 11. However, we do know that movement building requires raising funds. We are grassroots funded, and we also know from our history that the government will keep close tabs on revolutionary organizing groups and the IRS will attempt to decimate organizations. Therefore, we have set up People's Programs as part of an LLC in order to stay financially afloat and not have the IRS knocking at our door. We use this structure to file taxes on the money we bring in that is used to support our organizing. While some might say that this is a replication of a corporate model, it's solely for tax purposes and for the ability to embody self-determination within our organization. Since we are an LLC, we aren't tied to any foundations that would seek to curb radical activism and political thought. While our goal is not to make it a corporation, we feel this model allows us to serve the people as we build toward revolution. We also created People's Programs as we noticed a gap in organizing in Black student spaces. Even as I see limitations in working at the university, there are radical subordinate spaces in universities and we should invest in them. Following Huey Newton and Bobby Seale's decision to move off campus into the community, BSUs or similar Black campus groups ought to create university-funded programs that support Black communities. For example, I am one of the founders of the Fannie Lou Hamer Black Resource Center at UC Berkeley, born out of Black student struggle, and currently help run it. We developed 2 community programs within the first 2 years of our existence as a center. The first program is the Berkeley Black Scholars Program, which works with local Berkeley High Black students and brings them up to campus and provides students with research and organizing skills that they can take back to their community. The students have funds to research a problem in their local community and to create solutions. The other program is a community garden. Half of the garden's produce goes to Black students who are food insecure and the other half goes to the People's Breakfast Oakland. Berkeley BSU members regularly volunteer at the People's Breakfast Oakland. In addition, BSUs should have political education sessions where they bring in local organizers to speak about Black community issues as well as organizing trips to these communities to find ways to work together. In conclusion, it is clear that there has been a war on the Black community in Oakland and throughout the United States. It is clear that capitalism is the enemy and that Black capitalism is not a solution to our oppression. Liberation requires a grassroots, not a top-down approach. It is one that must center those most impacted. Liberation comes from building each other up. Not a talented 10th petit bourgeois approach that centers bringing resources solely to those in the academy. The Black Panther Party provides a good model in which serving the people to build them up for revolution is at the core of organizing. If we are to all be free, we must center those most marginalized and impacted in our community by this white supremacist settler colonial state. Chinese Progressive Association organizers join the Asians Rise for Climate contingent at the historic March for Climate, Jobs, and Justice in San Francisco, 2018. Author Alex Tom on Right Behind Stroller. Photograph by Connie HSU, 2018. Chapter 18. The Chinese Progressive Association and the Red Door. Alex T. Tom. Author's note: to begin, this is my own perspective developed over time. In my 15 years at CPA, I've formally and informally interviewed many of the founders who were directly or indirectly connected to the Black Panther Party, the Red Guards, Iworkun, and the League of Revolutionary Struggle. I am grateful to be living in and building from the legacy of such wisdom, struggle, and optimism for a world of peace and justice. This brief chapter is just the beginning of many more conversations. The Black Panther Party made a hegemonic shift in politics that influenced the Asian American and broader social movements. This chapter will illustrate its overall influence on the Chinese Progressive Association, CPA, founded in San Francisco in 1972. Over the decades, CPA has evolved and transformed with the community, lifting the voices of oppressed communities, the poor and working class, and contributing toward the liberation of all people. Born out of the 1970s people power movements, CPA had 2 major influences that are embedded in its DNA. 1. The elders from the 1930s Chinese Worker Mutual Aid Association, CUMA, and 2. The young radicals, notably from the Iworkun, a group inspired and influenced by the Black Panther Party, BPP. Point 1. Both lineages are intrinsic to the development of CPA and contribute to the unique role of being the left pole within the community, while simultaneously building a base of working class leadership. CPA has become the red door to connect our leaders and community to other movements. Point 2. In fact, CPA's first office at the International Hotel had a red door. This chapter will focus on the influences of the Black Panther Party. However, it is critical to briefly discuss the influence of the Chinese elders, otherwise known as the Lo Wake, who mentored CPA's founders. As historian Him Mark Lai notes, the Chinese Marxist left had a rich history during the Great Depression in the U.S. and anti-imperialist movement in China. Point 3. This history laid the foundation for our role in the movement today. In 1938, the CUMA formed to unite Chinese workers and work to raise the status of Chinese workers in labor unions and improve their working conditions. The CUMA led the effort to break into American Federation of Labor, AFL, affiliated trade unions at the San Francisco waterfront. The AFL was notoriously racist and anti-Chinese, and the CUMA was one of the only working-class Chinese organizations to directly challenge the AFL's racial exclusionary policies. It was also connected to international struggles. CUMA co-founder Eva Chan Lo was the secretary to Madam Sun Yat-sen in Hong Kong during the anti-imperialist war in China. Many of their leaders were jailed or repressed during McCarthyism in the 1950s. By the 1960s and 1970s, many were released and saw the re-emergence of a new and radical social movement. These leaders lived in Chinatown and eventually co-founded CPA with the new generation of young Chinese American radicals. The Lo Wake brought wisdom, experience, patience, and a working-class perspective. The young radicals brought optimism, fire, determination, and fearlessness for revolutionary change. This was an intergenerational effort, a deliberate unity of immigrant and American-born. 4. Black Panther influences. From Serve the People and survival programs to the 10-Point Program, the BPP had a profound influence on the IWC founders who, along with the Lo Wake, helped to form CPA. The late 1960s and 1970s was a moment in U.S. history when countries worldwide were fighting for self-determination and liberation from foreign domination. The U.S. imperialist war of aggression in Southeast Asia had particular significance for the Asian American community. The Panthers helped provide clarity about the importance of opposing the war. The Panthers, unlike narrow black nationalists, linked their cause with the domestic anti-war movement and anti-imperialists abroad. 5 The Panthers were about building a political trend of anti-imperialist and socialist politics in the community. The fates of our paths came together in the late 1960s. Our histories are interconnected and distinct at the same time. In the late 1960s, CPA founders were part of multiple Asian revolutionary formations including the Red Guards and Iworkun. Much of their journey and politicization began in the pool halls located on the border of Chinatown and Manila Town. In 1968, some of the young radicals were dissatisfied with the direction of youth organizations and wanted to model themselves after the Black Panther Party. This small group, which eventually became the Red Guards in 1969, engaged in political education with Panther leaders Bobby Seale and David Hilliard. Later, these youth were invited to the national headquarters in Oakland to continue their study and began to show up for each other. This process of building a deeper relationship, an explicit exchange between Black and Chinese radicals, transformed the characteristics of the community and the movement. Showing up for each other at Free Huey rallies and I-Hotel 6 picket lines made Black and Asian solidarity visible and real. In the beginning, this group wanted to name themselves the Red Dragons, but BPP co-founder Bobby Seale suggested they call themselves the Red Guards. 7. In 1971, there were members of the Red Guards who wanted to continue as an underground organization much in the tradition of the Black Liberation Army and others who wanted to do mass work. 8 Those who wanted to engage in above-ground mass work joined Iworkun, which had just moved its national headquarters from New York to the Bay Area. In early 1972, IWC initiated many community projects including child care programs, women's health clinics, the Bay Area Asian Coalition Against the War, and mass organizations like CPA. For 8 months, members engaged in a community process to form CPA. By December 26, 1972, CPA was launched with the Union of Young Radicals, Workers, Tenants, and the Lo Wake. CPA became the left pole and a leading voice of the poor and working-class community in Chinatown, including efforts to normalize U.S. and China relations. This represented a seismic shift in Chinatown politics as the KMT and Chinese 6 companies virtually controlled everything from the garment factories and restaurants where workers worked to single-room occupancy housing where workers lived. 9. With the dissolution of the organized left in the early 1990s, CPA stayed true to our roots and evolved through changing political tides over the last 25 years. From some of the most reactionary and neoliberal periods to the current period of explicit white nationalism and intensified austerity, CPA's organizational form has transformed while maintaining our principles and values. In our current form, CPA's Tenant Worker Center focuses on workforce development, outreach, and leadership development programs for low-wage workers, and Youth Mojo, movement of justice and organizing, provides youth leadership development programs for Chinese and Asian American youth under 18. Both programs have organizing campaigns and provide community education on the political moment and wedge issues that divide the community. In the last decade, CPA has built one of the most robust year-round citywide Chinese voter outreach programs, the Political Empowerment Campaign, which is integrated with San Francisco Rising, a multiracial citywide alliance of grassroots people of color-led organizations. The Panthers were the catalyst for many on the left and believed in the self-determination of each community to define their issues, approach, and method. The following stories illustrate CPA's approach to building power and grassroots working-class leadership in the Chinese immigrant community. CPA continues to be a key voice in the community and the red door to other national minority communities and progressive movements. Meeting people where they are at. In our organizing work, we often say, meet the people where they're at. But this is easier said than done. I first met Xiu Zhen Li, Ms. Li, in 2004, while organizing workers at the King Tin restaurant in Chinatown. I never imagined that she would become a key worker leader of the largest wage settlement in the state of California. In 2004, the King Tin restaurant became the first case to test the new San Francisco minimum wage ordinance that was passed by voters in 2003. Originally, the workers only wanted what they were promised $1,200 a month or $4 to $5 an hour for most workers, significantly lower than the $8.50 minimum wage. We had to organize workers around collecting what they were legally owed, not just what they were promised. Many feared losing their jobs or being blacklisted. In the end, it took 3 years of organizing and working with the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement to collect $85,000 of wages owed and penalties. Ms. Li worked 2 jobs at King Tin restaurant, one as a janitor and the other as a kitchen worker. She worked over 100 hours a week, 15 hours a day and 7 days a week. After the restaurant closed at 11 p.m., she would continue as the janitor working until 2 a.m. and return the next day at 11 a.m. She was barely paid $3 an hour. Ms. Li was one of the most exploited workers in the restaurant. She was also one of the least active workers in the campaign. In fact, she showed up only twice to our campaign meetings, once to complete the lost wages forms and the second time to pick up her check. Since she was the sole breadwinner in the family, she was too afraid to participate. However, after the campaign, Ms. Li began coming to CPA events. In the beginning, she never went to the marches or protests but enjoyed our annual picnics and Lunar New Year celebrations. Eventually, she participated in our Leadership Institute and built relationships with other leaders. Slowly, she began to speak publicly at CPA gatherings and encouraged other workers to stand up for their rights. In 2008, Ms. Li began working as a dishwasher at the Yang Xing restaurant, a Michelin-rated high-end dim sum restaurant on the waterfront. Again, she was not paid the minimum wage, but it was better and more stable than working in Chinatown. Just as before, she had a lot at stake. Her husband had just lost his job, and her daughter had just started college. In 2013, when CPA started organizing the Yang Xing restaurant workers, she was reluctant to join the campaign. This was hard on the CPA organizers who had worked with her for over a decade, especially knowing that many of her co-workers trusted her. But we knew that we needed to continue meeting her where she was at and respect her position. The organizing drive began with a mere 6 workers. For months, we talked to workers, but most were afraid of losing their jobs. Many were the sole breadwinners in their family. We needed Ms. Li. One day, before a community and worker delegation went to the restaurant, we were giving an update to a room full of our community allies and partners. After a couple of speakers, Ms. Li emerged out of the crowd and began to tell her story of how she got involved and how it was important to stand up as workers. At that moment, I knew that we would win. Eventually, over 100 workers signed on to the demand letter, and after continuous organizing for a year and in partnership with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus, the Yangtze restaurant workers reached the largest settlement in California at a single restaurant with the labor commissioner $4.2 million for over 280 workers. With that settlement, the workers, Ms. Li among them, could finally go back to China to visit family, send their children to college, or put down a payment on a new home. When Ms. Li entered CPA's doors in 2004, we did not expect her to keep coming back for over a decade, and while she was initially scared to join the Yangtze Restaurant Worker Campaign, she found her voice and helped other workers take their stand. As a community organization, we create many pathways and roles for everyone. From services and campaigns to social and cultural events. Along the way we've learned the importance of keeping your ear to the ground to learn and understand the needs of the community. With the Red Door, we uplift the voices and roles of working people and plant the seeds of solidarity with other communities and progressive movements. For example, during the course of the campaign, worker leaders met other tenants and workers who were fighting on other fronts including anti-eviction struggles and other labor strikes including those at AT&T Ballpark and BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit. After the campaign, in 2014, some Yangtze worker leaders decided to do voter outreach to support Proposition F, San Francisco $15 minimum wage ordinance and Proposition G, the anti-speculation tax. The Red Door is the bridge for the working class to connect their oppression to larger systems of oppression and to believe that another world is possible and necessary. With doors wide open. In 2012, CPA was preparing to celebrate our 40th anniversary. It brought back a lot of joy and for some painful memories as well. Steve Liu, a member from the 1970s, who became a prominent leader in the LGBTQ movement, approached me and said he wanted to come back to CPA to make peace after 20 years. I did not completely understand at the time, but I willingly accepted the offer. With his support, we grew our grassroots fundraising and sustainer program, which is crucial as foundations tend to have their own priorities and deliverables. Grassroots donations are our self-determination fund in the truest sense. After the successful anniversary event, we held an intergenerational dialogue with CPA organizers spanning 5 generations of leadership, from high school youth to our founders. This was the first time I had been in a room with elders who were part of the Asian American left of the 1960s and 70s, including IWC, League of Revolutionary Struggle, the Line of March, the Communist Workers' Party, and the Communist Party USA. After the opening panel, we split into small groups. One group had all the youth and some elders. It was silent at first, then one of the elders jumped in and shared a reflection. Everything we did in the 1970s was great, but I have one regret. We shouldn't have kicked out the gays. My daughter is a lesbian and just got married. I'm so proud of her. That sent chills in the room. Then another elder spoke up and said, let's look on the bright side, we needed to make mistakes to be stronger today. Finally, Steve Liu responded and said, I was one of the gays you are talking about. He shared about his own internalization of homophobia and the alienation he felt in the movement during those times. The dialogue continued. We were listening, watching, and learning how our elders were sharing and healing from past mistakes and past pain. It was a beautiful and powerful experience. The youth were speechless. Many were shocked to learn about CPAs and the movement's homophobic history and simply did not know how to respond. Shortly after the event, one of the youth leaders and founders of Youth Mojo pushed us to, or rather demanded that we establish a queer space, queer programs, and queer staff at CPA. They said that CPA was already their home and they should not have to go elsewhere to have a queer space. In fact, there were no other spaces for Asian and Chinese American high school youth at the time. It was a moment of reflection. Is this our role in the community? Do we have the ability to hold space for queer youth? Looking into our past, we have always had our ear to the ground and responded to the needs of the community. Thus in early 2013, CPA formed Gender, Sexuality and Diversities, GSD, and ran our first Queer Alternative Spring Break, which was a 4-day overnight retreat that included exchanges with other queer organizations in the Bay Area, workshops on queer liberation history, heteropatriarchy, transphobia, and an intergenerational community dinner. Now in its 5th year, GSD is one of the only spaces for queer and questioning Asian American high school youth in San Francisco. This was merely the beginning of our transformation. It was no surprise that some of the most developed and politicized leaders in our youth program were queer or questioning. GSD made all of us stronger. GSD created space to discuss gender and sexuality within the Asian American community and broader society. Slowly, we began to hear stories of depression, isolation, and suicide among the many layers of our young people. We started Breathe, a summer program to give our youth tools to address mental health issues for themselves and their friends. With Trump's election in 2016 and the hypervisibility of gun violence in school, this year, Youth Mojo is launching a campaign to increase mental health resources in San Francisco Unified School District for all students. This is not without challenges. Mental health continues to be a stigma in many immigrant communities, including in the Asian community, but our youth are showing us how to boldly enter with mutuality and love. From the intergenerational dialogue, our elders and youth transformed the Red Door. Our doors are wide open for the entire community. These stories show how we respond to community needs and build working-class leadership at the same time. There are similarities with the Panthers Serve the People programs, but we also address the particular conditions in our community. The BPP understood that meeting the immediate needs of the community is based on a larger vision of self-determination. For example, CPA started one of the first English as a second language/citizenship classes in the 1980s and fought for recycling services in the 1990s. These services were responding to community needs and connecting people to the Red Door and other social movements. Also, these services and programs meet the needs of the whole person and entire community. Members of CPA are not just workers or youth, they are also mothers, queer, and disabled. This is the power we are building. Under the system of U.S. capitalism, there are many challenges and contradictions within the people and community. We are struggling together with people and the community toward the broader mission and vision. We are not furthering the alienation and isolation they already face daily. Over time, we are building their leadership, consciousness, and collective power and, at the same time, connecting them to other movements through the Red Door. Building Black and Chinese solidarity. The working-class Black community has been massively displaced the last couple of decades. Currently, Blacks comprise less than 5% of San Francisco residents, a decrease of 50% since 1990. At the same time, with migration pressures, Chinese immigrants have been moving into San Francisco and into traditionally Black communities, causing increased tensions among Blacks and Chinese. In the early 2000s, the Lenner Corporation proposed a major housing development in the Bayview Hunters Point shipyard, the largest land grab in San Francisco history on one of the most polluted Superfund sites in the country. In 2006, I spoke at Powers, People Organized to Win Employment Rights, community cookout in the Bayview during Black History Month. 11 This launched some of CPA's most important solidarity work in the face of the massive displacement of the working-class Black community. At the cookout, I shared the need for solidarity and origins of the Rainbow Coalition, a story that was told to me by our elders. The Rainbow Coalition was started in Chicago in the late 1960s by Fred Hampton, deputy chairman of the Illinois BPP, to build a coalition with the Young Lords, Red Guards, and the Young Patriots as an alliance of poor and working-class Blacks, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, and whites. CPA and Power had already spent years building relationships and learning about each other's communities, but we began to go deeper. For years, Power had been organizing around housing and environmental justice in historically Black Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood, demanding that Lenner clean up the shipyard before building any housing. With the disproportionate rates of cancer and asthma in Bayview Hunters Point, this was a critical issue for the entire community. 12. With the increase of the Chinese population in the community, divisions deepened among Blacks and Chinese. In May 2010, there were 3 high-profile cases of young Blacks attacking Chinese seniors, which, in 2 cases, led to their deaths. CPA worked with power to hold a community dialogue. There was a lot of pain and misperceptions about why blacks don't care about their children's behavior and why so many Chinese were buying up the block. At the end of the day, much remained unresolved, but a couple issues became clear. A. Our communities rarely had actual dialogue about our histories and community conditions, and B. Both communities were living under structural poverty and fighting each other for small crumbs. In 2008, Power launched a grassroots ballot measure campaign, Proposition F, to mandate that 50% of housing be affordable. To undercut this effort, the Lenner Corporation produced an opposing ballot measure, Proposition G, and developed a Community Benefits Agreement, CBA, with the San Francisco Labor Council, San Francisco Acorn, and San Francisco Organizing Project, SFOP. Proposition G allowed Lenner to develop an 800-acre parcel in Bayview Hunters Point. Lenner made promises to make 33% of the units designated as affordable housing and to provide job training and other community benefits. But there was tremendous community opposition. CPA was the only Chinese immigrant-based organization among those who opposed Lenner and supported Power's campaign. CPA voiced concern about the horrific level of toxic contamination left by the Navy at this Superfund site. But many in the Chinese community were desperate for housing. One community member told me that they don't mind living on toxic land, stating that nothing is as bad as the conditions in China. We were seen as anti-development and anti-progress. To this day, I remember CPA being called the Chinese Regressive Association on Chinese radio. After the Lenner Corporation threw millions of dollars into the election, Proposition F lost and Proposition G 1.13 in 2010, the City and County of San Francisco approved the Environmental Impact Report, the final step for the development to move forward, by a vote of 8-3. Nearly 10 years later, a whistleblower revealed that Tetra Tech EC, which was contracted by the Lenner Corporation, had falsified the tests to show that the Superfund site had been cleaned. There are now 300 homes built on toxic land, many occupied by Chinese immigrant families. An important lesson was that we followed the leadership of our trusted ally Power, who had an organized and politicized base in the Bayview. We responded to the needs of the community to not pit jobs and housing against the health of the entire community. We know the real solutions come from the community. Through this struggle, our position strengthened, our relationship deepened, and we learned a lot about how to exercise community power. However, for CPA and our allies, this also raised many questions about how working-class people of color community organizations were building political power. In 2010, the same year, we formed San Francisco Rising Alliance, the only multiracial, multi-sector, movement electoral vehicle of across the city. Today, it is a new center of gravity that builds solidarity within working-class communities of color and with progressive labor unions. Through the years, we have embodied the Red Door by co-creating an ecosystem of citywide coalition and alliances for our members to connect with other communities and movements. We are in one struggle, on many fronts, as our elders would say. 14. Our stand against the Lenner Corporation's development plan, as difficult as it was, shows how a small progressive bloc can transform relations and city politics more broadly. Even small fights like that at the King Tin restaurant in the 6 blocks that is now Chinatown can uplift conditions across the city. Finally, it is never so simple as just building Black and Chinese unity. Instead, we must ask critical questions: who in the Black community, who in the Chinese community, who in community and labor are we uniting with? We are building unity among poor and working class communities across the city. Asian Americans as a critical force in the 21st century. In 2012, CPA hosted a celebration for Grace Lee Boggs in San Francisco Chinatown. It was a homecoming for Grace, an embrace, as most of her activism was in the Black liberation movement. In a room of over 300 people, probably her largest Asian American audience, she said, "Asian Americans, particularly Chinese Americans, have an important role to play in challenging the dominance of China in the 21st century." 15. She asserted that with the climate catastrophe, the role of China in the global economy, and the decline of U.S. imperialism, Asian Americans in the U.S. will have a critical role in confronting Chinese capital and fighting racism in the U.S. China is no longer a champion of self-determination as it was during the founding of CPA. Instead, China is locked in competition with the United States to dominate regions of the world, including parts of Africa. With the United States Pacific pivot, where over 67% of military resources has shifted from the Middle East to the Asia-Pacific, the region will be the site of many devastating battles and wars, which will also impact the future sovereignty of indigenous people and nations in the Pacific. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the U.S. will also need to forge a new form of solidarity within to confront and lead a broad working class, multiracial, and internationalist front in the new times ahead. From the Red Guards to the Red Door, we are taking to heart Grace Lee Boggs's call to action. Her favorite question to the movement was always, "What time is it on the clock of the world?" The Panthers could always tell time, and many would say they were ahead of their time. When the Panthers came to the Chinatown Pool Hall to do study groups with that group of young Asian radicals, they knew the important role of Asian Americans in the U.S. in the current and future. They helped this group of radicals see the role they could play in their community, and since then, it has never stopped. This moment is no different. With Trump's election, there has been a rise in explicit white nationalism and white supremacy. There has also been a rise in right-wing ethnic nationalism, especially in the Chinese community, otherwise known as the Chinese Tea Party. By 2055, Asian immigrants will be the majority of immigrants in the U.S. 16 Asian Americans in the U.S. will become the bridge in the movement to understand and challenge China's role in the global economy. At our core, regardless of the political moment, the task ahead is to maintain the vision and values, to respond to emerging needs, and to be the red door for the working class community for decades to come. Conclusion. Although the Panthers and CPA didn't work directly together, the legacy of the Panthers is deeply felt in our work today. We've been fortunate to make connections with former Panthers, including Emory Douglas, the Panthers Minister of Culture, and Kilo Nyasha, who recently passed. Their stories as activists, organizers, and San Franciscans have helped to shape our young leaders. Every summer, Emory speaks to our Eva Low and Seeding Change Fellows about art and activism. Kilo lived in Chinatown and came to gatherings at CPA's office, including the talk by Grace Lee Boggs. Kilo also spoke to our youth and broke bread with them at her home. At her celebration of life, one CPA youth shared Kilo's profound impact. This is what movements are made of. The spirit of the Panthers lives on today and we are proud to be a part of it.